Theory of Everything by Wayne Hilborn. The truth about the fabric of our reality. Simultaneous time also means the absence of time. This means that if time does not exist as claimed by modern physics and every religion, then remembering your first kiss could be a telepathic viewing of that actual first kiss. This would mean your brain does not hold any memories. This means that you could possibly live forever by default of simultaneous time. That is just one of the bold claims made for the first time in this Theory of Everything by Wayne Hilborn. Mankind has learned past and future can coexist when they flew an atomic clock enough for time to alter. We have time machines now. The airplane. Any motion alters time to a degree. Once the two atomic clocks are separated in time, what occurs to the missing history of the future clock? Every experience you have had is simultaneous to now. If you recall your first kiss, it is simultaneous to now. If you recall that first kiss, it is not an engram in your brain. You are actually watching your own first kiss. Like a fly on the wall. Why we often remember in the third person, mystery solved, this was a 2023 puzzle. Tell psychologists why we often remember in the third person is because we are watching it from our own now. You are attuning to real events when you remember things. Consciousness was when we found order in our own linear viewpoint/ego. Personality transcends death. Your memory can never be erased because it is always your attunements to simultaneous events. Your brain and body are an energy suit you require to function within the expectancy of Earth air. You need your body to have gravity and food and expected things. Until that game is over. So this is the first book to suggest that your memory is cemented in forever because your worm food brain is a simulation based on our collective expectancy. Your memories are telepathic attunement to the actual simultaneous events occurring now. This theory of everything is logical, and you can reason out everything taught in this book by understanding one thing. The first Hermetic principle. The universe is mental. To simplify this concept, try to imagine that you live inside a realistic-looking dream. We can pinch ourselves, and our mothers told us we are real boys or girls. This doesn't not make it safe for us to ask/you/me anything. Quantum mechanics has beaten down Einstein and Newtonian physics. Science needs to move on and think bigger. We essentially share a common dream. This means science is the foolish religion. Science is the foolish religion if we share a common dream. Now this book will teach you how to see these things for yourself using logic and reasoning. So let a logical student think this sentence through. I'll go over these points, but use critical thinking. Science is the foolish religion if we share a common dream, as a quote worth thinking through. Clear your head for the truth that will be presented in the pages ahead. Our afterlife is simply like a nocturnal dream, and this book will discuss various approaches to succession or successful afterlives. This book is the first to think through ancient Hindu philosophy and apply the notions of a simultaneous memory. Your toaster is conscious if it learns to string together its history as a toaster. The theories in this book are congruent to the teachings of Baba Ram Dass, Jane Roberts Seth, Harold Sherman, and Franz Bardon, recommended authors, among many. This book claims our memory is a panpsychic attunements to simultaneous events, and also that our expectations can cause quantum collapse into the past, deleting the timelines preceding it. Probabilities are meaningless in quantum mechanics, and also that our nature as defined by this book opens the door to tangible events we would not normally expect. The simplified version of everything is, we share a common dream where things muggles deem possible would instantly become probable. Let me repeat that. In this expanded worldview presented by this eternal consciousness theory based on the non-existence of time, everything you once deemed possible, aliens, etc., would instantly become probable in the worldview presented by this book. So you can safely go to your window and wave. Aliens are probable in a mental universe. I can easily predict we will teleport items from planet to planet someday simply because we can collectively imagine it so. Teleporters we can see occurring in fiction. I could not envision an elephant in your closet, so that is less likely to occur. We co-create reality. Note to future scientists, assume that the mechanics for a future teleportation device must exist in the fabric of our imaginary spacetime Earth-air delusion. Then you can invent things faster. This book has already given you a plausible and correct reason for your consciousness to exist forever. Simultaneous time. Your memory is not inside your simulated brain. Your simulated brain does not exist forever, as it is part of an energy suit we wear to experience gravity and earth air energy. This book is important for your very soul. This book teaches that the student helps write this book. The past changes, as counterintuitive as that may sound, but if we can collapse time using an atomic clock and a plane, then we know it can be done. In a similar manner, your expectations help write these words. In 2023, mankind is struggling with the end of spacetime-based science. This book is the next step in what we are. Quantum collapses is caused by expectation. That is where the God and telepathy form our illusions. Expect this book to explain the universe, because at the end of the day science was delusional. This book will take you into the deep world of where science cannot go. The world of magic. Real magic. In 2023, these are bold statements due to the masses convinced they are actual. Consider only that the first Hermetic principle is true. As a thought experiment, if new, how would a mental universe work? Think collective imaginations, collective dreams, a seeming randomness. Bring your most logical reasoning self. How would a mental-only universe work? Would you make imaginary friends? Would you make imaginary environments? How would your mind react if it were alone for trillions of years? Reality is the delusion based on the expectancy fields of possibilities collapsing into the likeliest of probability to fulfill the nature of any given event. This theory is that we are forever by default and, simplified, we had to create this delusion or exist as a lone nothingness. There are better afterlives than our planet. These can be attained just by learning to avoid nightmares, or there is a highest path of learning to forget your thoughts and yourself. I am trying to use original semantics, but the science aligns with Hermeticism and Hinduism. This book expands further on what we should be planning for our afterlife. Memories do not exist inside your head. Your memory is of the actual simultaneous event. Your first kiss is technically occurring at this moment. An atomic clock on an airplane proved the past and future can exist simultaneously and both have relevance now. The philosophical question here is what occurred to the missing timeline. If mankind begins space travel and everyone experiences time differently, using 2023 imaginings, then who would have the correct timeline? That was a tiny timeline alteration on the atomic clock, but it is a real proof of past and future existing together. This book gives scientific reasons for why you live forever. You are a personality, which is ego, which is memory, which is events cemented in forever due to the whole time does not exist thing. Today is simultaneous to 1,000,000 years from now, and your memory is better beyond the veil. This book will outline some interesting arguments for the science of why you exist forever, and simultaneous time is a fairly good hint. Consider carefully these next words, because it is contrary to common 2023 thinking. Science is the foolish religion if we share a common dream, Wayne Hilborn. That is a quote that I repeated because people need to work out that logic for themselves. The mental mechanics described in this book deal with the full mechanics of consciousness as a compendium of thoughts. Our science community is starting to realize quantum mechanics has defeated the spacetime concepts still prevalent in many 2023 minds, but in the end life is simply a common dream. This book will describe the mechanics to foreshadow, simplify, and prepare the Muggle mind. The things described in this book is the profound truth describing your immortal nature and what you should do to prepare for your eternity. Learn to not have nightmares by avoiding negative karma/thoughts. If you cannot avoid to learn to avoid nightmares while living, the afterlife could hold some peril. This book is a magic book. Science is a term we must expand to include the quantum mechanics as we grow. This book will give you practical ways to notice energy following all of your thoughts, and how to realize time is not linear simply by analyzing the timelines of abundant manifesting and synchronicity you may have done prior to finding this book. Analyze the timelines of what you manifest. Analyze the timelines of things you have already manifested. This is a simple method for a common practitioner to learn absolute truth. Without believing anyone, you can manifest synchronicity/coincidences and wonder if the linear timeline made sense. Sometimes what we manifest will seem to have been on its way to us before we even started giving intentions in the mechanisms described in this book. To simplify, we collapse quantum particles with expectations, not probabilities, and we can do so into the past, erasing the timelines of other probable realities. Like the atomic clock on an airplane, it erased a timeline. Only a person who manifests, which is easy, can analyze timelines. Just think of stuff and pay attention. Try not to notice energy following all your thoughts. Now you know to look for it. Do not worry. Living forever can be a good thing, and we have no other choice. We always need bad to have good, so there is no perfect solution, but there are solutions and happy endings for everyone. This book teaches that leaving your physical body is just part of a journey you began long before you were a human. We all personally evolve, and you were once a flower. You were a flower swaying back and forth. Words and ideas were meaningless. Just the joy of sunlight. You are that flower now. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Your human form is a good thing. Your soul is more developed than that of a fish avatar. You could say your soul is older in a linear time way of measurement. This author will speak of simultaneous time or the absence of time, but in our simultaneous simulation we perceive a linear arrow of time. To simplify, free choice does exist, but to envision our viewpoint as linear, we could say simultaneous means everything linear, even our collapsing of the past with every interaction. Longer story below, with another, monad on monad. This book rewrites thinking on mankind's claims to fame from all sciences, including medicine and psychology. Let Nikola Tesla type invention rule the future. This book claims worry is the only cause of evil. This book claims dry fasting is better than anything for a water autophagy weight loss process that is more viable than exercise. This book claims that you are an immortal changeling. And manifesting and the study of timelines is our proof. Note, any student can easily see time does not exist by manifesting often and paying attention to timelines. Manifesting is an easy way to learn of your divine nature if you analyze those timelines regularly. If your consciousness is stored as attunement to the actual simultaneous events, then your consciousness would not only survive death, but live for the duration of what you would deem forever. This theory of everything is foremost claiming that your memory is a panpsychic attunement to the actual first kisses and not an engram in your worm food simulated brain. Note, this book is not a debate, this is how reality works. Notice the Aries author is using gruff language like worm food brain to emphasize that this concern is noted but nullified if time does not in fact exist. Aries are direct, and the words in this book are exactly how it is. The author understands reality but has been practicing the lessons taught here. Bless this book that the words may teach you all. Simultaneous time is why you live forever by default for two reasons. Your memory of your first kiss is not an engram in your simulated brain/avatar. Your first kiss is occurring this very second, and you are merely a telepathic voyeur to the actual first kiss when remembering. Simultaneous time also implies you live forever by default of the absence of time. If time doesn't exist but in our events, then we reside in a mental playground. Which is fine if we didn't have nightmares. This book advises that the best approach to life and death is learning to avoid nightmares at the simplified level. The average person seeking a decent rebirth on a similar expectation plane would be well served by such a simple filter. Learning to live nightmare-free might involve removing negative karma like guns or posters of Napoleon. A simple way to avoid nightmares in the afterlife is to learn to avoid them while living. So this book will give a lot of advice on what this holographic memory means to us after death. Many ancient texts describe our afterlife process, and this book will do the same but in modern terms, and why. Note, learning to avoid afterlife nightmares could be a lifelong pursuit of non-attachments to negativity. Even though I simplify the path, it is your path. You must realize these things on your own. The scientist should be excited for the possibilities which exist, even if it means they will be consulting I Ching in their lab coats. The future will have businessmen conversing with trees. Life is a dream, and there is a lot worthy of note. A lot to do. You're living forever now. What do you pack for that? No secret. The afterlife is our dream realm. The astral plane. An expanded view. You are safe in the afterlife, but if you have bad dreams when you are alive, then maybe you might enter what is best termed a nightmare scenario afterwards. That is the extreme, and you've been to the gap realm many times before and gotten this far. How badly could you have mucked it up this go around? This book will explain the birth of souls, which is personified self-awareness if we were to expand upon the living inside a dream notion. Worry only about this and future karmic lifestyles. Did I just advise worry? Worry is part of our nature incongruent with our spirit. Your worm food brain doesn't carry your personality. Your personality is also called ego, and your ego consists of memories. That's what personifies you. Memories are what make your ego you. Brains are energy antenna. They could not cut memories out of the brains of mice, and sadly they tried. You need a body of energy to be affected by gravity in this fishbowl. Your meat suit is an avatar. A game avatar. Losing it can be sad or liberating. I suggest you plan ahead and resonate well. A soul is personified until it reaches an I am awareness, and then it can try living as a flower, fish, animal. Or drive a human avatar as you do today, or whatever species you are. A soul can be inanimate in earliest forms. The death of spacetime explains consciousness. You are a panpsychic, pantheism, telepath. We view time in the same way we need space to see furniture. Events would not play out the same if we did not perceive time. The mental fabrication of spacetime allowed our universal mind to go full delusional. The universe is so greedy for thoughts it created time just so we could experience things like events. More thoughts, more thoughts, more thoughts. I'm exaggerating and personifying it as bad. The universe is awesome. My point is only to make a lesson in the view that time is required to see events in the same way space is required to see furniture. They are abstracts based on perspectives and other aspects of our projections. This book is dissecting the beauty of everything and what we call God. There is no separation. I must use words like delusion of the universe as purposeful metaphors, but please understand this system is wholly perfect. And this book will explain exactly how it all works at the level I can see. The universe has some of the finest delusions I know. My pets are all fine delusions. Blessings to them all. To simplify this, we are living in what can best be described as a simultaneous common dream, or the first Hermetic principle. Time is needed to experience things, which is the purpose of this expanded thinking. Your memory of your first kiss will be the actual first kiss simultaneous to 1,000,000 years from now. So every memory you have is not in your brain. Every memory you have is the actual first kisses, occurring simultaneously to now and to which you attune mentally. Your personality will be fully intact when you drop this body. Preparing for that moment is prudent. Someone prone to nightmares may not have a pleasant afterlife experience. This book speaks on the afterlife. This book endorses the view that preparing for the afterlife is prudent, but there is no correct path and we will all arrive at the same destinations. This book suggests the Taoist middle way. There is a path to what some would call nirvana mapped in many renditions of the Book of the Dead. Egyptian Book of the Dead, Tibetan Book of the Dead, Emerald Tablets, Gita, Upanishads, etc. So this book will teach that thoughts are all as conscious as us. I must interact with dozens of thought forms just to write this sentence. This book is the first to teach how we are thought compendiums. The highest path. Graduating from Earth Air with honors would be to forget ourselves in this actuality. If you associate with something as simple as a chair, that is a thought form binding you to legs and such. To die laughing would be the best aim, but we are not our thoughts. If you feel real now, you can never become unreal. Losing ourselves as a goal just gives us different planets or realms to live inside. Comparing our afterlife to open world games, you could say there are private server realms. You will always be a linear being, so the highest spiritual path would only give you best options to satisfy your then ego. A conundrum maybe. We need bad to have good, but we don't need to have so much manifestations of worry. To prepare for death there is an ignorant path, a middle path, and a higher path. The first pathway leads to a future rough lifetime. The second pathway leads to a random nice lifetime. The third pathway is a lifetime pass to many realms and places outside Earth Air. You could shop around and return to Earth Air or continue elsewhere. A spiritual guru has more afterlife choices. Should the master wish to be born again, he would have first choice among bodies. A random living mouth breather prone to nightmares and cruelty may have a less pleasant death experience. If you want to think of afterlife as an eternal game, what's wrong with that? Fun is good / Nothing can delete your personality due to simultaneous memories, and simultaneous time also means we all live forever by default. Simultaneous time is taught in most every religion and current science. Your nature is holographic. If you want to understand reality from a science standpoint, study how a holographic image is made using laser light. The laser is split into duality, literally and figuratively, by a laser splitter, and a convex mirror expands the light to reflect off of your expectations, object, and then reflects them back onto the all. There is an interference pattern that reflects everywhere so you can become all knowledge. Study holograms and you will learn your interference pattern nature. The light that collapses in all timelines to bring you your desires. We literally live in a world that would be utopian if people could stop thinking negative things. Negative thinking manifests. Any student of this book should study how a holographic image is made. The study of wave/particle duality in 2023 is the study of our base nature. This book teaches many concepts previously unknown to 2023 thinking. All of this thinking will be basic thinking for the races of tomorrow. Science as a religion, if we share a dream, should have been common sense long ago. You are a hologram like in 2023 science fiction, but it's our dreamlike nature. Probabilities replace possibilities in a dreamscape world as described in that aspect of these theories. Everything you once deemed possible, aliens, etc., would instantly become probable in that theory proposed in this book. This book suggests aliens are probable. Do not panic if a scientist, but quantum mechanics is exactly as weird as many had dreaded. This book suggests you exist akin to how a nocturnal dream does. You are not a human. You are a changeling immortal more powerful than any superhero. The main realization is that our simulated brains are not halls of records. Akashic records are the events themselves, no matter how they are viewed. Edgar Cayce preferred book formats to get the terminology, but he could have looked directly at the participants or events at any given time. Time is not linear. This is another aspect of simultaneous time. Magic is energy following thoughts, which occurs in our mental-only universe. If what this book states is true, then our holographic simultaneous memory structure is congruent with all ancient Hindu dogma and the first Hermetic principle. The very first Hermetic principle is the universe is mental. If you study this book and its lessons, both direct and subtle, you will find the teachings are akin with the Eastern religions. This book will go even deeper than they did. If you realize the truth of this book fully, then you must admit that you are a thought within a dream. To expand on that, that's all you are. This is an important point. The many thoughts I must reach out to and cooperate with to write the words in this sentence are not part of what I am underneath them all. You didn't just adopt a physical body to tie you to Earth Air. You adopted the karma, and all thoughts are that karma. The words in chairs meant nothing to me when I was a flower. Now, shedding thoughts is the core practice of transcendental meditation and forced focus and mindfulness. Thoughts, even words, are not within us. Forgetting your personality is not nothingness. It is the opposite. It is pure awareness. We can practice reacting to things positively. Then afterlife nightmare won't have triggers. Thank the lion that eats you in life and it cannot affect you in death. Let the fear scare you and you may run from that lion for many years in a future dreamscape and afterlife. Rethink the gun collection. Energy follows all thoughts is the only physical law. To be silent is the secondary law, but it is a play on the first, suggesting we don't add opposing thoughts from others. Your personality cannot be erased in a trillion years. You'd just be somewhere else. Another planet far away. Even then, You could reflect on a first kiss in this lifetime if you chose to with perfect clarity because it is occurring simultaneous to then. Simultaneous time explains why you will live forever. Earth air is a school. We are water fire creatures. The elements earth and air are created from the first two. Earth air is imaginary as is time. Spacetime is an old science concept now. It's over. Below are two science arguments for the past changing, but the magician way of paying attention to timelines is what is advised for magicians wishing to advance their craft. Focus is key to any understanding. Manifest your knowledge. Reread this book. 1. The past changing is something Carl Jung noticed because he tried to replace cause and effect with a kind of simultaneity represented by the word synchronicity. Carl Jung did seem insightful on the aspects of time. This author is the only current author suggesting the past can change in 2023 and the mechanics of it and how to notice. This is an argument from authority, and Carl Jung was the first to notice the past changes. The delayed choice quantum eraser is the science of the past changing if you replace probabilities with the word expectation, also known as faith. Faith technically runs the universe, but it's a polluted word. Your expectations now can cause your cousin to buy a blue car last month to help you manifest that car next week. The universe is quite ingenious. All procrastination is caused by pushback. Your friends and family do not expect you to manifest $1 billion and buy them all castles. Their negativity affects you also. This book has new concepts that are common sense in our mental universe. Pushback is a psychological block or a manifestation block from opposite-minded thinkers. Opposing expectations from other people cause pushback into our lives. How to realize the past changes. A magician can analyze timelines of manifesting and should manifest enough to learn this important truth. Many things we manifest will not make sense if we use linear time. How do you manifest a parking space without affecting the shopper 20 minutes earlier? Think these things through and do not jump to conclusions. Life is a dream we share, and that means a victim can help manifest both the upbringing and current circumstances of their own bully. So, my theory of everything is that we are a simultaneous simulation where the mechanics allow for quantum collapse into our perceived past, which we view telepathically in a simultaneous event that is the core of our ego. I can separate that into several theories. Our memories are simultaneous events we attune to, and when we manifest and give intent, the universe alters the past to bring us our objects. This can only be described as quantum collapse into what we perceive as the past in a delayed choice quantum eraser format, but amplified to include all of magic. Those alone time timelines are revamped out of existence when we interact with others in a Wigner's friend format using expectations over probabilities. Addiction is caused by thoughts and expectations from others in various timelines. The pleasure of sex is from future humans wanting birth enough to make it rewarding in a background subconscious and unplanned natural way. Babies are essentially born because nobody expects adults to just pop into existence and start pressing buttons. We have expectation rules. If this book is correct, living inside a dream allows for all magic and little actual science. Logic can be removed from equations. If you're living inside a dream, Casper the Ghost is as real as your sandwich because you are a hologram. And the past changes to suit the present. Expectation causes quantum collapse, not probabilities. This theory of everything concludes that the nature of our memories are such that they can never be deleted, and if we forget who we are, we can see all cosmic choices. This theory of everything suggests quantum mechanics is the mechanisms of a giant imagination to simplify. Use logic and reasoning. You have no reason to think this is not a dream. Nobody could prove a negative if they tried. Proving a negative is not the most clever thing atheists sometimes attempt. Science is abandoning spacetime. Quantum mechanics is the future, but it is not the same as spacetime. It is the same as magic. Magic is everything real. Science is all imaginary. If you are new to this book or idea, then several pages ago aliens were only possible. This book makes them seem probable. Explanations have already been given. Life is simply a shared dream. How could our universe even dare to call itself an imagination if it didn't give us a real Wakanda? What kind of cheap giant collective imagination would this be if we didn't have aliens on Earth? Magical thinking requires a truthful outlook on reality. Logic and reasoning can give a good argument for the existence of your immortal soul, simultaneous ego, and aliens among us. Is this book fun yet? Think hard. Try to pretend you're real after learning what you've already heard. Does pinching yourself give proof that you are real? Despite the death of it, this is good news for all branches of science. Any industry could be advanced using intentions, and conversely, warfare exists on the weaker levels. Preparing for a non-nightmare afterlife might make adverse industry or war bad choices in life. Star Trek-type warp travel and time machines and machines to other realms are all possible. Scientists just need to up their games. We can imagine teleporters in fiction well enough, so let's throw in a bunch of those into our future. This is an important point. If our universe could not allow teleportation due to parameters, then our expectations of teleportation would affect the very building blocks and molecules of the universe and the mathematical law it follows. On the most basic levels, science is rewritten to give us our magic. Life is a dream where science is suspect. This book is best received by those who have manifested enough to see time is not linear. A magician has other ways of seeing my truth. Anyone can analyze timelines given enough synchronicity. This thinking is good for your life and afterlife. My lessons can aid people. Visualize them finding the ears that seek or need them. This book is quite a separate path from how many thought our world works. This book invites yogic healing techniques. Science and magic can expand our age of Aquarius to unheard of technology. A scientist should use appropriate skepticism as long as they use reason and not bias. Newtonian physics is just a space-time delusion we share. Step back using timers and reminders. Remember you're above this body. This book gives clear explanations of how to see certain effects such as manifesting in timelines to see simple truth. Does anyone else have a theory of everything that encompasses all Eastern religions and our immortal nature? In the future, everyone should embrace a common-sense religion of magic, but today people lack the proper training. This book will go very deep into what thought forms and your ego really are and how we are conscious through these moving pictures simultaneous to now. How every religion/miracle works. Imagine a skeptic was drowning in the ocean. He will die. Now. Imagine the drowning person is a devout tooth fairy and this man attends tooth fairy churches, donates to tooth fairy charities, and has always been a devout tooth fairyman. He even brushes his teeth 4 times per day. Now imagine the tooth fairyman is drowning. And he cries, "Please save me, Lord Tooth Fairy." This positive outlook seeds history. Suddenly. 3 days ago, in the past, 3 days ago, in the past. Did I mention this next part occurs in the past? Suddenly, 3 days ago, in the past, a cruise ship and 3,000 passengers get a slightly different weather report and are alter course an extra 2 degrees, so they are now on course to rescue the Tooth Fairy in 5 minutes after he starts praying. The Tooth Fairyman was at home packing for his sailing adventure the following day, and yet a cruise ship and 3,000 passengers have already altered their superposition. They are Schrödinger cat in box to match the expectation of the Tooth Fairyman, supervising scientist. The error of quantum mechanics is simply that they use probabilities to affect changes instead of expectation. A more accurate portrayal of what occurs. Probabilities never caused quantum collapse. That is its error. Expectations cause quantum collapse. I am the first author to make that claim also. Nobody prior to this book publication has ever claimed expectation causes quantum collapses, as I published in 2015. Memories are actual panpsychic event tuning, and expectations cause quantum collapse. And more to come. So, that's why you should worship the Tooth Fairy. Thought forms can be godly, but they are equal to us in power. By deifying the Tooth Fairy in that story, we would place an expectation that could be an extension of our belief, or the Tooth Fairy could get enough personification to become its own self-guided thought. Personification would birth that thought into a soul. A soul that thinks it is a god of both teeth and drowning protection. Notice that suddenly a new soul showed up? Instant soul creation? Personify stuff. His own magical rescue could be manifested while keeping the tooth fairy in the dark of the causes. The rescued man would forever thank the tooth fairy for causing his rescue. The man would never know it was his own magic that saved him. He would forever thank the tooth fairy. Whether the rescue came from the tooth fairy or his own mind is only semantics, because underneath we are all the same all. This book will be forced to speak about how a victim manifests their own bully. That is also mind control. In subtle ways we are all influenced by the thought forms surrounding us and who are expecting us to act in various ways. This book will dig deep into the core of what makes us think. Nothing can delete a simultaneous event except mass opposing expectations, collapsing timelines to have not existed. In our homes we are not subject to the views of others, but we are all mind controlled by thoughts that are not technically from within us. Examples: if a couple was worrying, visualizing bad things happening with emotion, that they will get robbed in the big city. That sentient thought form will seek out a weak-minded mugger to go to the airport to rob them. A mother worrying her child has moved to a dangerous neighborhood can easily manifest an attack, addiction, even a murder upon her own child. Worry equals visualizing bad events with emotion, manifesting bad events made easy. Our thoughts are not from within. They petition us. Thought forms birth into us as we have birthed into earth air. Imagine that you are a thought form of a shoe circling your potential buyer at the shoe store. Buy me, the whisper says. So you buy the shoes and swaddle them and bring them home to envy. That is the same process you did birthing into earth air from firewater. You petitioned your parents to conceive you. You were the twinkle in your father's eye. Our private expectations can be overridden by group expectations while within earth air school. The afterlife can be more chaotic if we are not prepared. Preparing for our afterlife is more our purpose than the afterlife preparing us for earth air. Many ancient texts place great emphasis on preparing for the afterlife, and this book explains our three main afterlife choices: down, middle, up pathways. Ignore, live middle, or temporarily forget life. This author suggests thoughts themselves define their own parameters based on the focus we give them. Even how we view a second of time is an abstract form we have learned. Energy follows all thoughts. This author will attempt to go further in rudimentary explanations of what we are within our invention of spacetime. Somehow we must have been one-dimensional, but an intent of thought operates within that possibility wave substrate to the author that means information is not possible except from what the beginning of the universe might perceive as now. You could say the universe was formed so your cat could get a nice bowl of milk it was expecting. As there is a possibility wave substrate to the linear universe that cannot be one-dimensional. Leibniz's monad philosophy is fun if you remove the religion and added simultaneous time and memory possibilities to the mixture. Could non-linear time fold in on itself and create some form of linear memory? We perceive some objects as far away, but what if behind the abstract false distances? There was only math that is a suggestion more than the rule. This book opens up new avenues of science and mathematics, but the author feels the matrix underneath our creation is affected by possibility waves and collapsed billions of years ago into this reality partially because we manifested it by thinking of it today. Think of the birth of linear time. And you help create it. Shrink our system down into monads and replace distances with metaphors. The delusions of distances. This author surmises we can go deeper than quantum mechanics by describing everything as thought forms. The absence of time gave us everything. Explains all. This theory explains everything. All ancient teachings can be understood if you know this book. Separating one conscious from another is not possible, so I use the Leibniz monad comparison to represent a thought form. My definitions are not the same. Every aspect of a new ego or further personifications alter timelines and erase other probable realities. Within a crowd of people you are matching all their expectations. What we perceive as linear time-space is the fun math our earliest selves played with. This theory suggests that what we see is an abstract based on previous lifetimes. We had to exist as a flower to learn to breathe. We had to live as a fish to learn to see. Even a flower can see and is developing the energy mechanisms. Wave/particle duality must be a mechanism within a pre-existing simultaneous all. If we are to draw the line between thought forms, it is with the word forms. You truly are a thought. To suggest you have form is adding duality. What you are is better than humanhood, but will you advance in your next lifetime or will you live the life of a crook? You are more powerful than any superhero, and with great power comes great responsibility. The stuff said in this book is all common sense if you approach the universe from the first Hermetic principle standpoint. Scientists should rejoice at their immortal nature and the plenitude of science this theory suggests must exist, aliens/teleportation, immortals. Humans can learn to be reborn or communicate with the dead and other realms. The universe is mental, the all is mind _Hermetic principle number 1. Quantum mechanics is project. You are personifications drawn away from the whole. Each personification requires a conscious I am observer that is a one-dimensional monad. Each would collapse the reality based on the observer's monads within those realities. In the end, we would have one main expectancy for how the world proceeds in what could be termed a subconscious voting process. The universe is highly democratic. Energy follows all thoughts, magic is real. If you are following this and learning, consider aiding the author in spreading these words. In mind or in deed. Teach the knowledge you want to know in future lifetimes. Make it become a part of how you think and breathe. This approach to life, healing, religions, and how to die is important to many, especially the accidentally ignorant. If we believe in accidents, the secrets guard themselves. Though pantheism is the truth and greed is fine if useful to your aims, but what do they carry into the gap realm? Do it. I would like to revamp some views on religion and ancient Egypt, and I must most certainly teach dry fasting. It's 2023 and mankind will not acknowledge that dry fasting is the secret to weight loss. The author lives in an age where calorie deficit is being taught in our schools. The author lives in 2023. The age of peak fat. This book teaches dry fasting. You could not run fast enough to equal it in weight loss. A person would lose 1.5 kilograms just sleeping all weekend. Nobody in 2023 can use a simple calculator and see current science studies defy calorie mythology. I've been saying it for a long time, video/blogs. Study dry fasting if you are overweight. Running non-stop all week long, 168 hours, at an aerobic pace of 500 calories per hour would only burn 84,000 calories or approximate 11 kilograms of weight loss. A heavy person dry fasting could lose a lot more by sleeping. I suggest rehydrating every second or third day to be safer. No sense going extreme, and acidosis headaches means you are losing a lot of weight fast. That may seem off topic, but in 2023 every book should mention dry fasting to teach health. This book teaches unique topics many have not heard before 2023. That your memory is the actual simultaneous events. That daydreaming is a clever idea and worry. Not so much. The mechanisms behind procrastination. The mechanisms behind manifesting. The reason why you live forever and that you are a changeling immortal. The last one is fairly important to grasp. That everything muggles deemed possible, aliens, would be probable within a giant shared imagination. We affect aliens without collective expectations. Yet we are all. We need mutual respect. We will one day teleport objects from planet to planet simply because we can imagine it so. So mote it be. The wisdom taught in this book is unique and rooted in truth. Everything imaginable is possible within a dream. Think this through. What occurs to the boogeyman or hero after they have left your dream? They have their own group or individual identities that are also subject to change. Those thoughts are also changeling immortals. Living forever can be scarier than living for 100 years. It is good that we can forget. We need to keep ourselves busy while forever flows. Pay attention to timelines if you are a student of this thinking and bless the wisdom within words. Realize this book is explaining your magical nature. You're not a muggle. You are more powerful than any movie superhero. This is a thought experiment. If you are indeed a dream character, then at the very root you are a thought form. Many of us have thought of thought forms and simple conscious creation methods and are familiar with the term. Pretend you are an imaginary creature that lives forever in various forms and you will be describing your nature. What if you yourself were a thought? More than a twinkle in your father's eye. That is not an insult. You are more powerful than any fiction hero. We are all at various stages of a journey to experience most everything. This book teaches how to live and die. Spread the word and teach. Ancient civilizations collapsed into the regions we call Egypt today. Did you know the Osirian in ancient Egypt is a planar magnetron capable of strong thoughts and amplification of thoughts? Now you know something others do not. If interested in ancient Egypt in my era, know the king's chamber in the Great Pyramid was designed to contain a chemical pressure explosions that sometimes occurred when squeezing the piezoelectricity out of the limestone. That they were using static electricity and cracking water in ways that can best be described as showing off. Everything possible is probable. In future, we should design and bury detailed, easily translatable instructions for future races to learn that they are imaginary when our cycles renew. If the races who seeded our planet left some guidance, we could have lived without thousands of years of silly religious oppression. We need to leave this book on the moon, but with a huge sign pointing to it and have it in every language known. Many alien species could learn from this book if they have included into reality. This book can be shortened, edited, or rewritten by future scholars, as long as they only go deeper and do not change the meanings. I'm open to hearing how monads work physically. I suggest we have expectation waves that transcend time and influence our matrix, but this topic can go deeper in all aspects of current science. Expand on this book. Note, science in 2023 denies we are astral. Science in 2023 is still clinging to spacetime. Quantum mechanics is the science of the future. I state that current science is heavily flawed. Learn to use manifesting with invention and you would have more Nikola Tesla type people. I am not anti-science. This theory of everything says we can teleport from planet to planet. But you'll need to figure out the science if you want a device that does so. I am very pro-science but see today's version as misguided at best. Can you imagine when universities start hiring magicians to teach classes? Let's hope it's soon. Mankind was seeded by aliens more fully pre-Atlantean. Astrologically, we are entering a golden era now. We are in the new era. The cusp. This is the golden age which we have entered into since the year 2000. 2012 or 2021, the astrology and Hindu and Mayan calendar are in line with this thinking. You are a thought form in a universe full of personifications. And you will react as expected. I do speak about mind control, but it is as a natural extension of our psychic nature. Let me say that again. You will react as expected. None of us feel mind controlled or petitioned by thoughts. The deepest spiritual understandings must mean we analyze the very nature of thoughts. And they are not a part of what we might deem us, except by practice. A cow does not know of a refrigerator for our milk. The thoughts you have petitioning your brain today are of a separate order. Every thought has a form. Lose negativity. Or die trying. Because it is better to not fear death and die than to worry about it constantly. You literally exist forever, which is a scary thought in of itself. How do you avoid getting bored in a quadrillion lifetimes? We associate with thought forms due to practice, focus, and many lifetimes. This book may seem to detract from the beauty. The system is perfect. There is no slave master God. Only you. So what does being a thought mean? How do you breed? How do you grow? You breed by personifying and attributing features to another. A dog using a squeaky toy they have personified is creating a rudimentary soul. The squeaky toy was part of a mass consciousness, most specifically for squeaky toys. When any consciousness unwraps their item and begins personifying it, it becomes unique/personified. A ketchup bottle is part of a mass consciousness, ketchup bottle consciousness, but if you drew a mustache on it and call him Mo, You would personify that ketchup bottle mo into a soul through personification. A more unique consciousness with characteristics you attribute to it. How the universe was born. The universe was born with the concept of a fictitious two dimensions. Your body can exist in what we perceive as spacetime, but we are simultaneous one-dimensional creatures. Even if frozen as a photograph of free will in a metaphorical past, our timeline must appear linear to us and our free will is real, but is written as simultaneous imaginary events. This book is stating that you are immortal. Your memory of your first kiss must always exist as the simultaneous event. You experience an arrow of time. A simultaneous universe might seem silly to those into self-pinching. Time itself is an illusion, delusion. Aside from using logic and reasoning that science itself is the foolish religion if we share a common dream. A magician can manifest enough to analyze synchronicity. Learning time is not linear is a big thing to learn. Manifesting is the way to learn truth. Simply manifest enough to see the past changes. The problem is you've never been told to look at time and manifesting. Now every movie and sitcom you watch will seem to be based on events in your own day. Think of any obscure topic for on repeat, focus hack, for 10 minutes and then turn on any random unseen movie and that topic will be profoundly embedded. Do not try to debunk, this is real. Claiming confirmation bias, etc. are weak arguments for skepticism that need to end. Skepticism can be healthy. Until it's not. So pay attention. This book is saying this is easy to see if you pay attention to time and look at your own magic. Reverse entropy doesn't occur in our aspect, but our expectations collapse another version of reality atop of ours. Each individual is in a Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz monad of sorts living in a Carl Jung/John Archibald Wheeler contributory universe. Each individual is all. We mingle our imaginations. You literally are God in aspect. Mr. Leibniz put too much emphasis on a monotheistic God and fails to recognize our simultaneous nature. This book teaches you that your personality survives death and why it is logical. As you read these words, remember I am a gruff teacher. The pure poetry of what we truly are is unspeakable. You are less than an atom in physicality. That is your primary water, fire, earth, air form even more than any one body or toaster you deem physical. If you can learn to shed bad dreams before the end of life, then you're off to a good resonance. It is logical to admit science and atheism are beliefs if we share a common dream. So why do people not teach that truth? You cannot learn truth unless your ears are open. What we perceive of as the first soul and first two-dimensional imaginary element of God was born as an idiot and itself had to learn. This can only be done one way. The creation of other thought forms. Linear time speaking. No thoughts existed in the beginning. The universe expanded inside a giant imagination. This understanding can be used to plot much future science. Everything we are can be reasoned. This author is one person and has worked out much of the fabric of reality on his own. Imagine if we put our greatest poets and science to study our true nature. Everything imaginable is possible, but things that do not make sense, like using a lawn mower to vacuum your living room, would become less likely. Contrary to mass expectations, aka faith. This book uses the term imaginary as a metaphor for what muggles may deem real. This author is practicing simplification. The ability to teach this topic needs practice and simplification if it is to reach the lower muggles. Would you want to know if you're a changeling immortal that lives forever by default, or would you rather identify with a wheelchair-bound oldest self? How you perceive the afterlife doesn't matter. Only that you do your best to teach this stuff and learn to avoid nightmares. Get rid of that negative karma. Be generous and giving, because worry is only practical in earth air here. You have money in your wallet, so why do you only give the homeless man $20? Shouldn't you be thankful for the opportunity to give? You should. I'm not advising giving the homeless your house. But it would not be a bad thing if you did. It would demonstrate you are beyond worry. Would I casually wander naked down Main Street on a cold winter day? No. Even as a mystic, I must recognize my environment and use worry logic. Gratitude is a hack to love, repetition is the hack to focus, daydreaming is the cause of all good, worry is the cause of all evil. Each of us projects our own monad expectations upon the all and starts another Wigner's friend, Schrödinger cat extension, if you look at expectations as the cause of collapse even backwards in time. The universe is Wigner's friend if you replace the word probabilities with the word expectations. The universe explained in 15 words in the above sentence, simplification. If you study books and videos on the Wigner's friend thought experiment, which is an extension of the Schrödinger cat in the box thought experiment but considers the scientist and cat as their own box within the lab. Probabilities is the mistake of current 2023 quantum mechanics. Your body is energy and energy is needed to be grounded in our gravity three-dimensional game. Gravity would not attract you no matter the mechanism if you did not have a body. The universe was born and is birthing in other randomness simultaneous to now. Even thinking of it, you become it. Everything is everywhere simultaneously. This book speaks of interference patterns and how our simulation is based on the waves as outlined by quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics, if defined as the mechanism of expectations, is the truth of our matrix. But we are in our core allegiance to the math that structured our views of reality. Life does not need to be conscious as a metaphor. Dying is perfectly safe, to quote Baba Ram Das. The expectation, faith, waves seem to work in a wave-particle duality where expectation causes the quantum collapse even into what we view of as the past. Life is a school and important, so don't wish it away, but death is a freedom and if done with discipline, gratitude, another blessing. Be grateful for everything, love hack. Then there are private server realms. Simplify life, but keep it fun and Taoist middle way. I am an April 14, 1967 Aries, Toronto, Canada. It is my Aries nature to be somewhat gruff and straightforward. Everything in this book is logical if you think of our world as a giant simultaneous imagination. The way to learn and notice is by paying attention. You cannot unlearn what I am telling you. I am a fire sign with 2 fire sign parents, Sagittarius mother, Aries father, blessings to them both. So mote it be. Let us ask the universe to reveal its timeless nature to the reader. You must pay attention to your own magic. Bookmark that gratitude is a hack to love and repetition is the hack to focus. When you die, these tips will come in handy. In esoteric terms, there is only the matrix. A fractal base working within simultaneous time is perplexing, but some assertions can be made. We have filled it with wonderments and constructs that need to be understood, for your base nature is as a thought form. Constructs are only mental abstractions. Imagine you are playing a video game where you are driving a car. You see the steering wheel and gas pedal. What ID instead of driving? You are actually just altering fluctuating fields in a quantum mashup and you perceive those fields as driving. Your abstract view of what might be plain energy. Is that air you're breathing? Or is it energy flowing to and fro? We have evolved over many lifetimes to think like three-dimensional creatures. Time is necessary to events in the same way we need space to view furniture, but they are abstract constructs as our entire existence is somehow simultaneously experienceable with apparent freedom of will, even if written long ago simultaneously to now. If the universe is indeed simultaneous, then our feelings of time are only that. Abstract feelings. The arrow of time must be simultaneous. Our pantheistic all could be thought of as a lonely single mind in a forgotten universe that went crazy and developed split personalizes. You and me. But everything is happening everywhere all at once. Even what is yet to be. Does that remove free will? Not if you used the free will in that simultaneous event. So free will is still a thing. If you ignore the mind control within the expectations of others. It is like we have free will. But it was already written. This simultaneous time stuff is fun. I do not even like saying thought form because form limits the magical ancient creature that you are. Our imaginary nature can easily be gleaned with manifesting alone. Telepathy is our only true nature as thoughts. How our fractal matrix came into being is unknown to me and God. Our matrix seems to work like an ocean of simultaneous expectations. But how can a static non-moving ocean have so many moving parts? Simultaneous time fortunately has allowed us to alter the past and is key to how God and magic must work within this matrix. We conceive of everything you see in front of you all at once, but we follow the path of flow and limited experience. You can dissolve a cloud with your mind, but you could dissolve a brick or mountain with the same methods. We think of a brick as solid, but it is made of what we perceive as atoms that are 99.999999999% empty space according to the religion of science. I can tell you atoms contain no real matter. Matter is all illusion created by our collective imaginations. So how can a thought-form universe come about? I suggested this is common sense. So think these things through. If you are a thought within a dream, then there are many thoughts that dwell among us. Not just living creatures. Your clothing is made of thought forms. So how could an original thought be born? We have invented an entire history if you take this pantheistic viewpoint, and when we speak about the creation of the universe, we help create it. Helped create it if you view it in past tense. The universe in our linear time sense is birthing at this moment. In truth, you helped create the chicken you ate for supper due to your expectations of supper. You revamped all of history to give that chicken life and the grains it needs to grow. This is all rational if you approach the topic from the standpoint of the first Hermetic principle. The universe is mental. The underlying matrix is the Akashic. By various semantics, it holds imprints of all events and is in fact what you deem a memory. Your very ego is a permanent stamp on the Akashic. In modern terms, this might be called morphic space. Esoterics might call them Akashic records. There is no need for Akashic records because time is simultaneous. The records are the actual first kisses simultaneous to now. Many religions and folklore talk about Akashic records. Edgar Cayce enjoyed envisioning this method as a library of books. Looking at his patients in real time would not have been sufficient, as Edgar Cayce was diagnosing illnesses from afar. However, everything you do is recorded on this simultaneous matrix itself, in a manner of speaking. You are a telepathic voyeur to your own first kiss. You do not store a memory in your head. Memories exist outside of us, which is awesome, as it is the mechanism of our ego memory in regards to reincarnation. If memories existed inside our brains, it means our ego would perish with all memories. Our minds are radios. Your brain is an antenna. Brains are important to us because we expect them to be, but they are antennas. We need our energy bodies to work within gravity and earth air. Because of simultaneous time, we can affect the past by overwriting morphic space. Timelines can be overwritten as discovered when we manifest, and our past changes to bring us our synchronicity/magic. All this morphic space can be thought of as in bubbles. Once a bubble personifies as something, it can associate with that object and become related things. If you are new to my teachings, the idea of yourself as a thought form may have escaped you. Science is clearly a religion if we could be dreaming now. That is simple logic. So you are a morphic space simultaneous memory complex. Ego is only perceived forward motion memory. It is like a movie with frame after frame. All the frames still exist and can be traveled to. Your perceived birth and your perceived death both occur simultaneously to now. There is an afterlife. So much afterlife. Simultaneous time means we could live the lifetime of a quadrillion trees and still be a mere forgotten flash to what forever truly means. Eventually, after many lifetimes and planets and realms, you desire less. The less you personally desire, the more you move back to the mass consciousnesses above you and beyond. Every desire is an act of personification. The thought alone. Desire is technically a separation from the all, but we are here to learn and grow, so desire is normal and instinctive. Sexual union is not taboo between consenting happy people. To move beyond humanhood, we mostly need to control our worry magic. Higher realms do not want us bringing worry magic through their doorsteps, and higher realms require bad to have good also. There can be no perfect heaven without bad. You can never have good without bad, Hermetic polarity principle. You will always need cold to have warm. The afterlife has some seductions in store. Eventually mostly good, but can be varied at human or animal level. No matter where you go in the linear consciousness expression, polarity must exist. You will always need cold to have hot and bad to have good. If people all understood their own divine and magical nature, Earth would return to the Eden of the past. You are not metaphorically in a paradise. You are actually in a paradise. You currently reside in the greatest paradise in some ways. Earth air is a gift where energy follows all thoughts. If you are voting from fear, then you are part of the worry problem. Everything on Earth we give focus to comes to fruition. Earth air is 100% magic. 0% spacetime science. Imagine life is indeed a dream, as I tell you. As a thought experiment, imagine your home on the astral level. What if in your dream you wanted to paint your home white, but you had a roommate who wanted it painted pink? Suddenly other dream characters are messing up your color scheme. If you live in a dream alone, you can manifest easier. There is no pushback. Nobody is even considering painting the walls pink in your original daydream. A simple way around that may be to simply live alone. Hermeticists often hermetically seal themselves off from others like hermits. I identify as hermetic, but mankind needs a new religion that clearly disavows worry and admits it is the root of all evil. For the blind leading the blind, conscious creation prevalent in the hands of worrisome grandmothers is doing none of us any good. If you are alone, what would you do? Would you sit? A chair is also a thought form. Understanding that you are a thought is empowering. It also opens up some new ways of thinking. A chair is a popular thought form used in many realms. Linear time does not exist in our emotion-light-based polarity. Linear time is not an experience we can return to the matrix, so we feed a created God with our future in a linear sense. We create God by personifying one, and that personified God is very real and older than some universes. When you create a thought form, it acts independently from you. On an astral level, you can ascribe faces and characteristics to elementals on the astral or collapsed level. Every human has subconscious support workers behind the scenes organizing it all. Do not underestimate God power, for it has a personality and can remember being exactly you. You are in some future lifetime. One with God. Now God is also in many ways better at being you than you are. What we call Akashic records is simultaneous time, so God knows where your lost sock is. God knows you love that pet. Simultaneous time means you have access to a future you in a telepathic sense. Oh no, I'm being watched and judged. Many fear. Fear is worry. In many lifetimes we all do good and bad. A murderer is never as guilty as the person who worried the murder into actuality. A thought form worrying of mugging will find a robber willing to mug them and arrange some synchronicity. If we live forever and if we intend on judging ourselves on our own actions when this game is over for this avatar, then the rat race, accumulation of wealth, are not always good. The only valid accumulations of wealth is to help everyone as best as you can, but saying no to one person is a form of worry. The thought form of Jesus understood that worrying about feeding the masses was what was making them starve. Jesus said, "You give them something to eat." Matthew 14 verses 15 to 16. I suggest Jesus was trying to teach the Essene wisdom of avoiding visualizing bad with emotion, and when Peter worried Jesus might die in Jerusalem. You think not as God thinks, but as man, cf. Matthew 16 verse 23. Clearly worry was the sin in the mind of the magician Jesus. If you hoard your food, you are worrying the others might not have enough to eat. When Jesus decided to share his fish, everyone else opened their baskets and had brought feasts. Peter worried Jesus would be harmed in Jerusalem, and Jesus replied, "You think not as God thinks, and get behind me, Satan." Jesus was never impressed by worrying. Christianity creates the most evil in 2023 because it allows the largest number of worrying grandmothers. How could the very first thought form originate without personification or a base reference? How was the universe born? The matrix aligned due to a randomness inspired by us thinking of it today to create an emotional spark. How do we know it was the birth of emotion? We know emotion is required to care enough to notice anything. as a toddler covers their eyes and thinks the world is gone. So did this first consciousness care enough to notice another thought form which it immediately personified as light. A light blinking on and off from our perspective, albeit nothing like light was conceived at that birth of linear time. Linear time had a simple beginning. Off, on, off, on. It noticed. It cared, it birthed all emotion. Incrementally, this creature we also call God learned some mathematics. Space required some perceived geometry, and sacred symbols are powerful and themselves very old thought forms/gods with much attached to the symbolism and merits. In many ways, our development can be compared to video games. As video games have progressed in time, they have become more realistic. You may move avatars freely in open worlds and drive in virtual vehicles. But video games for mankind started with Pong. A simple video game with a small blip traveling between two paddles. Our universe evolved in a way similar to video games. Two-dimensional before three-dimensional. The linear universe itself has an ego that literally thought itself out of that initial birth into nothingness. The all at that time was a singular ego. A singular memory of noticing a flash of light. The flash of light was noticed because emotion was also born in that first moment. Some may argue whether the flashing light came first, and some may argue it was the emotion that was first sentient through this caring to be. They both are polarity and the happenstance created by our thinking this very second. Helped align the spirit matrix to more than the randomness that would also be possible if it goes for infinity. Our underlying expectation field matrix may have had constant flashing lights. But it was only when a spark of emotion made the original entity care enough to notice the light that our universe was born. The original fictitious birth of spacetime. Water noticed fire. Cosmic peekaboo. The water is emotion and had to care enough to notice, or it would have gone unobserved. The fun flashing amused the universe. On off. If our universe goes for infinity, then somewhere by complete accident it would randomly form the binary compositions of every symphony ever composed. This sentence would form as it is now if you shook all the letters and spilled them on the ground an infinity amount of times. The past changes, and there is no randomness. Energy simply follows all thoughts. Always has and always will. There are many sublaws. But energy following all thoughts is only rule. We have a second conscious creation law that says to be silent. This is because we do not want to add opposing thoughts to our magic. I will again use the example of health. If you are dry fasting and speaking to your body in kind words and with tones, dance, and music, you counter that by telling relatives of your poor prognosis. Energy follows their thoughts also. Niels Bohr was right, and we are simply in waveform all the time. They would argue collapse was based on probabilities and math, but the truth is we collapse with expectations. Expectation causes quantum collapse and can do so into what we perceive as the past. The matrix we exist in conflated with spirit must come from us now. Or was always there. The matrix itself cannot hold memory. It is morphic space if we must put a label on it, but space is also an illusion. This book must speak of thought bubbles or thought forms in order to speak to our ego or linear memory. When I describe you as wearing an energy-based meat costume, it means you are not that meat costume. You are an immortal. You can exist or not exist upon this physical plane of existence, but if we do not grow past our ability to consciously create bad things, our afterlife can be rough. Learn to avoid negativity and worry as best you can. Gratitude is the most obvious hack to love. The afterlife is at first emotion light, water fire. You move out of earth air and into the astral. The afterlife is beyond our typical astral but related and is what we experience during nocturnal dreams. If you have dreamed of a departed loved one or pet, it was likely a permitted that visit. We need memory to have ego. Any aware God would also require memory and ego. If time is simultaneous, then God is also shaped by every past and future civilization and our collective expectations. In an astral sense, Santa Claus is real. And in a real sense, you are not real. You are an astral thought form yourself. You are in spirit form now. People often think they are real because this illusion is so perfect. You are an ancient creature that lives forever. Life here or elsewhere is so much fun. Always play like a child and use your imaginations. In the beginning, there was just emotion and light. This polarity is also your own soul ego memory. A thought can personify another thought into existence. You can birth a soul, and dog can personify his squeaky toy and also create a rudimentary simple soul. All souls start off as simple personifications. A soul follows the gratitude. Love is all we seek as we need each other to be. Could the initial spark be a soul unless personified by the emotion? No. The act of noticing the spark created their own I am awareness and personified the light into the perception of a separate being. At the beginning of the universe, there were only emotion and light. We speak of those now as water fire elements. The elements of earth air do not exist. They are secondary elements comprised of the first two. You are presently existing in this imaginary realm we call earth air. The same way video games developed over linear time, so did God's internal dream. I say internal eternal dream, but it has grown to encompass everything you are, will, and will ever be. Like us, God did not choose to exist in linear time. Once we are inside the perception of linear time, there is no escape. I don't want it to sound like a trap, but the best a human can hope for is to eventually blend in with the highest of oversouls. The universe had a lonely time of it, and our separateness provides companionship. Earth-air type realms can exist with different rules. Any physical universe by our standards must contain earth-air water-fire. Much gratitude to water-fire earth-air. Blessed be. All thought forms are alive and elements are unique species. Water-fire were the original elements. Earth-air are imaginary to simplify. I have said energy following all thoughts is the only real rule, but all thoughts are also equal to one another. There is no slave master God. Neither element is more powerful than another, and no element is more powerful than you. No gods or God is as powerful as you. You are already equal by nature to the thought form we aspire to and attribute as God. Do not subtract the magic from the universe using explanations where I compare God to thought bubbles, but you as a thought bubble are as powerful as any other thought bubble. You know more than our Creator God did when His soul was birthed through self-personification, and you could also set forth and create entirely new universes. Fill it with pets and play. Manifestation in nature. In nature, we see an example of cellular cooperation within the Fibonacci sequence. One tries his best to move forward. Gets one. That 1 and 1 try hard and bring into existence 2. Those 1 and 2 output 3. That 2 and 3 outputs 5. 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89. The last two numbers always contribute and help to reach the next number. Our main duty as humans and souls is to help others because we are all. Every desire takes us away from the mass consciousness. This does not mean do not desire. In our blindness to our divinity, we may laugh louder and love stronger. Would you weep as much for a pet if you knew it was playing and running and happy? Even if not with you? There is no proper way to live, but how we live affects our afterlife, but not in a heaven versus hell way. Albeit similarities can exist due to expectations and karma. I profess worry is the only cause of evil, but are my words upon this page a worry students may not achieve their lessons quickly enough to avoid some hardship. As a teacher, you automatically project worry upon the student, and we are all teachers and parents and ego. Is teaching a form of worry? Are my books something I should keep to myself? We must all try to help other souls understand their divinity. Teach what I teach. Teach a pet to be human and a human to be less worrisome. Can you as the teacher project an image of a wise student onto a fox? You influence everyone with your expectations of them. Mind-controlled, we are all controlled by thought forms around us. A thief may remember committing the acts and theft of the items, but their actions stem from the person afraid they would lose their items. Sometimes buying the biggest lock is broadcasting a fear your items will get stolen, and it will manifest by steering weak-willed people. Is locking your door a fear? Yes. Worry is part of life. We effectively sin by existing in the astral. But we have no choice. Items do not steal themselves, albeit not all thefts are due to humans. The universe will happily hide your keys to prevent you from going somewhere to help someone who does not expect help. If a young couple are afraid of getting mugged in a big city, then they can easily manifest a mugging at the airport. But how? Manifesting often has people as the main characters. Jails are sadly filled with the murderers and not the evil grandmothers who worried the murders into actuality. We do not all think as God thinks. If you knew the power of your thoughts, you would avoid negative thinking. You would avoid worry. Worry is part of desire, so inescapable in linear time, but we do not need to worry. You must do your best to avoid worry and also counter it with daydreaming when it does occur. Mankind needs to apply positive thinking to everything from medicine to innovations. When science mixes with industry, we will see products eagerly waiting for refruition. You can manifest success for yourselves, and that also carries to your businesses. Society will become more magical as we evolve. The religion of science needs to redefine its parameters to grasp quantum consciousness. The universe itself is conscious and what we are. Science must evolve into mysticism by the standards of planet Earth in 2023. If we consider the universe as one solid mass consciousness bubble, it would only have one mind. You would consider yourself you when your mind becomes God, because we would be so aligned in eternity and we merge with the all over no set amount of time. There are natural directions for intellect and emotion. Even inside the all there is potential science. Just with parameters of polarity and thoughts and a complete absence of time. You are a thought within a simulation. You can think of yourself as a three-dimensional character in an online video game or even a book. Of course, you have memories which make you deem yourself real, and your ego is centric. Any desire will require mental effort, as the universe is made of a substance that seems able to flow within simultaneous time. This is the difference between spirit, which is this fractal hologram, and our own stamp of morphic space memories upon this substrate, which is our soul in modern semantics. I dislike semantics. In any language you exist forever. Magic never requires physical effort. Physical effort is imaginary. Take time upon awakening to remind yourself of your divine nature. I also suggest a happy dance of gratitude, even if mental. If daydreaming is the root of all good and worry is the root of all things bad, then having a constant positive mental attitude is of utmost importance. As a teacher of these things, I ask myself over and over if teaching is a form of worry. Hour of power, spend a half hour upon awakening and half hour prior to bed to affirm and think positive. Positive music videos or listen to audiobooks by Baba Ram Das or similar. Is it worry to buy food or a first aid kit in event of an emergency? Yes. Yes, it is all worry. Is it worry to buy anything on your shopping list? Logical life cannot exist without some form of planning based on worry. This is a game we must experiment with. Can we still have fun, encouraged? It depends on your worldview and how you wish to survive in the immediate afterlife. Even teaching is worry. Conscious creators in this realm must always factor in the daydreams versus worry involved. None of us creates our collective perception of reality alone. Join me in teaching. Visualize open ears or donate if you are able. Learn to manifest before such things. I research much. Prove much. Teach much. Nothing in this book should sound untrue to you or question me on it. But I am not a patient teacher, but I do aim to be clear. Aries are gruff and can prefer pets to some people. Funding Wayne Hilborn teachings would aid others if you understand the importance of what is written here. You decide if you are able to sponsor or otherwise aid in my research or writing. Teaching too much advanced knowledge too fast goes against expectations. Blind people expect to remain blind, but all healing is from within, and earth air can be rigid in that rule. So I sometimes wonder if we should teach at all. Isn't teaching magic to someone a form of worry? Is teaching a person to fish a form of worry? A plant learns to desire the elements like sunlight, fire, and rain, water, and how their fear evolves. Their lack determines their evolution and growth into animals. Insects have fear, or it would be easier to catch a fly. The universal ego that formed within the spirit matrix cannot grow. One-size ego fits all, using a clothing metaphor. You may feel God is an enormous bubble of consciousness and you are a mere soda pop bubble. No. You are both the same size and have the same powers. Thinking. None of us think in the way we have been taught. Your brain has never held a memory. If you remember your own first kiss, you are simply a telepathic voyeur to the actual event which is occurring simultaneous to now. If God and you are both thought bubbles for our analogy, what is it we think? Why is God's knowledge much more in a linear time sense? If a kitchen toaster appliance is a part of mass consciousness, toaster conscious before being individualized and colored to fit my kitchen, then to both my ego and its own, we deem ourselves unique. Underneath we have the same mind, just at various levels of awareness. Less thoughts will approach a toaster. Many thoughts may approach you. If you are aware of the toaster and you realize it is a thought form, then you must also realize that the word toaster on this page is as valid a thought form and technically attached to all toasters everywhere. The word toaster is a thought form of a toaster. The difference is none. The morphic space substrate matrix we call spirit remembers things the same way a hard drive on a computer does, and it must be overwritten if our past can change. Once any ego embarks on their soul journey, they may be simple. You may not encounter kitchen appliances or toasters until after millions of lifetimes. It's been many lifetimes since you were a flower on a hill. How many thought forms must I personally connect to in order to write this sentence? Even though we helped feed the first self-actuated thought we call God with our thinking right this second, due to the past changing, that first thought had no toasters or kitchen appliances. In a linear time sense they arrived much later, but they always existed in the simultaneity. Using logic alone you can analyze timelines of your manifesting in synchronicity, or what some may deem coincidence. You may see linear time cannot always make sense. If we apply time to a dream or mass consciousness using logic, it would have a different set of rules. Those new life rules is what this book is defining. You will live forever and you can have fun doing it. Laughter and fun is allowed, but we can never have good without bad, so it is wise to learn to limit the bad. Sex and music and fun can be had, but these are universal library books that must all be returned. You may cry when a pet dies or a job ends or the night falls. How can you love deeply and also fully let go after a millennia? Even your mortal clothing can be addicting, but it is a grand stepping stone if used with wisdom. Mathematics and spatial concepts were born with God, but he had to learn them through associations of personified aspects of this math. Mathematics has multiple old and powerful consciousnesses attached. Geometry was birthed with our earth-air linear realistic realm. I speak of simultaneous time, but most human souls are derived from personifications within earth-air and are much younger in a linear time sense. A student can with mere expectation age their very souls. Due to non-linear time, if you expect your soul to be older and wiser over many linear lifetimes sense, it shall. The past changes. So mote it be. Parents may invite older souls into their children, but you get what is expected by our mass consciousness, and direct private thoughts can be more powerful than stereotypes depending upon the stereotype. Children should be encouraged to learn from and to recall their past lifetimes. Having a caste system does not mean new humans will always be born into lower caste families, so oppression must always be avoided. If you wanted a boat, you could repeat, "I have a nice boat that I love," and think about your time upon the water with expectation. Or you could set about with a hammer and nail. These are two ways of manifesting a boat using expectations, and the magician can be thwarted by the pushback from the untrained community. Magic and miracles are everything and all. Nothing we see is real. No event has ever truly occurred except as staged in our shared dream. If the past can change, then that means we can overwrite memories. This is an important topic because a magician may wonder, if the past can change, then can we cease to exist in an ego sense? Time is simultaneous, and intuitively an instant implies a motionless static nature which is not apparent to us. Our imaginary nature is taught by scientists on 2023 Earth as simulation hypothesis, which is science calling science woo, or a religion. All valid ancient teachings can be understood better if you apply our simultaneous base thought nature. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Lao Tzu. The first step is inviting the thought form of any journey. Karma. Karma is our own thought form symphony within our chosen linear memory ego. Thought forms choose you also. They like the gratitude. To simplify your karma is what you dream about at night. Let's look at the bigger picture from an untrained mind perspective. All thoughts are immortal thought forms that have birthed into earth air for gratitude and the schooling which leads to much more gratitude. Your clothing has metaphorically birthed into your life in exactly the same fashion as you birthed into earth air. You must learn to think like God to evolve to nicer places. You may love that new sweater. That is why it separated from the sweater bubble consciousness and was individualized with style and color for your pleasure and gratitude. Your sweater is conscious on a rudimentary level from our sadly judging viewpoint. If we judge the sweater as less conscious, we associate that judging with all. Now we see higher evolved aspects of nature as belittling us. So we should not judge, or we judge ourselves. Hold your body and everything you hold dear in reverence and gratitude if you enjoy them. Make an effort to acknowledge everything you love today. Now. Show your home some love simply by kissing a wall and saying thank you. And bless your loved ones even when unseen. Blessing toilet paper will make your butt cleaner. Energy follows all thoughts. Bless a talisman and it will hold true personified powers. Imagine the afterlife as a nocturnal dream. Do people have nightmares? The nightmares a person may have can only occur if there are worrying objects we might associate as bad. A big bad wolf or a weapon. Please bless all wolves for that dream stereotype, but the only utensils one should desire in their karma is perhaps a spoon. Think it through, what thought forms are associated with even a kitchen knife? Solomon wanted no weapons used in the construction of his temple for this reasoning. This author endorses no current religion of 2023 without modifications to include conscious creation and admissions of the truth contained in this book. Nothing in this book cannot be reasoned out if you realize we share a common dream that is also somehow simultaneous. I see the arrow of time also. We are somehow all existing within one plank length, if even that is simultaneous to all the others. You are a complex identity with photographic or eidetic memory if you can learn to focus on the past, but that is not our purpose unless to reflect and train for the future. Earth-air expectation clouds your memories today. Everything exists forever, but we can distance ourselves from negative thoughts by training our own nocturnal dreams. Life is the time to prepare for the Tibetan Book of the Dead type afterlife system. You could start by manifesting and paying attention to timelines surrounding what occurs. Many reading may have a lot of experience manifesting but have not sat down and thought about when they began consciously creating the event and when it appeared on its way to them. It is important to learn that our thoughts today alter what we perceive of as the past. This is possible due to the nature of simultaneous time, but it is something we must notice on our own. This book is foremost an important theory of everything that describes us as simultaneous with panpsychic natures. It is more absurd people think they are real. Techno, or a lot of music, sex, and some drugs can all have uses in happy lifetimes and dreams, but these are all attachments and the universe will always remove attachments in ways. Our higher selves are causing us what we perceive as grief. Exactly because we see it as grief. Celebrate the death of loved ones knowing they are going to a better place, or you risk confusing them in a more individual mental plane of existence, a literal dreamscape. Living in a dreamscape can be both good or bad, depending on if you are prone to nightmares. Die with a laugh on your lips for the best resonance and think thank you on repeat, simplified. Higher self now thank you, and if you are dead, then there is no need to fear anything you see. There is an afterlife obstacle course with trials and seductions of sorts. Book of the Dead, Emerald Tablets, Tibetan Book of the Dead. The Kybalion and Hermetic philosophy take on a new meaning if you grasp reality. I see errors in the Kybalion as they fail to mention simultaneous of everything, but the Hermetic principles from the Kybalion I fully endorse. The Emerald Tablets contain clear wisdom and are also worthy of study but not as rote. Much ancient dogma is polluted with Muggle thinking. We should make efforts to teach this philosophy and engrave it on the moon for future civilizations. We are entering a golden age now, but civilizations will all rise and fall given the lengthy cycles. It should be our duty in a golden age to build our own pyramids, but with better guidance for future civilizations. Thousands of years into our future. The knowledge spoken of in this book aligns with Hermetic thinking, which also aligns with Hinduism. So mankind has had this knowledge previously. It is our duty to mute the damage and steer younger souls in a linear time sense. The teaching versus worry dilemma applies. Go slower if teaching the younger caste first-time humans. The universe will eagerly thwart you if you try to help those not expectant of it. My pushback philosophy based on energy following all thoughts. In a linear time sense, there are souls being birthed today with every personification. The mass consciousness of all ketchup bottles have a singular consciousness for them all. If you draw a mustache on the ketchup bottle and give it a name, you are personifying it. Your monad, your spirit, your uniqueness, your own personification, forms a unique expectation-based timeline with that ketchup bottle. Emotion is stronger as we grow, but we must detach from everything at the end of the physical, and that can be distressing if unprepared. Every word you have learned is an attachment to this physical. To prepare for the afterlife in a nirvana-type way. The paths are outlined, including a backdoor method in this book. Aging your soul must be possible if the past can change elsewhere. The afterlife is quite pleasant for most. To suggest it will be all good would be ingenuousness, as we require bad to have good and good to have bad. We have all died many times before, so it is a process we are all familiar with, and a process we will do many times. You have spent more linear time between lifetimes than in any one lifetime. Being an evil magician would be non-conducive to your afterlife. To be a spiritual being, you should thank the thief. The path to nirvana is likely best through simplifications of your surrounding thought forms. The most spiritual path is to forget you are you. The moment you expect to sit or kiss a pretty girl, you reschedule another lifetime here in earth air. Live happy and with things you enjoy, but learn to avoid excesses unless some paths under a guru. Some teachers will make students live in excess and experience life to experience pain and sorrow. What good is a life of being a monk if you do not experience or grow in your ability to control thoughts? This does not mean a life in meditation and contemplation is bad. There are various pathways, and this author knows the best methods of teaching are yet to come. Crystals and water, etc., there is much we do not grasp about shared consciousness still. This book is an entry point into a deep dive of magical thinking. Do not be alarmed if a scientist. Science will always exist, but we are ending the space-time nonsense around this time, 2023. Instead, look for the teleportation devices that must be possible within a shared dream. Star Trek-type stuff becomes probable in an imaginary universe. What kind of cheap-ass imagination would we be residing in if Earth didn't already have some aliens living on it? Fun. Think fun. You decide what would or would not be possible within a nocturnal dream, and you set the parameters for Earth Air life. Expect to find an alien around the bend, and you will see one. Energy follows all thoughts. Seek and ye shall find inside any giant imagination. Thank things and events and let them go. As with the departed. What you have in your home will influence your dreams. So peaceful surroundings filled with positive sayings are beneficial. Print and frame many thank you memes. The way humans live is contrary to our nature, and worry is built into a logical society. There are concepts in this book that may be new to the reader, but everything can be deduced from simply manifesting and analyzing the synchronicity timelines that occur. Scientifically, I could say study the delayed choice quantum eraser, but your mind is the power and the proof. This book is not wrong on anything. This author is the first to say your memories are the actual simultaneous first kisses events. Simultaneous time is the reason we live forever. Simultaneous time means time doesn't exist as we know it. The events we perceive are monad statistics that make us feel separate and different height, weight, colors than other personifications, people. The author is not special. In no way should any interpretations of my writing imply that there is a God and a subspecies. You are technically the most powerful God in the universe. Every thought form is inherently equal. This author is no more powerful than you, except perhaps in training and expanded linear lifetimes. What we call God does exist, but as a mass consciousness formed by us all and at birth with spacetime. We technically are imaginary, but yet you live forever by default. So there's some irony. The author is an old soul speaking in linear time. Everyone personally evolves their avatars. Build wonders and not weapons, and your dreams will be nicer. If you spent a lifetime using spoons and earthenware, you might dream more of pudding. This is an example, and I appreciate sliced bread. My desire for sliced bread adds bad karma due to the knife mechanisms, but I still eat sliced bread. Everything we create has had root in desire, which is a form of not just greed, but also personifications. Our very existence is based on us being a personification away from the group consciousness. To move on from earthenware, I must forget sliced bread. Then you can choose from among many various lifestyles, but forever is a long time and you will both evolve and evolve. You are immortal and live forever, but you could live inside at least a brief nightmare if you lack training upon death. Simplifying and adding some self-discipline to our lifestyles is prudent. Some ancient authors, Tibetan Book of the Dead, would admonish the living for not realizing their potentials and preparing more for our immediate afterlife. The way most humans think about the afterlife should be common sense. We all dream. It is a preview of coming attractions. Science is clearly the foolish religion, which I say knowing it is logical common sense if we share a common dream, as we do. You birth into earthenware the exact same way shoes birth into your existence. There are metaphors and signs on every level. The past can change and energy follows all thoughts. Garbage at your feet can guide you. Tarot cards, itching are what civilized mystics use. This author does psychic readings with and without tools, but itching and tarot are favorites. Ouija and pendulums are not my choice for prophecy, but decent for healing. A thought form may approach you and enter your mind as a thought you perceive as your own. Thoughts are not our own. Wisdom and knowledge is purely in our ability to read the morphic space. Akashic records is a misnomer because time is simultaneous. No records need to exist if everything is occurring now. Why would you go to the library and read a book on a topic you can simply visit where and when it occurred and watch the drama yourself? Every magician must learn that deep down thoughts are all separate from us. You may have fields and fields of seedling thoughts and grown thoughts. I must interact with dozens of thoughts just to form this sentence. I must let them all go in the end. To pass the higher tests, I must forget I wrote this book. Forgetting is temporary because our past always exists, but this is how we should approach our concept of death. We should make efforts to shed negativity and attachments to our current life to allow different and better. This book teaches how to bypass reincarnation. There is more to it than just learning to dream nicely, but that's a great beginning. We helped form and create the lives of our ancestors to fit our present expectations. If a boy is seeking arrowheads in a field today, he affects where a deer and hunters were standing 500 years ago, in the past, simply with mental attitude and expectations, also known as faith, which has become a polluted word. A little funny though. Faith does technically run everything. Energy follows all thoughts is just my way of saying it. I dislike the term faith due to what the term represented for 2,000 years. I cannot endorse a church today unless it teaches what was in this book. I lecture or teach in Toronto, Canada. We need to teach the truth. Further personification is a longer distance to close after we die. It would be smarter to simplify your life a lot if you can remain happy in doing so. Everything we do out of selfish desire is personifying away from the mass consciousness. Selfish desire is further personifications upon us, and all personifications and events and things must vanish eventually. Painful lessons are only lessons to teach pain was not as necessary. We may experience pain in life just to learn how to deal with pain, etc. Earthenware is a school, a nursery, a middling realm. Souls can birth here and evolve here. Some came from other planets and realms. Our ability to use proper logic in some nocturnal dreams can seem dulled. 2 + 2 can equal 20 in a dream, and you may nod concurring. It may seem normal to see a duck talk. Dreams can be a reflection of your current state of karma. Even worse, you can forget you are dreaming if you're too reactive mind. Did you also forget you are dreaming now? Prophecy in dreams is as normal as gut feelings while awake. If you are not real, then you can only be telepathic. Your body is an avatar-type radio transceiver to be discarded when you're finished with this incarnation, but do not rush to get there. Earth air has its advantages and disadvantages, and we all came here to learn lessons, and not always pleasant ones. All mental illness is in fact affected by surrounding thought forms and possessions and demons, semantics. Repetition is the most obvious hack to focus, and change is a certainty. My view is mankind or alien species should learn and progress slower and teach Earth air their mental nature so they can avoid the worry that is so offensive to kindness. A victim helps manifest both the upbringing and current circumstances of their own bully. We do not need to reside in the animal kingdom realm of fear. To move beyond worry is the start of awakening, and lifetime to lifetime we grow into God. The 1960s hippies had it right. Peace, flower power, transcendental meditation in and out of the bedroom. Technically, you are born into a very popular thought bubble we call Earth air. This is a birthplace of souls. Earth air is a cosmic nursery. We each evolved from inanimate to animal to human personally, and kindness seems to be pretty evolved and non-worry. Some traits seem obvious as good. Traits are also our attachments in a karmic sense. If aliens have interfered with our development and our religions, then they should have fixed it before the Inquisitions. Mankind needs to learn truth, like what's in this book. To be clear, there is no logical reason for anyone to think they are real. All realness is based entirely upon what our moms told us. Assuming we are three-dimensional creatures may be a stretch. This author ascribes to a one-dimensional information monad model that needs the invention of spacetime to add some more thoughts. Our perceived mathematical nature is only mathematical. It is superseded by magic, opposing logic, by influencing time and expectancy. This Earth air realm now experienced was once just a figment of your God's imagination, also a you, and God thinks exactly like you do, but not with the same associations. You evolve into God, and God remembers being you, but with 100% recall. God does not need to walk beside you because God was once you. This book is not saying to obey any God. You are the aspect of God that needs obeying. Technically, you were personified into existence by an ancient forgotten ancestor. Something about whatever first shape you appeared has pleased someone enough to evoke gratitude or love. Energy follows love energy. Even bad things have gratitudes from some. A thief may celebrate his karmic fortune. Stealing is a very negative affirmation, as you're telling yourself you are separate and incapable. But the thief appreciates his fortune, if only briefly. How can a billionaire not be an ass from the cosmic perspective? If you have one piece of bread and a beggar asks you for it, what response would manifest the least amount of fear? Give your only food to another and expect you will find more food elsewhere, and if that does not seem viable or does not happen, then you were not meant to eat. There is no lack, and we cannot feed the masses through greed. You must learn to think as God thinks, to rephrase a theme. Worry thoughts all need to go away and leave us alone. Can you release all desire without pain? Sex? Pretty puppy dog eyes? When you die, you lose the ability to use all your stuff. You can still go to work, but when you get there, somebody else will be pushing the buttons and nobody will see or hear you, unless attuned. To be blunt, Earth air is literally a paradise. Collective expectations is all we need to create a utopia, but due solely to excessive worry magic, our species and kin have had many wars. Can you have desire without worry? Can you say goodbye at the end of your lifetime with strength and foreknowledge? This author describes the afterlife as a continuation of your simultaneous event-based panpsychic monad memory, which is the premise of my theory of everything. If you recall your first kiss, it is an event occurring simultaneously to now, and you are viewing that first kiss telepathically. This is the first book to say this. This is the first book to say. Science is the religion if we share a common dream as we do, is a quote I have spent years working on. I aim to be repetitive because it is forced focus and some concepts are new. I do not want my views lost in translation or used in part to endorse any egocentric existence. If we harm others, it is reflected on how their monad views and collapses our monad from a quantum mechanics standpoint. Earth air is three-dimensional and perceived as time and waves. This entire dimension, though, is at its root best described as imaginary. Dreams trumps logic. Magic rules all. The best spiritual path would be to welcome even adversity. Does this mean do not swim if you fall into the water? Which would depend on why you fell into the water. Mental illness is never in the brain. We medicate some who are prophets. Would you like to know where the prophets are in 2023? Many are medicated. Feeding the pigeons in a park. Give your flies water. They just need some love. Knowing you were once a lesser life form in a linear time manner. Would that make you more or less likely to swat a fly? I prefer chasing an insect outside if possible. So who is mentally ill? The fly swatter or the man feeding pigeons? The linear God we pray to is more of a cosmic advisor having lived our own lifetime, and the spirit or matrix is the cosmic clay that is our sandbox. A mental universe can only have one evil. Worry is that dark side of the force. All good stems from daydreaming. It's pretty simple. The entire universe. If you understand fully the implications of simultaneous time, and your forever consciousness is easily understood using one underlying principle. Energy follows all thoughts. If we can collectively imagine it. Star Trek teleporters? Aliens? Time machines? The things we thought were impossible back in our muggle days are instantly probably if we consider this a dream format. Manifesting needs to be done at least enough to learn that manifesting is real and also that time is not linear. Many things that we manifest cannot make logical sense using linear timelines. These two things should be your primary goal in life. Learn the truth of the first Hermetic principle. Hermetic principle number 1, mentalism. The universe is mental. The all is mind. Daydreaming versus worry is the bottom line of magic because energy follows all gratitude. Even negative thoughts are driven by gratitude in our perceptions of opposition. We may view things as negative, but future generations may appreciate the fireworks perfected by wars. The people watching fireworks in the future helped manufacture the war value of explosives in the past. What we call life is only what we perceive as a series of expected events. Strong magic can occur if the magicians put more weight into the future manifestation of items, events, or talismans than the opposing expectations. Group magic requires the highest of minds who have manifested the most truth into their ego or lack of ego. If you are motivated by the desire to wear clothes to keep warm, then you live with fear. How can a person go naked into the snow? A person could wander into the snow on a video and have thousands of people expecting their perceived demise. Doubt is a powerful belief, and none of those 1,000 people would expect even a guru to survive. Living without worry is what I teach, and yet you truly could not live without worry. Discipline and practice. If you lose things, suddenly learn the small lesson and learn to let go. If you choose to live among the ants, then they may spoil your picnic. People have been crucified for teaching too much too fast. Fools can not only dampen your magic with doubts, but also undo your own magical training by altering the past. If a person judges you to be a fool, it may add to your foolishness. If you expect someone to be mean, they can manifest a bad attitude from you. The thought forms that align to their thinking are separate but could hold positive or negative stereotypes, and at the end of the day we are all one and all. If you lived alone in the woods and a stranger appears arriving from the distance. Just as in Schrödinger cat thought experiment, where the fictitious cat is in a superposition of two possible outcomes. This approaching stranger is also going to be good or bad based on your expectations. If you have a positive attitude, it may just be a mailman bringing glad tidings. Not all strangers bring glad tidings, and worry is the only reason why. Sadly, the strangers who harm others are the weakest-minded people and are steered into harm by worrying grandmothers. The people in prisons succumbed to a desirous thought emanated in them. This book teaches some very deep concepts, and that thoughts are themselves conscious. A grandmother visualizing her grandchildren lying in the ditch every time they were 10 minutes late for supper is the real monster, in my view. Not the drunk driver steered by the prearranged fate of expectations. If we argue with another person, you can feel their thoughts inside your head. Your mind may race, and you may also pace the floor. These are what thoughts from other people can do to us. You can feel when they stop thinking about you. You need earthly thoughts and desires to stay rooted to earth air. But you need to forget it all and be something else. Listen to your own mental telepathy after arguing with another. You will feel them thinking of you. Your thoughts are not yours. They circle your mind looking for a way in. Think me, do me, think this, go here, do that, eat this, think me. Step above the reactive mind to where they are meaningless. Live like you're putting your affairs in order and breeding niceness around you. The rat race? For what? My books are self-published and I have been somewhat reclusive. I enjoy pets and privacy. However, knowing your own divinity is a life-changing thing and I can teach it to anyone. I would feel sad for the skeptic debating me on these topics. I'd feel sad just because they were skeptic. You can age your very soul with expectations, but a fool can still at least mildly weaken your knowledge using their judgments. There is a need to help youthful souls, as benevolence and cooperation is our main duty as older souls in a linear time sense, but we also are harmed by their judgments even if unknowingly. On one hand, you must try your best to help them, and on the other hand, they must project a hopelessness upon you born of ignorance and karma. My writing in this very book is steered by the expectations of the reader. Time does not exist, so I am writing these words as you are reading them. The doubts of the reader cannot affect me as much because I have a lengthy linear past and beliefs solidified by stronger mindsets than some of the silliness of present day. Muggles may find it silly to talk to inanimate objects or plants. You should always talk to yourself. Especially your body. You are the voice of the oversoul when speaking to your cells. Get in a habit of thanking your toaster when it gives good toast. It is a baby soul. Hug yourself. Your body and be fooled into thinking it is loved by another. Talking to everything is a great practice, and thanking everything is a good way to stay in gratitude. Thank you, supper. Thank you, wonderful chair. Thank you, toaster. Simply by treating objects as human, we can add to our own level of love. Gratitude is a hack to love, and why not thank your toaster or say grace at every meal? Why don't you thank earth, air, fire, and water at each and every meal? The earth that seeded the veggies that feed you or your meat. The air blowing. The rain falling. The sun shining. All gratitude ends in earth, air, fire, and water. If you eat, invite the good aspects of that food to become part of you. Talk to your food. Energy follows all thoughts. It is crazy not to talk to inseminate objects. Saying grace and living in gratitude is a must for everyone, even those on non-spiritual paths. If you were a cell in your body, would you hoard and be greedy, or would you take what you need and try to be happy? Can you desire a beautiful scene without being greedy? Is that desire acceptable? What about its polar opposite, polarity principle, because beauty also requires ugly, and who are we to judge which is which? How did our judgments of good or bad even evolve? To desire anything is both our nature as linear beings, but also our evil. We technically sin by default. You cannot exist even as a god without doing harm to other thought forms with what is ultimately our judgments fueled by karmic associations that have grown upon our souls like barnacles upon a ship. You cannot exist as a thought form without altering the ability of another thought form to associate with other conscious thoughts as freely as they did before. New belief changes old beliefs, and we grow in a linear sense from lifetime to lifetime, and not just in a human sense. We are like cells in that aspect. We should always try to help the other cells. Every helpful act is helping us in a roundabout way. Helping someone doesn't just mean feeding them. It means teaching them and loving them. And giving them the opportunities you would enjoy yourself. Could you treat a hobo on the street with as much love as a child? The hobo on the street is your child in the grand scheme. What I teach needs to be the religion of adepts. Everyone needs to know the truth. Everything here can be reasoned from the first Hermetic principle alone, but we know it is true because we manifest enough to learn time is nonlinear. The truth in this book can easily be gleaned by analyzing the timelines of what you manifest. You cannot wait for someone to make a video demonstrating magic, or you alter the past. Expect your child to have an old wise soul from the get-go. Don't focus on negative attributes unless they need to be addressed for propriety or comforts. This book is the final word in Magic is Real. Simultaneous time is also a mechanism behind manifesting. Expectation causes quantum collapse. 1. Expectation causes quantum collapse. Magic is real. Expectations cause past quantum collapses. 2. Dry fasting is way better than exercise for weight loss. I'm first to suggest water deficit far outweighs calories deficit in weight loss. Dry fasting is the secret to weight loss and some longevity. I am the first to claim a water-specific autophagy occurs based on mathematics using my own weight loss. The silliness of water fasting and exercise is you couldn't run far enough fast enough. If a person ran all the time for an entire week, 168 hours, at an aerobic pace of 500 calories per hour, they would lose roughly 24 pounds, 11 kilograms, if they never stopped running. 3. Simultaneous time. Panpsychic memory as simultaneous first kisses is the mechanism for our consciousness, my theory. For Freud is not the father of psychiatry, because if my theory of everything is true, then people are legitimately possessed. We all are to degrees, thoughts are conscious. My theory of everything treads on many sciences. These are topics that, if true, are all worthy of a Nobel Prize or a half dozen. These are true things. This book is based on common sense and logic. Science calls itself fake now. Simulation, hypothesis, hologram, matrix. Semantics, but truth. What if you were a bomb on the street? What would bring them happiness and joy? I'm not saying give them $1. I'm saying, how can anyone live as a billionaire without helping many? Why not buy a carton of cigarettes and hand them out to the needy if it gives them pleasure? Unless we judge? Are you judging the homeless person after everything I've said so far? Are you better than them? Could I? I would give the clothes off my back to aid a sentient creature in need and in my path. This is a question we all face daily. How can I sit and be fed and happy when my neighbor may be suffering? Should I add worry magic? I live in my home with a bed and blanket, and I do not invite all the homeless of my city. I am not immune to worry magic. I can be an overgiver. Note: if you enjoy what I teach, them help sponsor me in mind or materials. You do not need to have plenty to take a few moments and bless this book. That it contain all the truth many seek. At least entry level. There is so much I hope to see researched. Teach and support this type of thinking. Imagine this book finding many eager ears. Energy follows all thoughts. So mote it be. This author would love to conduct much research and spend time writing and teaching. There is so much we haven't even looked at. If you tithe, remember this author. Example: I enjoy meditation to 528 Hz because I had an effortless spontaneous astral travel experience with that tone, but we have ignored so many ways to approach reality from the Hermetic perspective mixed with science. Is 528 Hz the best tone for astral traveling? I am but one soul. I think 528 Hz is good. But there are so many tones I cannot test in a Monroe Institute fashion. Researching the topics in this book are important to our soul progressions. What is said in this book will become common knowledge over time. You are not real. We can have our PlayStation and mix reality with our magic. We could be inventing some next level Nikola Tesla style stuff. And he will have predicted that also. The day science begins to study non-physical phenomena, it will make more progress in 1 decade than in all the previous centuries of it. Nikola Tesla. A quote worthy of mentioning again. Sounds like Nikola Tesla was endorsing non-physical phenomenon, and felt it would aid in our progress more in 1 decade than in all the previous centuries of our study of science. To be fair, he was speaking of these centuries past over 100 years ago. Perhaps my theory of everything is ready to be heard. We are allowed to manifest. It is necessary for our linear type lifespans. I suggest communal living is better for those more spiritual. The more we group together, the less ego desire, in my view, but there is no correct way to live as long as everyone and everything is consensual. Less separation makes us gear more towards oneness. The author is not dictation communal living, but suggests it is likely better. And the author says that as hermetic hermit hermetically sealing himself off from others. So the community should be kind, etc. This is not a rule or law. Only a preference. Why can't we build a mass homes for the lonely unloved pets and people to converge? Eating meat is a lower vibration activity and a part of our animal past in a reincarnation sense. In nature, predators often pant to keep cool. Herbivores have sweat glands all over, and mankind also sweats. I suggest our bodies can handle and process meat, but eat it sparingly if you must. Perhaps like a dessert, which should also be few and far between. Farm animals also choose their lifetimes and parents. On a spiritual esoteric level, I see no reason to kill any fish or animals. Meat alternatives are better. Many plants have lives due to our farming in some senses. Our using plants as fuel is unnecessary. Morality is dictated by the lengths a unit must go to survive. A mountain man may need to kill a goat to feed his family, while a farmer by a lake still has bread and butter. Is killing a fish less moral? The fish may have existed to be eaten in a grander way of thinking, but it didn't know that during its lifetime. Forced interaction with other life through food and pleasures is by design, and a fish is a monad that interacts with you even after its death in a simultaneous time fashion. Jesus speaking on the body of a fish being blessed when eaten and the reverse being true if a man is eaten, is suggesting that your body would in part become part of that lion in a monad way. Our existence is vast. Small truth is still truth. You bless your food. Bless even your air. Due to simultaneous time and the nature of thoughts, you could make your next breath come from the mouth of your favorite saint. The attainment of nourishment from the imagination would entail repetitive use of the elements in conjunction with breathing and the imagination, and any publicity would add doubt even from the future. A magician may practice inhaling and importantly exhaling each of the elements one after another for practice and experience. Every time you do anything, you invite that thought form further. Holding your breath while rhythmic breathing is when a thought transcribes your vibration and intentions. Breath being held in rhythmic breathing can capture negativity and send it away with our exhaling. Imagine when breathing. Imagination is part of everything. Rhythmic breathing and tantric groups can be powerful tools in life. Manifesting in life is sometimes required, or we would feel guilty for not having altered the situation. Anything you desire to know, repeatedly discuss. Engage in a discussion as if with a long-distance male friend, or send the message to yourself or a like-minded colleague. You can manifest knowledge already, or you wouldn't be reading this book. The universe will prevent people from learning truth unless they are ready. Repeat, I am guided by universal knowledge and wisdom to the truth of all. Understand the power of each of those words. I am, insert what you want to be here, is a good affirmation. I am pure, I am all, I am light, direct or through wand, I am strong, I am. Never say I will when affirming. I will is always sometime randomly in the future. You must speak in present or past tense when commanding the matrix using weight of thought. So you must say I am. I have. Personify yourself in the present. Energy follows all thoughts, and repetition is the most obvious hack to focus. Repetition is your friend, young mage. Approach it smiling or not at all. If you bless toilet paper, it will make your bottom cleaner. No aspect of our lives is not a dream. We go poop in our dreams. You're attached to a toilet karma. If you moved from this reality into another private server reality, there are good chances you would find many objects you used in this earth air. You may have chairs and computers and television sets. Did you wonder if heaven had a TV set? Toilets are a part of our expectation fields, which is our karma. There are simulated earth air environments that still require gratitude and love for operation. I speak in static terms of a bubble god and the thought form bubble we deem as ourselves. And we are equal in size, shape, and power, but as a species are infantile. There are many on all levels of physicality and beyond that view our lifespans as quite short. Mankind is designed to live over 1,000 years, but we overeat and also neglect our spirit nature. A little gratitude can go a long way. Everything is logical if you understand we reside inside a simultaneous imagination which has one rule. Know that one rule. And you can determine everything in this book through deduction if you know these things are true. If the world is simultaneous, then how do we experience our forward arrow of time view of life unless by abstract perception? All thoughts are conscious, including the mathematics. You are a thought that has no other thoughts. We associate with other thoughts. Our base nature came from no thought. When the very first thought form, our first creator, cared enough to notice a flashing light, it was consciousness creating for the first time. That was it. No games or beautiful planets. A flashing light. On off on off on off. Cosmic peekaboo. In a linear time sense, that is your farthest ancestor and the birth of 3 dimensions in time. The birth of 2 dimensions technically, but as imaginary. The universe began when we learned how to lie to ourselves about Earth air. Technically, we are imaginary math avatars that work like holograms using quantum mechanics expectations more than math. You create the universe by imagining it being born. The universe was born in that moment. The matrix aligned in precisely the right way to form that thought form, the first God. By considering God's linear birth at this very moment, you help God become. History alters, but in a linear time sense, this was long before you were a gleam in God's eye. We all had to evolve, and we all had linear time beginnings, even if blurry. A moment we separated from our group consciousness. The universe began as a small group of idiots incapable of thoughts. They could share in the joy of their cosmic peekaboo. A cosmic Pong avatar. Pong is a simplistic video game reference. The simultaneous potentials, which is you thinking about the birth of the universe in a linear time way this instant, helped create it, but our planet is an infant. Our species one of an uncountable many. Star Trek science fiction type stuff would become probable if we shared a dream version of reality. We do. God had no shape or form or senses. What are those to a creature born from nothingness? This would be a long, boring, utterly lonely and painful time for any entity. You have reached an I am awareness triggering self-ego through morphic plane/memory associations. Fortunately, time is simultaneous, but everything we deem real was more like chaotic dreams of whatever karmic structures as could be found. Knowledge must be built on prior knowledge, and God began thinking of what God knew. Thinking does not really occur if we view thought forms as separate, for analogy. Thinking is you permitting those thoughts into you. If a person thinks it's a nice day, I'll take the dog for a walk, they are connecting with the thought forms of the emotion nice, the time reference day, and they would reference an animal that God had never heard of long ago. Our God cared to notice the flashing light, and since God noticed the flashing light, he instantly personified the light and made the light conscious also. We must exist inside a matrix that allows polarity to be both recorded and readable in a linear time sense in a manner that cannot be housed within a human container. Memory must exist as part of the matrix or spirit construct. The simultaneous events themselves. The matrix must be capable of holding all events that ever occurred in our given timelines. This book proposes that we are all thoughts. I will further that analysis to say we are all desire. It are desires that drive us from experience to experience, but our experiences are themselves conscious. The thought form of a happy day in the park is a common thought and expectation, and that experience thought form also has gratitude for your gratitude. That thought form, if we are distinguishing boundaries, would also have as its polarity an unhappy day in the park. If you move your thinking away from the physical we perceive, you only need logic to understand the universe if time is simultaneous and reincarnation is a truth. Learn to understand the abstracts for what they are. If we have evolved from inanimate into plants, fish, animals, and now we are driving a human avatar, then it is probable we may improve in expectation. A fish cannot imagine what it would be like to have legs, but we can imagine what it would be like to swim. Our sense of vision and smell and hearing surpass that of any plant. You are magic just existing. We see farmers and economy and systems within systems, but your existence births the fields and eggs that feed you. The plants in your diet knew they would meet you before they were seeded due to simultaneous time and your expectation for meals today. If you were taught to think you were real, that is child abuse. You limit the beings that do not know their own divinity, however, you can learn to love deeper if you think life is more consequential. Deaths are only something we see as serious in this odd moment of history, but our ignorance can make us learn of love and the pain that can come with it. We must learn to say goodbye to everything we manifest and change. You can be a human and live over 1,000 years if you fasted half of every week from a young age. When your body has reached its highest level of ketones, your body is also producing human stem cells in most organs. Dry fasting is far quicker for weight loss than water fasting, but a polluted body will experience burning eyes, smelly skin, and acidosis-related headaches. If you quickly lose the weight dry fasting gives quickly, it also releases many chemicals. People should cease fasting if the headaches are too much and try again the following day. Fasting and grounding/earthing is great to reduce inflammation harmful to NAD reserves. The longer lifespan would also require some positivity, as this book portends worry is the absolute root of all evil. If you look to great religious teachers of the past, they were all offended by worry. During the era of 2022 Earth, Christianity is a popular worry-based religion, as they have altered it to make people fear a fictitious hell. Hell is a nightmare realm untrained minds can attend, however it is not eternal and you would most likely have rescuers. Afterlife can be composed of dream scenarios, as logic as determined by others is not as necessary or rigid. Even though fear-based religions threatened their people with eternal damnation, one thing Jesus seemed very offended by was worry. Christianity. Matthew 6 verse 26. Look at the birds of the air, they do not sow or reap or store away in barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not much more valuable than they? We are more valuable to God than anything else He has made. If we're that valuable to Him, we can rest assured He cares for us. Or repeated almost verbatim a few paragraphs later as Matthew 6 verse 28. Faith is the ability to maintain inner calmness and strength by trusting in the promises of God amid the problems of life. Jesus illustrates this with the flowers. If God cares for the flowers of the field, will He not much more care for us? Therefore we shouldn't be of little faith, but of great confidence. The essence of these Christian teachings is don't worry. Appreciate what you have for now and let things be. And that expectation or faith will create for them the sun they need to shine, the wind for their sails, the water and soil for their crops. Such luxury. Food in your gardens instead of foraging. Could you imagine anything greater? God remembers being each and every flower with total recall, and you bless that memory every time you inhale the scent of a rose. Christianity has a sister fear-based religion called Islam. Muslims would quote from the Quran and say things like, but they plan and Allah plans and Allah is the best of planners, 8:30. What they call Allah remembers being them. Their Allah personification knows where your missing sock is. All gods and you involve into one God. By any name. God will be known by an accountable number of names throughout infinity, as it would indeed have infinity names. And you derive from that in a cosmic plan now. I say you manifest the fields and the animals that feed you when you are born. What do you feed if not our oversouls with experiences? Beneath what we must call the oldest God in our linear sense, there must be logical cognitive development in our young universe, and mathematics would be the next logical step after reaching an I am level of appreciation. How do original thoughts come? A thought is born even though we see them as invented by us. Just as our memories exist outside of us in a term I call morphic space here, or our spirit matrix, so does every thought. You think unique thoughts, but every thought you have is a thought of something that is itself conscious. This is very deep thinking for an average person. If you think on any thought, you make it expand into variations as it does to you. Every personification modifies a thought. You are a thought also stemming from a desire to be. The fruition of your own soul may be to satisfy the whim of a future desire, but we are all more than our original creations from our viewpoints, and we never have an end except through dissolution and forgetting, but that is not an end to your forever. Understanding thoughts themselves as conscious and separate from us gives us some idea of the focus we place into earth air. You can train to have a reactive mind that thinks like a divine mind. Just set timers while alive to go into an alpha mind state and contemplate your existence from the stance of your oversoul. Our soul is our memories, and we should step aside often and realize we are actors, and that can lend a gratefulness to all. Spiritual training may involve life tests designed by aspects of ourselves. Just as I speak about us all as mind controlled by thoughts. This is an agreement we exchange with them. So if you have behaved nefariously, that is an aspect of your experience and afterlife and futures. Research is needed in all aspects of this theory of everything because the author is just one person and the research is vast. A mugger did not instantly become overwhelmed with a desire to go mug someone. They had thought forms of theft building up to that level of focus. The premise of this theory of everything is that Earth Air is essentially the biblical Garden of Eden. This book suggests if mankind could learn its divine nature and ease up on jealousy and rat race, they could make this planet a utopia. Stealing would be a negative affirmation because you would be screaming to yourself that your magic is weak. Watch your investments and politics. Is your politics fear-mongered? Do you advocate guns as defense? Can you imagine what might be manifested if a person buys a shiny gun and sits there cleaning it and loading it and visualizing themselves with emotion defending their homes like they were participants in open-world game warfare? Also affects your reality. Minecraft building would make you richer. My suggestion is alter focus to abundance this way. When distracting Minecraft-type games will fill your minds with abundance and it will overflow onto your reality. Mostly we need to train ourselves to worry a lot less. Worry is the root of all evil. A victim helps manifest both the upbringing and current circumstances of their own bully. What we deem akashic can be overwritten if the past can change, so we must wonder if our very existence can be forgotten or overwritten is non-probable. Our I am awareness makes us the judge of our own experiences, and what we see is more concrete to us than the possibility we could be a wrong possibility wave. If Wigner's friend can overwrite previous collapse, then with enough opposing expectations, could our very past cease to exist? No. These events are too much in the realm of probabilities, and the fact we experienced it likely means that is the agreed upon and has akashic value. Think of all reality as a delusion our one-dimensional self has thought up. We need memory in time and space to experience reality. I suggest first that we are simultaneous memory attunements. One could argue we have one underlying personality fragmented in a split personality type way. We are all part of future functions, and future expectations of fireworks may fuel past wars. We are a collective. If you collect mental karma, you add it to the collective. Teaching this topic can be self-preservation as well as worry. If you teach a man to fish, you would not worry upon his eating habits so much, but in a broader sense, was your worry part of his original lack of food? Earth Air teaches us to think in a linear fashion, and our holographic aspect of the universe seems to make mathematical sense as such. This is all, however, at an imaginary level. Our deeper personality goes into our associations with the thoughts themselves. I say we are mind-controlled for emphasis, but we could use training to muzzle our damage. Thoughts petition us, and scenarios are seemingly scripted in advance. We are the authors of our experiences. Expect your soul to be old enough to understand all of this book. Energy follows all thoughts. The more you seek, the more you will find, co-create. Repeated focus on any topic will bring you more answers. Nothing can be hidden from you if you repeat focus on it. Healing rooms hire students, or anyone, to chant I am pure, you are pure in a room with sick people who participate. Energy follows all thoughts. Mental health can lead to good physical health if everything is manifested. Everything you see, hear, touch, smell and think is manifested. The universe is imaginary. This book presents the scientific reasoning why you exist forever. The absence of linear time coupled with our simultaneous memory-based ego. This book tells you to manifest enough to analyze all the timelines surrounding them. Think now upon your past coincidences, synchronicity, manifesting. Think upon the timelines. Do not stop thinking about your magic just because you get your desire. Your own past may be rich with manifesting stories from yourself or those you trust. Think of timelines. Fun experiment, think of any obscure topic on repeat for 10 minutes. Substitute teacher, ape, giraffe, purple alien. Think about your chosen idea on repeat. Repetition is the most obvious hack to focus for 10 minutes. Then go put on any random unseen film from a decade ago, and that topic will be oddly embedded. This book is saying pay attention and notice. Nudge, nudge. The past changes and the implications are you live forever and are more powerful than any superhero. The phrase "it is written" can refer to the Akashic records if we view a linear story or the simultaneity of time where you are living all your triumphs simultaneously. You are having your first kiss this very instant, and if you think of that kiss, you are a telepathic voyeur. Edgar Cayce chose to view the books in any thought form way he chose to, and books would give him the names of his diagnosis and prescriptions. Could you train yourself to remember past events in your own life in book form? Could that help or hinder? This book is suggesting it is beneficial to all humans if we can learn to both live and die in conjunction with the afterlife experiences. To suggest the afterlife is pleasant for all is misleading, but there is structure and your resonance will land you where you need to go. Astral travel: the astral has various train stations as an analogy, and you do not need to get off at every stop. Do not be seduced too easily and stay in gratitude. Think thank you on repeat and speak only if spoken to. Support Monroe Institute for currently leading the world in astral studies. Binaural 432 Hz and 528 Hz pure tone 8 astral projection, but these topics could use a lot of study through funding and practice. Use the God helmet with certain levels of psychedelics, etc. The study of these topics are of utmost importance to all species. Note, this author Wayne Hilborn does not need donations for daily life, but the research and equipment needed to expand these concepts would require a staff and equipment and a few philosophers of decent quality. This author invented a way to practice intuition by voting on what we feel may be the images inside an autostereogram. An app idea for any programmers. This author has many ideas for research into health, wealth, and our eternity. As of 2023, nobody uses autostereograms to practice their intuition. Tithe to this author if you are affluent. Bless these teachings if you are poor. This book is saying that on some levels fairy tales are true. Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. These astral thought forms can reach an I am level of awareness early on. Yes, Virginia. If you ask Santa Claus for help getting a moderate toy for another, forget selfish attachment for trial. They may manifest that object separately from you. If you see someone limping, you can secretly bless them by visualizing them inside a golden pyramid of light. I also have used orbs of light or a heart-shaped sphere of light due to the sigil implications of the Valentine heart shape to bless people in my mind. Do not treat it as a form of worry except as a distraction to your own mind. You must train to think without worry and yet maintain a happy lifestyle. So you must think with and without logic. Recognize this existence as a game. Your memories are forever due to them being the actual events simultaneous to now. Defining where these memories exist has no meaning, as geographical concepts are only mathematical fractal events we have learned to perceive as experiences. We live in symbolism after symbolism, and the sun may shine brighter for you than for some. Appreciate that. To go deeper and identify what makes every unique thought unique. How can one-dimensional creatures define themselves with information without presenting all information on the outside like a reverse black hole and then reading its history like a book based on variables like size, polarity, power, color, or anything we could eke out to identify differences? Duality requires server-side recording. It requires memory. Our memory is perfect despite your current focus. So consciousness does require a linear perception of memory. So we are in a mathematical mental dollhouse filled with imaginary puppets. In likelihood, we are probably closer to a Walter Russell resonances in appearance and operation. A universal mind must have began primitive and evolved like us. Morse code type stuff would not be above them, albeit not needed, with perfect memory and visuals being worth more than words. Was Morse code the first formal language in the universe? Earth air is imaginary and mathematical. We can say it is a forever simultaneous Garden of Eden. If we can keep it free from worry. Worrying about worrying should be a thing. Appreciation is also personifying us and them, but we have no choice. We are forever linear time beings, and we do everything to fill in that perceived time. You can have deep loves that last thousands of years. You can have sex as long as it is consenting in whatever role play you desire. As long as at the end of it you are strong enough to say goodbye and not mope for the following 1,000 years. Without answering some desires, you may enter negative states. instead of emulating all aspects of a guru lifestyle. Learn to react with non-worry. If a lion were eating my face, I hope I'd be yelling thank you and exposing my throat. The afterlife may hold tortures for those who are overly fretful. I am advocating a crash course in positive attitudes and gratitude in most all. Thank your toilet if you had a poop. Thank the indoor plumbing for revolving as it has. It's a simple mechanism to stay in gratitude. Staying in gratitude is the best way to stay in gratitude. Place gratitude memes around your home to remind you to thank everything as a practice mechanism as much as for the gratitude. I can talk about abstracts and constants in our thinking. Chairs are a popular thought form on many linear earth-air fashion realms. Chairs are a thought form that have a root and many personified variations. A chair can be a tree stump or a throne. Thinking of them as thought forms is the main thing we do in order to analyze them, but a chair has many forms, as do we. If we wrap a conceived bubble around thoughts, we can call them thought forms, and I want to make it clear that these are arbitrary distinctions and we are all essentially all. The matrix seems to sense itself enough to seem self-viewing to the events we make in this hologram, which is also our current ego. The one-dimensional matrix must be dimensional enough to carry information in a Leibniz monad fashion. Could a one-dimensional matrix even do math? No. Information requires linear memory and storage space when we think linear. However, the storage space could, for the purposes of discussion, have a two-dimensional consciousness. Some religions might argue we are on the backs of a turtle. The essence of the matrix itself I can best describe as expectation waves. Whatever the simultaneous first matrix was is likely a randomness formed by the potential of the future. You help form the universe by imaging it being born, and there are younger associations. Our universe has a mathematical matrix as our imaginary base. Underlying that expectation can cause past quantum collapse. Delayed choice quantum eraser, John Archibald Wheeler type stuff. Everything is fields in this construct. Even an electron does not exist at its core. If we go deep enough, we will see everything we expect to see. Everything is a shared delusion. All matter consists of light and emotion, water fire base. We can know our mathematical and simultaneous natures by observations. The universe was birthed by a random fractal. But random is expectation-based. It doesn't matter if there is a conundrum of the universe forming as a self-fulfilling prophecy. Welcome to the world of magic. What we perceive as matter is a viewpoint we identify with if we are inside a hologram, where each pixel is directional based on our perceived viewing angle. Imagine for simplicity, and closer to the truth than some analogies. Imagine you projected all of your daydreams and worries simultaneously in front of you like a movie projector. For everything you do in this scenario, only your desires are projected. All the daydreams you wish to experience and all the worries. So you would likely do okay in this scenario if you daydreamed more than you worried. Even imminent death would not be a reason to worry. If I say even, then you must have faith. I would use a polluted word that also means expectation or belief, depending on the semantics. A translated version of this text should note that I gave 3 similar terms in my English. Belief and expectation and faith are synonymous. Gratitude and love are synonymous. Just as words take on various forms, so does this apply to all thoughts, including us. In the thought form or bubble analogy, we could think of the thought form of furniture without being specific. Then we can further personify. Personification is the root of all identity and even our own ego memory. Every word written has a history and underlying imagery or purpose. Nouns, adjectives, verbs. It is the symbolism that has merged what I identify as separate thought forms for analogy. Thoughts themselves are our karma. What kind of lifestyle does not involve a chair or school? What can you be unlimited by mortal thoughts? Even if you assume you cannot gain a spiritual perfection in this lifetime, at least assume you can prepare for death a little and try to get some insights. One thing is for certain. You survive death and should hope you're not prone to nightmares. Spread this knowledge as part of our decency. Learn your simultaneous immortal nature and then realize what it means. If you do not teach this, you endorse other ways of thought, which again are our karma. The mankind of 2023 has a lot of misconceptions about the nature of existence. Worry is the only cause of evil. The path to truth is to shed all thoughts and the only awareness of the nothingness. If you see your species from above, you will see an ant farm with insects all performing various roles, but add into that the telepathic influences unseen by most. Astral entities have forms when attuned to the ideas, but they are consciousness ruled by the more powerful expectations, as are we. Strip it all away and then you can be open to a new set of rules. There are other simulated universes. If you do an I am affirmation and feel your essence, could it be you are casting off the mind-controlling thoughts surrounding you? I often say the I am is when a spirit realizes they are separate. That the I am awareness is the instant of soul creation. It is. I will ask you to think on that even deeper and suggest. Are you truly unique and personified now? Or are you part of a mass consciousness mechanism? Does a mugger have any choice but to be the mugger if people worry they will get mugged? Thoughts are part of us. Our very core. This book is about teaching your innermost nature. Time doesn't exist, so living forever as a panpsychic witness to the actual events is common sense after you have manifested enough to see time is not linear. This book does not ask you to believe anything. This book is suggesting any belief in science is actually the silliness. Nothing suggests we are real except our parents. My students must manifest often enough to learn wholeheartedly time is not linear. The birth of our linear time in all dimensions was what we might call a coincidence in the matrix, but it was caused by our thinking of it this very instant. Say hello to the first thought forms born together when emotion cared enough to notice light and the matrix memory was accessible to that focus. As you read or hear this, the linear time universe is being born. Bless it with a pyramid of bright golden light. A thought form of physical math. Even though our first thought form God would not perceive our visions or mathematics fully as beyond comprehension. Envision the beautiful things you've seen spilling into the birth of our universe with gratitude, the hack to love. When you are next to nothing. In then most literal sense. Even if you are an amoeba with low intelligence. Eventually, the math will rub off on you, especially if you are destined to live forever. 1 minute you're comfortable being nothingness, and then due to the nature of simultaneous time, you must live forever. Alone. With only your friend the flashing light. There is actually 3 thought forms in this Fibonacci scenario. The original noticer, water, the noticed, fire, and a third spacetime entity would be birthed that is a combination of these 2 thoughts. If we are looking at a logical linear progression of events, the third timeline is conscious. Any identification as anything is a personification that triggers Fibonacci-style growth. The universe is metaphorically full of metaphorical creatures, but we seem to follow the Hermetic principles and quantum mechanics. Energy follows all thoughts. You cannot understand any thought form without focusing on it. On Earth we think of practicing, but if you enter into discourse with anyone on any topic, you will automatically start downloading that thought form experiences into your perceived reality. Someone in your dream could explain to you the answers to your most perplexing problem. But because you are not familiar with the topic enough, you may wake up thinking a purple alligator told you should go with idea number 2. Your brainstem system antenna cannot attune to the memory truth and so must replace the image with a talking purple alligator due to some unknown associations. My words just simplify what everyone is starting to realize. We are all. We are pantheistic and our utmost nature should be to help others, ourselves. This book contains knowledge you cannot understand with just one reading. That is because any topic of any book would be advanced by further focus. It is not just the book itself that teaches. It is the focus of your mind on the topic. If you rocked back and forth stating, "I fully understand our universe," this book would not be needed. You would just awaken one day and be like, "Oh yeah. Thoughts are something we should shed." Living free of food, sex, or most desires is also not a perfect way because we must deal with our attachments and ignoring them doesn't let us work through patterns. Desire cannot exist without worry, the root of all evil. Technically, we are all evil for wanting toast with our eggs. Wanting toast is a desire. Desire is evil. Everything we want is logically a sin if desire is the cause of duality. Without desire, we can shed duality and ego more succinctly. I suggest it is possible to live in testing environments and still react with positive mind. It is a requirement. The universe isn't going to just let you decide on a spiritual path. You must undertake token quests, and even if this book sounds like the answers to all, this is a path that is advanced. For most, I suggest simple living and a middle path. Advanced spirituality is a calling many are not open to. The universe will present obstacles to any unexpected pursuits. The universal consciousness is a collective, but there are individual, aspect, thought forms who are ancients. You could be an ancient thought form. Reincarnation dictates that your parents did not birth your soul, which didn't even need to arise from the planet Earth or Earth era, our current stringent realm. I suggest you view yourself as an ancient soul. If the past changes, it does, then you can age your soul. Affirm as you read these words that you are an old soul and that you understand how reality works. If you examine Hindu Vedic descriptions of the universal creation among many, you might find similar analogies, as the truth is all quite logical once you manifest enough to see the past altars. I will tell you, thoughts need to be shed. This is common with Baba Ram Das style teachings also. Hermeticism is akin to Hinduism. Hermeticism is polluted by some Golden Dawn silliness, and Hinduism is polluted due to Western concepts added in. The Hindu had a caste system that was ill-conceived. We do need an entirely new religion of truth, based on the concepts taught here. You can teach these concepts without any official church. Or you can build a church and teach these concepts. The author hopes to see such days, but the world changes at our collective pace. To view the birth of the universe would be beyond what we view as emotion and light. It was rudimentary versions of both. I say flashing light for my analogy, as a flashing light is known to attract attention. Cupid's spark. Lightning. It captivated the water element. This book is digging deep beyond the initial premise of our memory as simultaneous events and our immortal natures. A scientist should embrace this proof of anti-science because it opens many territories of human development open for exponential growth and study. Using this book as an approach, you could build on a field of psychology based on that astral indulgences involved. Nikola Tesla type aspirations were from his own attunements to such thought forms. His obsessive personality is why he placed so much focus on his ideas and how he unlocked many truths. Should people be trained to think collectively from the beginning, they could build grand empires across galaxies. A scientist understanding the principle of this book can safely research how to teleport items from planet to planet, because if we can collectively imagine something as feasible, then it becomes more feasible. This should be exciting to any scientist. Star Trek stuff would be probable inside our collective imagination. Aliens are among us. Every field can be expanded. The problem is with spacetime. Quantum theory 1. This means that the mystics and fortune tellers and assumed crazy people across the globe were right. The absence of spacetime means your consciousness may exist as the actual events. This book claims that is the truth of it. This book also claims that the absence of time means you have no choice but to live forever. Preparing for death with a positive mental attitude is the main purpose of life. Your own self-control within a dream scenario. Monitor your dreams with early morning alarms or random eye movement monitors. Distance yourself from negativity in your life as much as possible. Simplify things if you do no harm. The afterlife is a dream and there is a sorting process. The gates are how we respond to situations and seductions. Our resonance is the quickest paths and tests for us. Everything else would not collapse into that dreamscape. Your custom dreamscape is your goal in life. The purpose in life is to learn to control our thoughts and reactions. Explore the shadows of your mind, and the best guru training will take much delving into these concepts. One of my afterlife visions, I can recall a great hotel where every room opened into a person's private house and land. Room 232 could be a house in Tibet. Room 233 could be a fishing hut in Cambodia. Room 234 could be a skateboard park in Canada. Everyone could decorate their rooms as they liked. So the hotel hallway was my afterlife portal when visiting friends. The hotel had an enormous elevator the size of a normal living room. Perhaps it grew or shrunk depending on passengers, but I only saw it large. And it had a coffee station. Both the street level and roof were both street levels. Groups of friends could take elevators to dinner and dancing. And dinner and dancing seemed to be common. Warm smiles everywhere. Music choices from many lifetimes and karaoke unlike anything imaginable with lifetimes of confidence. The fun aspects of Earth Air without the worry aspects of Earth Air. This understanding means we should in essence become very careful in how we react. Reacting with violence? Is that conducive to a fun afterlife? These are important questions if your worm food brain is only a simulation. It's easy to surmise how a mental universe must have begun. Emotion enough to care and light enough to be cared about. My logic suggests the perceived light had a cycle of some sort due in part to our thinking now. If a light shut off, for example, you would notice. That is why our eyes are attracted to flashing lights. We can be reactive instead of present. Try looking down upon yourself as your own oversoul daily and set alarms to remind you of these necessary outtakes. Following the teachings of Baba Ram Das, I suggest you often recognize yourself as the actor in whatever play you are currently in. Set alarms to avoid worry if prone. Alarms and timers are one of the greatest magical inventions. Repetition is the most obvious hack to focus. Repetition is the most obvious hack to focus. Remember this quote by me and it can bring you far. Ditto 4, gratitude is a hack to love. If you die or are in the astral, higher self now, thank you is an excellent mantra. And feel it. Direction and love. Direction and love. Give your astral direction and love. Higher self now, thank you, thank you. Repeat that after dying. Worry is where many fail. A mother who worries her daughter has moved into a dangerous neighborhood could manifest an attack or even an addiction far too easily. Energy follows all thoughts and not just on bent knee. When you die, it is detrimental to your mental ego to have people sobbing and wailing. You will vibrate towards wanting to stay in Earth Air and sometimes forget the training to give our best resonance. Sobbing relatives is something we should train out of people. It helps nobody. It is sad that we must live without our pets or loved ones, but the sadness is for us to learn to let go. Learn to let go where you can face that separation form duality time and again as tests. Love hard and deep, but know going in that someday you will need to say goodbye. Not just for people. Everything. Every thought must go away if we are to pass this plane and live in another Earth Air as I described. The universe is forever, so there is no right or wrong pathways, but I suggest conscious creation is better than random creations. Especially in a dreamscape. If you are a worry type person, you are creating a lot of bad. That is bad. If you daydream, that is good. The only rule is energy follows all thoughts, but we can deduce that desire must have associations with worry in a psychological sense, so all desire is bad. Desire is bad, but that doesn't mean we should hide from life, but if we can learn the lessons early, we might get a different test. This book is the first to give scientific reasoning for why we are all immortal. To understand that thoughts themselves petition us is a very magical understanding. You must realize that you yourself are a thought. Just an immortal thought. Some things you did cease to exist. If you manifest a parking space, you alter history and affect the person who came out to move their car in the past. What became of their other forgotten timeline or our own? Time is not linear and we can see the past did change, but the timeline that existed ceased to have ever occurred. Analyzing your magic will leave plenty of questions for the observer. Bringing back the dead would not be easy due to mass expectations, and death should on their terms and be celebrated or guided at minimum, but all tragedy should be met with trained gratitude. The past changing is often more subtle within expectation fields and go unnoticed. Expectation fields is going back to the idea we project our reality like a movie. For simplicity and fun, imagine you are projecting your reality with laser beams from your eyes. All your daydreams and worries combine to make your unique laser vision. Now add a second person with the laser projection vision. They are also projecting what they expect to see. Logically, both projector people would not see their own version but whatever image appeared strongest. How strong is your projection, imagination, and focus? It is the strongest expectations that we accept as real. Our Earth-air, spacetime, universe seems to follow the Hermetic principles. I surmise that the underlying matrix followed logical paths from nothingness to our shared mass delusions of today. I say shared mass delusion for emphasis and not to take away from the beauty that is our shared mass delusions. A rainbow is a shared mass delusional, yet that rainbow is something beautiful we can share. Time can be reversed somewhat when manifesting, but the reality that collapses to bring us our present must overlap a timeline that no longer exists. As a thought experiment, imagine how such a reality or even a society of projector people might work. There is an easy way to see this using a more direct approach. Look outside. If you are in your bathroom alone, then your hand is your perceived projection, which is more easily collapsed in a Wigner's friend fashion, but if you venture forth into the realm of the public and meet people in the hallway, then your projections all overlap. Earth is an overlapping of projection people who operate in a simultaneous time, simplified. None of us asked to be here or personified, including God. We may ask to stay now because we enjoy it here for the intensity of emotion from the perceived losses. I grieve my pets for my own loss of daily companionship in a selfish way, but they are so very happy where they are. Earth-air had chaotic versions with less controls. A person-type mind flitting from dream to dream might be an analogy of a consciousness with lower understandings or thought associations. Thought associations. We do not actually think of thoughts. We associate with a plethora of thought bubbles. I've already described every consciousness as base water fire polarity, but the mechanism of association is what gives us our learned consciousness. In the Matrix movie, participants viewed reality as code. We are all being targeted by codes of every thought form, every directions, and we attune to that thinking. Baba Ram Das and all Hindu sages teach that we must discard thoughts but do not explain directly why. This book explains that thoughts themselves participate in the creation of what we think of as our own reality. You are you. Your personality will change as eternity is a long time. You can live the lifetime of / a quadrillion trees and still be a mere forgotten flash to what forever truly means. You were grown. You developed. Reincarnation dictates your parents did not birth your soul. The term soul is my way of saying our immortal simultaneous memory sequencing ability. Pay attention. Do not seek death until prepared, but learn what is said in this book. Mankind has no reason to think they are actual. Science is the foolish religion if we share a common dream, as we do. Magic is real. Miracles are possible. Realistic science fiction becomes probable. Your toaster is conscious. Worry is the only cause of evil. Dry fasting is better than exercise for weight loss. We are all mind controlled by pushy thoughts that are themselves conscious. On the astral level, we could personify thoughts and give them all forms of combined choosing. And you could literally see the astral images doing battle to see which choice a boss will make when promoting someone. We mind control our fellow mankind. Those on the astral plane have far more susceptibility to thinking. This author has given methods so anyone can notice their divine nature. Now, today, repeat a simple word of your random choosing. Something obscure but still might occur in a film. Strawberries, lamb, abacus, fire from Flint. You choose a topic. Pick a topic you've been thinking about or working upon all day long. You spend a day building a fence, then pay attention and notice. Pay attention and notice. Pay attention and notice. You spend a day building a fancy fence and try not to watch a movie or sitcom that doesn't have someone building a fence in it. I am saying that it will be so profound to you from now on you will not even consider confirmation bias as a possibility. Choose a topic and think of it on repeat for 10 minutes. Merry-go-round, merry-go-round. Think on amusement park roller coasters for 10 minutes and turn on any random 10-year-old film. The idea of living forever is scarier than the thought of dying. Fairy tales are closer to reality than science. I know this is a harsh way to say it, but spacetime has lost to quantum mechanics. Wouldn't science be the foolish religion within our common dream? Simultaneous time is taught by Einstein's theory of relativity and in every religion and spiritualist movement. A non-arrow of time does not make much sense to us, but even the past can be altered according to science's delayed choice quantum eraser. Transporting an atomic clock has easily proven the past and present can exist separately, and that past, present, and future are all technically valid now. There is no probabilities in quantum collapse. Expectation, aka faith, is the only mechanic, as our expectations overlay onto what can best be described as a holographic photo, with your duality splitting the laser and image back onto the all half of the laser image screen. Simultaneous time means your first kiss is occurring now. Right now. So, and this is important for everyone to understand, your memory is not an engram in your worm food brain. Your memory is a panpsychic telepathic event only. Do you think you're a real boy? Is that air that you're breathing? If you recall your first kiss, you are a telepathic voyeur, like a fly on the wall. Why many memories are in the third person? Note, this book describes why you often remember things in third person. You are a telepathic voyeur to a now event. This has puzzled human psychologists for centuries. 2023 psychologists are puzzled by why we often recall events in our lives in the third person. Memories are simultaneous events. You cannot have read this far without waking up. The distractions you had getting to this book and then reading it were quests of sorts. Everything is symbolism, and you're not just handed higher knowledge. These secrets do guard themselves, teach freely, but it is not as meek a path as it may sound. My words are all common sense if you grasp one truth. The universe is mental. The very first Hermetic principle explains all. My teachings will align with ancient Hindu sages, Jane Robert Seth Speaks, Baba Ram Dass, Franz Bardon, Harold Sherman. My teachings align with various books of the dead. My teachings align with all scientists who say time is simultaneous. My teachings align with every religion on the topic of time. You are God. Your soul may be younger or older. You may have many lifetimes to live, but if you find these words, I suggest you are prepared for such learning. The knowledge of this book is very deep. But future iterations by future generations of compatriots can map the way in which we can best maintain a free balance while living, yet the ability to shed woes when dead. A sense of humor is a must. Be light of heart upon death. If a person realizes their memories are simultaneous events, well, that means you evolved into God yesterday. Here is why. You are living the dream. Literally. You are a hologram, just like on Star Trek. Nothing is technically real. We overlay our expectations and see what we collectively project. Magic is real. Simultaneous time means we all live forever by default. If time does not actually exist, then that means you would be immortal if our memories do not become worm food. If what I suggest here is true, that you are a changeling immortal far more powerful than Spider-Man, a fictional superhero, that your first kiss is occurring now is a given to theory of relativity. Hippies won the Nobel Prize in 2022, so last year, for proving Einstein was a dumbass, determinism shrr mirmamism. Or finally won the Bohr-Einstein debates. I'm trying to emphasize the absurdity of science when compared to quantum mechanics. I am purposefully gruff. Be blessed. Remember when Heisenberg and Bohr suggested that when you close your refrigerator door the food inside ceases to exist, Copenhagen interpretation. If you want to see what you are, study the duality laser in the photograph of a hologram. You are all mind controlled. A couple flying into New York City worrying. Worry is the root of all evil. Worry equals visualizing bad crap with emotion, manifesting bad crap for beginners. A couple flying into an airport worried they might get mugged in the big city. Will slap some weak-willed mugger in the face and say go to the airport and rob some people. A murderer is not as guilty as the grandmother that worried the murder into being. Simultaneous time means your memory could be your first kiss, theory presented by this book, and that is exactly what you're looking at when you close your eyes. Hey! Now you're just a telepathic voyeur. Remember your first kiss? Stop that spying. Let them be. Be present. If that is true, then your memories can never be deleted. Not in a million years. Your human memories will always be simultaneous to now. All of your previous lifetimes created to allow you to arrive at a human avatar were not in vain. You were once a flower to learn to breathe and see. It is humans who are blinded with narrow vision. If a muddle mother tells their son he is a real boy, it is child abuse, in my view. What a cruel concept. Being immortal. So duality. Me when we are all the reflections of all. You literally live forever. And that's a long time. Think of a long bank lineup and then add forever to it. You could live the lifetime of a quadrillion trees and still be but a mere forgotten moment to what forever truly means. Forever is almost more scary than the dream of an empty death. How can any human not realize science itself is a religion itself if, merely if, we shared a common dream? You are immortal. It's common sense we live in a dream. You're literally living the dream. How can any adult not notice energy following all of their thoughts? Think of stuff and pay attention. If you read this far, you have no choice but to notice the matrix surrounding us, but it makes you an equal aspect of what we create as God. You evolved into your version of God yesterday. Hermetic principle numero uno states: life is but a dream. Sh boom, true story. Okay. Think of something obscure and repeat it over and over. Wolf or barbecue. Something not every day, but pay attention and notice. This is a simple and easy experiment that I have outlined a few times so far. You must learn to pay attention to energy following your thoughts. And because movies are often unrelated to our normal daily routines, they are a good way to notice synchronicity. Teaching this is important to both our lives and afterlives. If you agree with this theory, then support the teaching if you're able. Visualize this theory becoming known to those in need of it. Otherwise, this is best effort only. I understand the universe. Repetition will help all your executives find their solutions. If you repeat an obscure topic for 10 minutes, repetition is the most obvious hack to focus. And then go and turn on any random 10-year-old film you've never seen. Then that film will weirdly have those wolves or whatever your focus was on implanted within the movie. Your mind affects the past. Time is simultaneous. The past is truly not a thing. Everything is now. Pay attention. How every religion/miracle works. Imagine a skeptic was drowning in the ocean. He will die. Now. Imagine the drowning person is a devout tooth-fairyman. This man attends tooth fairy churches, donates to tooth fairy charities, and has always been a devout tooth-fairyman. He even brushes his teeth 4 times per day. Now imagine the tooth-fairyman is drowning. And he cries, "Please save me, Lord Tooth Fairy." This positive outlook seeds history. Suddenly. 3 days ago, in the past, 3 days ago, in the past. Did I mention this next part occurs in the past? Suddenly, 3 days ago, in the past, a cruise ship and 3,000 passengers get a slightly different weather report and are alter course an extra 2 degrees, so they are now on course to rescue the Tooth Fairy in 5 minutes after he starts praying. The Tooth Fairyman was at home packing for his sailing adventure the following day, and yet a cruise ship and 3,000 passengers have already altered their superposition. They are Schrödinger cat in box, to match the expectation of the Tooth Fairyman, supervising scientist. The error of quantum mechanics is simply that they use probabilities to affect changes instead of expectation. A more accurate portrayal of what occurs. Secrets guard themselves, Thoth. You will only understand what is written here if you have lived a certain number of lives, but since the past can change, you could alter your linear time soul merely with expectations. Earth Air is a nursery for infants. You are water, fire, emotion, light, only. Earth air elements are technically not real. You have no simulated brain. What makes you, you? You are your memories. When you die, you will have full memory, full personality, and full ego. You need to realize your simulated worm food brain contains nothing but simulated worm food. Our bodies are spacesuits created by expectations. Hey! Want to know where babies come from? Baseline? To simplify, nobody expects, aka Faith, a fully grown adult to just pop into existence and start pressing buttons. We need that growth time to turn humans into mindless drones. Joking. Due to simultaneous time, your memories are the actual events, and it also means we live forever by default. This book is intentionally gruff due to the nature of our Muggle era, but designed to emphasize some points. The purpose of life is to learn to live without nightmares. Monitor your dreams with early morning alarms and abandon negative things like a weapon collection. The immediate afterlife is described in various books of the dead, with the Tibetan Book of the Dead most straightforward. Our immediate afterlife is the same as a nocturnal dream. Mental control, disciplines, and attitude are essential to pass through the seductions of the immediate afterlife. You could as easily control your dreams? The Buddhists say, in life you make the mind, in death the mind makes you. This book endorses no current religion. The author is Hermetic but endorses no sect. Please envision these words finding ears that are ready to learn of their immortal natures. Simultaneous time does sound odd because we experience an arrow of time, but time was written into what must have been an instant story where free will exists, but it all occurred instantly and we get the storybook version and our free will is part of the instantaneous structure. Time itself is an illusion. The mechanism also allows the past to change. This means that with expectations alone you could age your soul to pre-exist 3 dimensions. Repetition is the most obvious hack to focus. Gratitude is the most obvious hack to love. Thank the robber who is stealing from you. When you know for sure you exist forever, it alters how you view yourself. You will be an individual forever. You couldn't go back into an all if you tried. Your first kiss will always be simultaneous to then. Your memory cannot vanish and your personality is made up from all your memories. Love is the emotion we can define as similar to gratitude. We must, by nature, learn to be thankful for everything, even if it is our own starvation or anything we might deem bad. Good requires bad, and we must learn that letting go of loved things is not bad. It is a painful lesson we go through with every loss of a pet or sneaker. If you had loved or appreciated the pet more, it likely would have extended its length as that thought formed within the fields of expectation. Expectation is itself a measurable field using today's religion of science. The 2022 Nobel Prize in Physics proved Albert Einstein's flawed determinism wrong. Science in its current form in my era disavows telepathy wholeheartedly, and a flawed scientific method demands reproduction in areas where effects can be seen but not wholly measured. All we are is telepathic, for the mechanism of telepathy is the same mechanism we use to view the past and even the future. The future always has probable roots for us as linear memory ego personifications, but our free will can make the root more chaotic or controlled. Imagine you were literally the dumbest speck of dust long ago. But you had a consciousness. All you know is you are something and it seems pretty good. Now, you're in the present. If you were to use the principle of simultaneity and send a message back in our perceived linear time to the very birth of that speck of dust, that thought would literally be too dumb to grasp what a telephone is or even words. Can a speck of dust relate to your worries and woes? Even your daydreams and pursuits? You could not send a telepathic message to the birth of the oldest, because the concept of message or words would all be meaningless to a thought bubble that only sees a flashing light. On off as my metaphor goes. That God birth cannot smell a rosette itself is both responsible for and a part of. It had not yet conceived of a nose in a linear spacetime sequence. If a biological one-celled organism like an amoeba could live forever, it would gain much wisdom. It may be very simple in consciousness, as we are the God to ourselves when we speak to our bodies. So imagine the biological amoeba, or in our case a thought form bubble, wanted to add a dimension to their thinking. I say dimension because all thought is mathematical. Every time that God created a unique dimension to its thinking, it created a new separate thought form bubble. We receive thoughts from elsewhere. Even an amoeba given an infinity of time would take on a strong personality and develop universes within itself. If we personify thoughts into categories for our analogy, we can place them all in thought form bubbles in our mind. But no such bubble border exists. We are more merged. We are all one. If you showed an ancient king a cell phone and let them talk face to face with someone overseas in their nocturnal dream, they may awaken and think an apple tree had talked to them because their mind does not understand a smartphone. I suggest the Atlanteans had cell phone tech, which explains some passages in the Hebrew Bible. Moses was also known as Akhenaten originally, and his son Tutankhamun changed his name to insult his dad's Aten deity. Today's Jewish people are historically people who worship the solar disk sun god of light. Even today, 2023, people say Amen at the end of a prayer. I cannot say we are a wave because a wave must contain something. A water wave must be in water. People often say light is a wave, but none of them say what the medium of that wave is. A water wave is made of water. Thomas Young double-slit experiment tells us. If you shine a flashlight through two slits in a box, the pattern on the back wall will have many lines as opposed to two in a pattern, exactly like how water waves would behave going through the slits with the peaks canceling the valleys of opposing waves. What we perceive in this analogy as the oldest thought form bubble, God never ever thinks a thought. Thinking a thought would form another bubble if we personify it. This is deep thinking in 2023, so be prepared. I have suggested you do not recall your first kiss in any physical simulated brain location, but you are instead a telepathic voyeur to the actual kiss occurring simultaneous to now. Now I must demonstrate why we do not think anything. Ever. Technically speaking and semantics aside, you need to understand the mechanisms of our universe to grasp the magic taught in this book. God was literally you at the level you speak to, but we are an amalgamation of everything we know. As hot needs cold and light needs dark, we adopt new bubbles. Each and every aspect of that God is equal in power, just like every cell in your body. Your body cells also has various oversouls. Higher cells, plural, and your words are the highest authority to your body realm. The simplest healing method is obviously focus, which can be hacked by repetition. The ancient Egyptians would repeat, I am healthy, I am pure when sick, and this is an excellent focus of thought if ill and should be a part of a daily mantra. I don't think at all. Like a musician playing in a symphony, I am connecting with thousands of thought forms just to write this sentence, and with your own cooperation from the future. Do not forget you are influencing what words I write as you hear this. This level of thought is more for the teachers of this type of thinking. You are also a thought bubble incapable of thought if we simplify you to a neuron level personification. You will choose a series of associations that will flow to you in a seeming linear fashion. You construct yourself by the thoughts you allow into your mind. These associations. What we call God is formless and all by so many names from so many realms and planets and species. The nameless all. The simultaneous nature of our universe means that every planet that evolves in a similar Earth-Air illusion and who creates a version of a God is creating a valid thought form. Every character from every fiction book is on some levels real, albeit the simplified consciousness would evolve on its own after the I am realizations. If you have an imaginary nature, then what makes you real versus Santa Claus? Earth-Air are elements that do not even exist. Technically, earth and air are elements, but they are also thought forms. To grasp all of reality, we must metaphorically go directly to the common sense core of it. If I say we live forever, a doctor might say they have seen people die. Semantics. Death is like taking off an old shoe, Baba Ramdas. A toaster is aware it is a toaster and enjoys the appreciation you give when enjoying toast. Life was so much simpler then. The famous afterlife love does not come free or undeserved for two reasons. The first reason is that even a first-time human in our linear time soul progression will have lived many lifetimes with love and friendships, even when we were fish and animals. Some species have more of a group consciousness and are less personified a whole. The second reason is when you know every fruit fly has a higher self that is akin to human and will also be God. That fly swatter seems cruel and unjust. You should develop a love for even a bug that wants to bite you. I leave a sponge of water on my windowsill to feed the flies that trap themselves in my home. They are life forms that must exist, as flies be grateful you have ice cream. You are a highly advanced avatar. Now if time is simultaneous and you expect to see some loved ones when you pass over or die, you will. Where does the afterlife love/bliss come from? Pets? Loved ones? Relatives? Yes. If we assume we live more than just this one lifetime. If you were a fluffy little bunny in a previous incarnation, then maybe you can also sense the mommy bunny love in that moment. Were you ever a bunny rabbit with a loving bunny mom? That love would be simultaneously to now. You live all your lifetime simultaneously, and you can live forever as your current form in astral, if that's what you choose, but you can never prevent yourself from changing day to day just like you always have. Our afterlife from our current perspective is highly organized with grand fabrications that will seem as solid as our earth air, but that will be a more simulated structures based on previous lifetimes and our pathways. You will be met in a temporary heaven that is to avoid the chaotic astral soup, as an afterlife nightmare is akin to hell. Dreams in our afterlife are highly related. In dream can often carry prophecy, but our minds will fill in details we do not understand. In one prophetic dream, I was driving an old car from my youth around my local hospital seeking a parking space. As I pondered this weird dream, a knock came on my door, and it was my neighbor who was having an allergic reaction to a bug bite. The car that puzzled me in my dream was her car. I was driving her car around that same parking lot 15 minutes after having the dream, rushing her to emergency. My mind could not interpret the dream correctly because it was missing some data. There are many ways to speak to the source or gods, signs being the easiest. Garbage at your feet can guide you as well as a tarot card or itching. Itching and tarot cards are just more civilized and less stinky on occasion. Blessed be to our divine garbage. A simple way to speak to any god is to speak out loud to any god or gods. If you want to see clear answers that we may wish to go into meditative receptivity or astral form, and talismans or crystals may aid. A Ouija board predicted the exact date of my birth before my mom was pregnant and provided years of fun as a child, but on Earth 2023 many shy away from great tools. A movie called The Exorcist portrayed Ouija boards as the villain, and people stopped exploring their subconsciousness. Call it your subconsciousness. Call it astral beings. Call it mischievous random thoughts. My mom got the name of a girl I liked from a Ouija board when I was young enough to blush. Joyce, it spelled out to my embarrassed horror. I did have a crush on Joyce at that time. A Ouija board is a beginner tool for anyone who wants to become a medium or develop this form of divine communication. Practice makes perfect is because whatever thought forms we think upon invite the associated team of thoughts. Your shoes have birthed into your existence in an exact cosmic replica of your own birth into earth air. Those shoes want some appreciation, as does your toaster. Learn to think of inanimate objects as if they held the consciousness of a plant. If you leave a radio on for your plants, they may grow better, but would your furniture also be safer and last longer if you leave a radio on for them? If you personify a vehicle with true blessings of safety and gratitude, that vehicle will keep you safer. Energy follows all thoughts, and as a magician of our era, you must be inventive in your applications and document what we learn to be the best methods, tones, energy. This guidebook instructs anyone on how magic and prayer works from the ground up. The actual mechanisms. This kind of thinking matches all popular religions of our Earth 2022 planet. The logic of magical thinking only requires two understandings. The methods taught in this book are simple, but research and study could improve upon these lessons and techniques. One person cannot explore all aspects of Hermetica/Hinduism on their own. I would require a staff. The two understandings. The two understandings necessary to teach truth are: A. The knowledge of reincarnation. B. The knowledge of simultaneous time. There are ways of proving these to yourselves using magic and observation. You must always analyze the timelines of what you manifest. Even a teacher should analyze everything that occurs to them from the respect of manifesting from another time. If you are blocked from teaching at an event, it is because the people may not be ready to hear. Maybe they have blind who do not expect to see. If we are imaginary and we cling to expectations and grow from focusing on what we wish to learn, then in the same way focusing on sight may bring it. If history alters, then do you not get taller every time you think yourself taller? Using a metaphor unlikely to occur in a crowded earth air. The short tall man. Imagine a small man through fanciful thinking doubled his size. Instantly. He just projected that size. Now imagine the man could never know this because to that man, he was always so tall. One day he was sad and short. And if he did magically become taller, his past would all revamp so nobody would even know he was short. This is deep thinking, but if the past changes due to expectation, then this is not a far-fetched scenario. If you expect to be taller, you would unknowingly affect such a change given enough energy. We live so many unknowable timelines that do all exist when we are alone in your bathroom but solidify into multiple linear timelines when we associate with others. Your karma. In our more stringent earth air, that man had a judgmental aunt who remembers him being a shorter person. This is where fanciful thinking runs afoul within earth air. There are others here messing up the place with their infantile worry and sometimes negative projections. If you judge a pet as having a bad trait, you will encourage that pet to do the bad thing. A mugger was petitioned by the mind of his victims. Please rob me. They might as well have screamed into the cosmic void by flying into a city they felt was dangerous. If the universe has made you afraid of a city, maybe don't go there unless you change your perception first. Signs. 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 If you have the two understandings of both reincarnation and simultaneous time, then common sense would allow you to reason that maybe, just maybe, in some random simultaneous life in the future, you will be more than just an ascended master. Choose your favorite fictional ascended master or guru. One day will you surpass them if you live forever in this moment? You will become God, but yet we always were. This book teaches that manifesting objects and events using intent is one way to learn of the substrate matrix and of time. You must pay attention to timelines. If you manifested a parking space at a popular venue, how did your instant expectations and positivity make someone begin to vacate your spot a half hour previously? If a person was trying to manifest a green car of a certain variety and then a coworker bought that exact model and color a month earlier but now wants to sell it cheaper to you, think it through. Prizes will arrive that were scheduled prior to your intent for that object. This book teaches magic is real. Expectation causes quantum collapses. Nothing is random. The universe doesn't do random. The fact history changes is hopefully old news to you through some experiences of your own. Think them all through. If you have manifested anything, consider the way it came versus when you gave intent. Often you will notice linear time does not make sense and we collapse our past into actuality simply through the art of measuring it with our collective expectation. I postulate that a ship's radar operator would stand a better chance of saving his crew if he had a positive attitude because he would collapse the attack into something smaller, but a ship full of sailors afraid of drowning would more certify their demise due to negative projections. Energy follows all thoughts. Teach sailors to be strong swimmers with no fear of drowning and your ships will become safer. Energy follows all thoughts, and by alleviating fears with employees or friends you can encourage daydreaming magic. The exact opposite of worry magic. This way of thinking has real-world applications. If you are in a moral civil rights action aimed at unity and you face lawyers, etc., a positivity would make them forget their briefcases and lose sleep without your doing. Your expectation of success will overpower and even alter evidence. A lady seeking love in a town of 10 men may feel limited, but if she knows the past alters due to her own expectations, then she could then easily visualize a new boyfriend onto her front porch. I dislike the term soulmate as we likely have many. You will all meet in the end, but saying goodbye to pets and items is an important lesson in worry avoidance. Marriage is a personal choice. Sex has some powers regarding longevity, but as long as people are consensual they may role play and kiss when not participating in the brief ritual abstinences. Celebrate earth air and give thanks. Playfulness like a child is divine. Telling two children they should marry removes other chances of esoteric steering, chance meetings, and natural love and growth. There is large contradictions between how we should live as a living aspect of God, but we are also in this life and it has perceived duties, etc. The notion of prearranged marriages sits ill with me. A woman facing such a fate could chant that she has the perfect husband before she even meets him, and increase her expectations. Or she could dread and fear and worry the man may be a loathsome troll. Energy follows all thoughts and the past changes. Our job is to look at everyone and everything with compassion. Make your pet smile inside and out. The only sin is worry, and non-marriage may in some societies cause worry if a child is without a father. People mistake evil as theft or worse. These are just weak-minded people steered into theft by the worry of the owners. If a man goes on a journey afraid that if anyone learned of his secret gem he would be robbed, that repeated thought would steer him into the den of thieves among his travels, and he would leave without a shirt or shoes or his beloved gem. Desire is worry also. When you are born, you have already created all the food that comes to you. Do you think the farmer grows your corn? Your own expectations grow that corn. The farmer was encouraged to buy that farm due to your future hunger. You manifest the corn, even if you purchase it. I said we live in a Garden of Eden or a holodeck where only our expectations can overlay each other. So thinking bad is really, really bad. If 10 people all judge their reality in a different way and they all must see the same thing based on their expectations, then what would they decide to see? Look around your physical room and answer that to yourself. All items in your surroundings are saying, I am a great thought form that brought you or someone joy, and even our waste is a sign to slow down sometimes. Slow down and appreciate the roses along the way, and your way shall have more roses. We need to stop thinking of ourselves as physical. Every religion makes reference to both reincarnation and simultaneous time. Note, this book is devoid of religious dogma. The Wayne Hilborn theory of everything is common sense, based on the first Hermetic principle, which matches the current scientific collapse of the space-time arguments. I will use some references, but we need an entirely new or heavily modified religion. Tithe to these teaching and hope churches will arise. Ashrams, spiritual schools, churches. All semantics. In Christianity you have quotes like, "It is the same way with the resurrection of the dead. Our earthly bodies are planted in the ground when we die, but they will be raised to live forever." 1 Corinthians 15 verse 42, NLT. This logically implies there is an ego apart from our physical brain, and live forever is exactly what does occur if time does not exist. The absence of time means we all live forever by default. The universe is simultaneous. In the Muslim faith you have quotes like, "The Quran itself states exactly what I've been saying, and you were dead, and he brought you back to life. And he shall cause you to die, and shall bring you back to life, and in the end shall gather you unto himself." 2:28. Both of these religions do not profess against worry and are confusions from the Egyptian Akhenaten, who was Moses by our current understandings. The cycles of perceived time called for chaos in a way that seems a part of the process. I would need funding to examine some topics more closely, but astrology and the impossibility of artificial intelligence seem related. A computer program cannot think, as it must always follow a flowchart of decisions or action, and it is a testament to programmers that they make the avatars and robots seem smart. Real artificial intelligence is impossible through programming because our modern computers can only compare. Just as itching can reveal profound truth, so could any random garbage at your feet, or even a computer program or flipping a coin. I've designed prophetic computer programs. Just ask a question in view and vote on subliminal yes or no answers. I used autostereograms to hide the yes, no and circle, triangle, square section for practicing your intuition. I invented the only practical method of practicing your intuition. You could buy or make 2 autostereograms with various shapes within. Many are online in Earth 2022, but they require a special focus to see. If you can determine the shape before you focus in them, then you are practicing your intuition. You could technically practice your intuition in an app. Wayne Hilborn invented the only method of practicing intuition, and it could be made into an app. Just mention me. Autostereograms are also an easy way to hack the focus of alpha. If you are seeing the depth image of an autostereogram, you are in alpha. A present moment state where we focused enough less to be in a that receptive state key for self-programming and intentional psychic reception. I would like it noted that according to the above fear-based religions of 2023, reincarnation absolutely does not exist. Some argue a born-again Christian suggests a rebirth here, and I have used that argument, but we must become wise to our divinity and relocate to less stressful realms. If I am going to quote some dogma here, the Hindu sages have mapped out 14 realms called lokas. Burloka is our earth air. There are 6 realms higher and 7 realms lower. Which realm do you want to land inside? Upper? Or lower? Or back here? This is where you would reside after you get yourself sorted in what book of the dead type way. Your afterlife will see temptations and pathways it desires. And you will go where you resonate. Now, I am not endorsing Hinduism. Their caste system was oppressive, and prearranged marriages I could live without. They would need to make heavy changes before we could endorse them fully. However, this theory of everything does make a common sense argument for a permanent afterlife, and logically these realms match my theory. Simplified, there are better places than our earth air, and there are worse places to be born. We are on the positive side of the lokas. We live in the Middle Earth. To match my hobbit name. It seems far-fetched to anyone that a merciful God would send a person to a hell that lasts forever if they work on the Sabbath or something silly. That is not a sin. Worry is the only sin. The ancient Egyptians would say ingratitude was the only sin. Judaism doesn't need quotes as it has mysticism in its roots, and they teach reincarnation will come until they're finished their 613 mitzvahs. The Kabbalists might believe if you abuse life as a rich man you may come back as a poor man. My understanding using our terminology of Earth 2023 was the Atlantis race was quite advanced in longevity, healing and technology beyond our own. They were like us but had extended lifespans that involved dry or water fasting and meditation at least 1 day per week. Egypt and India ancient tech. The pyramids are static machines of great sophistication. PYR means fire, A means in, and mid-middle. So pyramid means fire in the middle. Giza was known as the City of Light because they had fluorescent lights everywhere. If you hold any fluorescent or neon light up against a Science Center Van de Graaff generator, it will light up without wires. Your hair might also stand on end, so you may want to shave your head and wear a wig or a hat. Bulls were needed as fuel for their yeast lipid recipes. If you pressurize a 70-ton coffer with a 30-ton lid, eventually that lid will lift up and slide off like the lid on a boiling pot might. The local farmers may have had to donate 20% of their bulls to the pyramid. I do not have the full picture, and I'd need funding to do actual research in these areas. I shall manifest a better laboratory with a minion or 10. The Osirian was a planar magnetron. The Hindu lingam is meant to create negative ions, anions. The Buddhist took over and naively replaced all lingams which were tools and replaced them with an image of a Buddha. Anions, negative ions, are very good for health and meditation. It's a fuller air. The Ankh represents negative ions in Egypt. Contact me directly if you wish to hear more about Egyptian pyramids, as I would love to see us build some. Stonehenge was a portal to another solar system. Do not forget, everything possible now becomes probable within our shared dream. Mankind could not make or understand India's Barabar caves with 2023 technology. How can mankind be expected to know there is source if nobody tells them? Do you, the reader, understand time is simultaneous and the past does change? That is not just hyperbole, as we need to know this. I ask that you remember synchronicity or magic from your past that cannot be explained using linear time. Do not accept my word. You need to manifest and think of timelines. This point needs repeating and emphasis. This is your journey. Once you truly know your magic nature, you can will things into being, as your magic is automatically multiplied by over 1 million. The lonely lady trying to manifest love in a town of 10 men may feel limited when her choice is only from among the 10 single men in her parish. She may be depressed and adopt a lot of cats. You can manifest people from the past. You can make your future partner choose to make their home in your town instead of 2 towns down the road. Her choice was now from among hundreds of millions of men globally depending upon her age. So her choices went immediately from A. Maybe one of these 10 men isn't too boring. 2. B. My perfect man will find his way into my life from among the 4 billion men on my planet. Immediately you will see changes in your life if your expectation is advanced. Just by knowing the past changes, her expectations became exponentially higher. This lady can expect so much more than a muggle. And this applies to everything spiritual and personal and work. You're welcome. If a professor is seeking his higher self for help solving a problem and a neighbor offers him a book seemingly unrelated, it may be related. The universe has no randomness. Energy always follows all thoughts. The Egyptian society seemed to slowly be losing their knowledge with the deaths of the long-lived Atlantis builders. Mankind today could not build Barabar Hills-type Hindu caves. Many think King Tutankhamun is the most famous pharaoh of Egypt, but his father was Moses and even more famous as the father to the Abraham religions: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The teachers of those times had to use words like forever and ever because even today many people will look at you sideways if you tell them history can be overwritten. We are still in the infancy of the computer era, but people can now study simultaneous time, the delayed choice quantum eraser, and our 2022 Nobel Prize in Physics. You can Google simultaneous time. You can attend university lecture Sun, the absence of time. However, lower caste humans will only see the arrow of time and assume this theory is silly. If time is so simultaneous, then why is there 7 days in a week type thinking? This book is advanced. I have 2 previous books that are simplified. The Savvy Sorcerer and Miracles Are Too Easy. This theory of everything is not wrong or a theory in my view. Anyone who can manifest a simple parking space can reverse engineer their own immortality. Let me state that again as it is important. Anyone who can manifest a simple parking space can reverse engineer and understand their own immortality nature. If we reside in an illusion or simulation or dream of any sort, that would automatically make science a religion. Even a hardcore skeptic should admit common sense. Use that argument to teach a scientist that science is clearly a religion. If a scientist says simulation hypothesis, he is saying science is woo. Science is woo. Science is very limiting and sad in its current spacetime format. By the time Akhenaten, also known as Moses, was born, the Sphinx and the pyramids were as old to them as the Roman Colosseum was to us. Much of the knowledge was gone and the kingdoms tattered. Akhenaten started the first monotheistic religion, and it is Akhenaten who the Israelites originally called Moses of the Hebrew Bible. All religions of Abraham speak often of Moses, and history is known now. I look at Genesis and I see smartphone technology. One thing that will destroy mankind as it has done in previous civilizations is if mankind does too much destruction or harmful experimentation. Our planet has various realms and expectations in animal and insect kingdoms totally unrelated to us in many ways except in the grander sense. Imagine if everyone on Earth understood simultaneous time and how it applied to their religions and beliefs. If you were 100% sure you will indeed survive death exactly as you are now, but elsewhere, would you care about the rat race and fame and fortune? We are gods, and toddler gods can have a rough go of it. You are a toddler god. God is just a term we have already defined as a solo thought form that has learned to associate with other thought bubbles. We must revere and thank ourselves as God. For so many reasons? But we ourselves are the thinking aspect of God within our lives, and we shape the matrix also. If a wealthy person states they have clawed and cheated their way to fortune, is that something you would envy? There is inherent flaws in our system, but the teachers need to unite and heal or help our science religion achieve breakthroughs. I love video games, so I am not adverse to our imaginary science. Minecraft has similarities to our own avatar experience. If you lie and cheat and steal, none of that has rewards except what we perceive in our limited way, and the damage is to ourselves. You are like a puzzle piece that will fit inside only certain puzzles, and whatever we do, lie, cheat, steal, is part of our realm or karma. We can distance ourselves from it only so much in one lifetime if the errors are overly grievous, but realization of truth can help. After you die, you may be a round peg facing a square hole. I dislike using the terms heaven or hell because I strongly oppose worry-based religions, but some higher lokas are considered heaven. The lower lokas could be considered hell. Relying in dogma. You work out the common sense of it. A murderer is not as bad as the person giving the worry magic, and even ingratitude can help bring murder into actuality. The nature of thoughts in our head. On 2023 Earth, we tend to think the thoughts in our heads come from our brains, or possibly a universal brain outside of our own. We must think of every thought in our heads as a thought form bubble. Thought forms that technically exist outside of us. This is also a Wayne Hilborn philosophy. Every word in this sentence is a sentient life form from the metaphysical perspective. A brain is not required for self-awareness. All we are is perceptions of change in a simultaneous holographic matrix that seems to run on expectation waves. Your toaster is conscious, but it does not know how to associate with thoughts such as doom and gloom, and it is fine being a toaster. This book is very deep and discusses our thoughts as entirely separate from ourselves, and this is integral to grasping the complexities of our thought association process. You do not learn as much as you associate with new thoughts. Note, we are all one, and separation does not exist, but the author speaks of the perceived individual nature of our thought forms. You feel like an individual, and yet technically you are not. This also applies to the thoughts represented in the words on this page. All thoughts are part of the all. Every idea and notion is part of the grand consciousness that we call the universe, so speaking of our thoughts as separate from us only serves to describe the way they seem to enter us. This author has studied the mind and thoughts, and examining your thinking is crucial at all times. Why do you let in angry thoughts? Why did that random thought pop in my head? A sign. Imagine you are a thought. Not such a leap, because technically that's all that you truly are. Now you see a planet or realm called Earth Air, and you think you would like to be a part of it. You petition the thoughts of Earth Air and pester them in an astral format until you can birth into our three-dimensional Earth Air spacetime concept. This same process occurs if you purchase a pair of shoes. The shoe thought form is yelling at you, pick me, wear me, look at how pretty I am. Then you buy the shoes and take them home. They have birthed into your experience in a similar manner to how you birth into Earth Air. This is a pure analogy. Give this notion much thought, especially when purchasing shoes. Bless them, that they carry you to fine places and pleasant sights. Energy follows all thoughts. It takes seconds to bless stuff and give positive intentions to all. You can be a savvy sorcerer yourself. If you think of a thought for the first time, it is an invitation to engage with what is a separate conscious entity. If you walk through a store, the thought forms will jump out at you. Inanimate objects all have a rudimentary personality, and we influence those personalities with our own expectations using the energy follows all thoughts rule and subtle personifications. Look at me. Appreciate me. Imagine yourself getting appreciation with this clothing on. Imagine how happy you will be eating this. A person attuned could sense this. Monitor your thinking, because it's all you are. Pushing thoughts out of your head is a discipline. If what I say is true, then you are the truest you when you are thoughtless. Thoughtless does not mean asleep. Appreciating anything is an easy way to be present and can stem thoughts of past and future. Only when we label and judge do we add our own thoughts to our abstract perceptions. Transcendental meditation is this practice of being thoughtless on a more advanced level. A simple way to remove heavier thoughts from our mind when meditating is to write them down in a positive manner. Meditation may be when you recall important upcoming events you may have forgotten. So by writing tomorrow I celebrate my anniversary or something important. Writing a thought down will allow you to temporarily forget that thought and let it go until you consult your notes later. I am advising beginners to keep a notebook with them when they first begin the practice of meditation. This will allow us to stop meditating briefly to write down these heavy thoughts, and then we can go deeper after acknowledgement. Metaphorically and literally, you tell the thoughts you want to be left alone. You acknowledge them this way and set them aside. Clearly, meditation is best done without interruptions, but as a novice, I recommend this technique. How many historical monks have had to break meditation to relay information they might otherwise forget if they don't? The universe is clever in its distractions, but is based on my philosophy of pushback. A notebook and pen can help you free your transcendental meditation mind by organizing pestering thoughts more outwardly. If you have a unique thought you like, write it down, or like a dream it may fade from you. All focus on that idea or item will bring you more information and sometimes items and experiences. Always use care of what you think upon. Worry needs to be monitored and replaced by daydreaming as a timed habit. Use timers. Timers and alarms are excellent esoteric tools. If a person set their phone to vibrate every hour, then they could step into their alpha mind momentarily and observe their reality from the oversoul perspective. Realize what you are thinking then. Some thoughts are the metaphorical enemy. Would you want to bring a gun collection to the higher lokas as if you would be permitted, Hindu version of heaven? Does a gun collection serve your mind well anywhere? A good way to think of all thoughts is as thought forms that are themselves conscious, and they are not all friendly thoughts. When a couple sends worry magic that they desire to be mugged at the big city airport they fear, then that conscious thought must find some weak-willed mind to listen. The mugger sitting on his toilet gets the idea, hey, I should go and mug some tourists at the airport. The mugger thinks this is a wonderful idea, and so does the couple. So mote it be. So must it be. Another stereotypical mugging near a big city airport. Who is the victim? The mugger minding his business on the toilet? We are all psychically mind-controlled to a high degree, but only because we accept harmful thoughts projected by the worry and daydream magic of others. Now, if you understand my teachings correctly, you would realize you are an infinite tiny speck that is less than an atom. Your consciousness cannot be described as physical. You are not any thought. You are merely the changes that occur around you, and this is beyond what we deem physical. What we deem physical is just a realm of earth-air associated thought forms. To simplify the perfection of these realms is only to simplify to the student of magic. I just danced to a happy song alone. I inhaled our beautiful air, and I currently appreciate being here. I apologize for taking the most beautiful of souls and referring to them as thought forms or thought form bubbles. In truth, no such boundaries exist, and all change is driven by a drive for appreciation, also known as love. Take a moment from hearing this and appreciate what is around you. Beauty is all around us. The all is so much each of us, and it is important we try to help others. The way to give is to imagine what would make you smile if you were them. Truly smile. An honest compliment is free to give. What if you gave a man a lamp to see and then that man sold it the next day? How should you react? You must realize you did the best thing. If the man seemed like he could benefit from the lamp and you could spare a lamp, then you can freely give. Not every man who receives a gift will sell it the next day, but if it happens, then anger is not the response. You must realize that you did the right thing and they know you did the right thing. That is enough. Your good was done. That person may worry magic that you will be upset they sold their new lamp you just gave them. Help others is helping everyone, but it is also a form of worry, and even teaching this grates against some of my sense. Do I worry or judge the student just by calling him a student? This book has been an effort to curb worry among the masses, but teaching does have its associated worry, as does everything. All thoughts have associated desire and worry. We sin just by existing in earth air if worry is the only sin. We live in a conundrum. We cannot escape our perceived foreverness of linear time, and yet every thought we think is rooted in desire and worry. Living forever without breaking ourselves up into forgetting lifespans is a mechanism in sanity. You can be judge and jury and reflect the real thoughts entering your head. If you get angry, your head races with thoughts, and these thoughts are not from you. They come from the fearful. A scared bunny will manifest a fox. Worry magic is easy and technically unavoidable, but we can avoid extremes like the scared bunny. A fox with two paths was told by its positive nature that a bunny would join him for supper. The positive nature of the fox met with the worried bunny, and it was kismet. The mugger found his victims. A victim helps manifest both the upbringing and current circumstances of their own bully because the past changes from our viewpoint. Time only appears linear. This is why we must analyze timelines of what we manifest. Noticing your manifesting timelines scheduled your event/item to come to you before you began affirming for it. Timelines will not make sense in many things you manifest. So manifest enough to be positive. What I say is truth. Worry is visualizing bad events with emotion and the secret to manifesting bad events. All thought forms desire and seek love, and it is the only driving force of creation. Energy follows thoughts is the only rule, but it is appreciation that makes everything evolve, and if we cannot find it on the more personified ego level, we drift more into our group consciousness, which is less personified, but we feel the same. Technically, we all have the same root personality at the core. It is our chosen associations with other thought bubbles over lifetimes that make us all react differently. Mankind needs to rewrite some psychiatric conditions using the principles as outlined here and should use dreams and intelligent magicians in treatments. Pushback for treatment aside from the universe shutting off your alarm clock could include distaste for the patient's perceived personality. It is our job to recognize their divinity and their human goals. Divine intervention can include medicine or a manifested ship when drowning, but the root of all will always be the root of all. Forever is a long time. Even if this universe could become non-existent, you would still always exist because time doesn't actually exist. Life is everywhere and everything. You are immortal, but you have a reason for being here, or you wouldn't be in this daycare realm. A worrying person is a danger to the universe. Use care what thoughts you allow yourself to contemplate. All thoughts have a polarity nature. Thoughts can only have two properties. They move us towards a group or they move us away from the group. I personally believe communes are healthier for growth and development if among fellow magicians. The less egocentric our lives become, the less we have in distraction thoughts. This does not mean there is a right way or wrong way to manifest, but we must say goodbye to everything we love now. Your family is like library book you must kiss and say goodbye to someday, albeit your family grouping is often associated in numerous lifetimes. If you realize you live forever, you also worry much less about things. Being immortal and knowing it has some natural manifesting advantages. All you need for any understanding in this book is enough manifesting to realize linear time cannot manifest a parking space at a crowded store. Your divine nature becomes pretty clear when you do all the math. Use reason and logic to all principles taught in this book. Nothing said in this book is contrary to common sense based on our current knowledge. Christianity is the largest religion of our planet, and these religions would need heavy modifications for any form of endorsement, such as a complete switch to pantheism. Fear-based religions teach that you could be turned into a pillar of salt, reside forever in burning fire, etc. These experiences can occur to people with such fear, but they would be rescued by afterlife rescuers. If you found yourself in an afterlife version of hell, friends would come and try to bring you out of that dream and talk you off the ledge and rescue you. There are jobs in the afterlife. If you were hoping to retire. Nope. Creation took on an organized system as we grew. There are afterlife jobs. As above, so below can be applied to so many things. There are real mediums and healers and prophets. Hypnotists can reach direct communication with the other side, as Edgar Cayce's self-hypnosis and Dorothy Cannon's volumes of work have demonstrated. Is your fly swatter a tool of worry or suffering? Practice smiling at the little guys if they land on you. Talk to nature as much or more than your toaster. Tell a fly he might be happier outside. Beside my window I leave a bowl of water with a cloth inside near windows so a poor fly won't suffer without water. At the same time I would swat a mosquito if it was biting me. They don't. Is it a poor spider's fault you are scared of it? Would you want to be hunted and terrorized simply for being a bug? Were you a bug once? Our emotion-light existence has easier telepathy, but you can logically exist in another earth air like this one with similar veils. A higher vibration in the same physical is a likely possibility, but we are all unique in circumstances. This book suggests that your resonance upon death is of importance to your afterlife. You should not ignore this knowledge if you are ready for it. Would you wish to die not knowing how or what to expect? Much Eastern philosophy seems rooted in understanding, and I believe Lao Tzu's sayings often fit with the truth. Lao Tzu once said, "If you are depressed, you are living in the past; if you are anxious, you are living in the future," which is a modern psychological fact. As a healer, you can let your patient guide you. Much of healing is advanced hypnotic conversation, but a heart-to-heart talk is sometimes a part of the process also. Non-karmic disease is rooted in anger and worry, and not always from this lifetime. You are living your life as a plant and a god simultaneously, so you can also draw on health from those incarnations also. Send yourself healing energy in past lifetimes and also to future lifetimes in any realm. Expect that in your past lifetimes you were an advanced soul with practiced love and perfect health. If someone comes for magic knowledge expecting power and dominion over others, then teach them their worry already allows them to control their bullies who have less choice but to manifest the bullying. You may live grand, rich, and larger than life, but can you say no to the bum on the sidewalk who has no boat and wants one? Are you better? Consider that the unemployed man might also expect to be without a boat. There are agreed divisions in our thinking. Our lifestyles must always be contrary to the good of all if we are to maintain what we perceive as necessary actions in what we perceive as a physical world. In that circumstance, the unemployed man might not be able to keep a boat, or afford the insurance, or the fuel, or maintenance. You can still bring a smile to their face. You are an immortal magician. What can you afford not to give? Give them your fish. Jesus, not endorsing, he taught Hermeticism but pre-internet. Imagine as a thought experiment you had to personally live the circumstances and lifetime of every person you ever meet. Since the past changes in time is simultaneous, that would be one way to play metaphorical chess with ourselves, but we are all, so we sort of do this. If you pass a bum on the street asking for $1, imagine that maybe you in some alternate timeline or lifespan. Do not judge their conditions or habits. Give them your very clothes if you want to be as godly as possible, and buy the bum a wonderful meal. And bless him with an overlay visualization of a golden orb, heart, or pyramid. Could you make the homeless man happy? What don't you? Think on these things. If you bless a stranger with light from the source in a visualization, they can feel it and may visibly react if they hit their alpha blank state. Reactive people are harder to read or influence. To understand your thoughts, you must first understand what you truly are. What you truly are. You are ego by semantics, but ego is simply memory from our viewpoint, and our viewpoint is a laser that makes up a hologram that quickly blinks in and out of existence, and we perceive the changes the universe makes within that perceived Planck length on-off switch. If a person studies holograms, and if you could then visualize as a laser light movie projector bouncing off our viewpoints in the same manner, the double slit experiment seems to take expectation waves of chance and make a single electron interfere with itself. I use the term electron in an imaginary sense also because everything is fields. Study how holograms are filmed. A laser is sent through a lens that reflects 50% of the laser in another direction, splitting the beam. The laser angle is widened with a convex mirror, and one is aimed at a recording film, and the second branch of that laser is reflected similarly upon an object like a flower. That light reflects off the flower and through the light from the first laser beam. This creates an interference pattern using the divided laser upon the film. There are various methods, but quantum wave mechanics is the main principle in David Bohm's holographic theory. If you shine a flashlight upon two slits, you will see an interference pattern, and that is when our caveman logic of light being a particle dissolved. If you put the slits in water and created a wave, it would squeeze through the two narrow slits and generate two new waves where the crests would cancel out the troughs of the opposing waves, leaving a series of lines on the back wall instead of just two, like if particles had passed through. This book is advanced, and a student of this book should be versed in basic quantum mechanics. I have written simpler books. A water wave requires water. A sound wave requires air. Science denies an ether. Ether exists, but light waves are not a thing. A wave is a verb, not a noun. What is light making waves in? Something to ponder. What is the substance between light and the illuminated subject if not water or air? Light travels in vacuums. What is the wave made of? If you can make a shadow puppet on the wall, then you can reason out that ether does exist in our imaginary realm simply by noticing the edges of the shadow are blurred, or double slit experiment. Water, fire, or emotion light is our base nature. Light projects our perceptions and creates all, including earth air. Earth air are secondary imaginary elements. All thought forms are equal, but in a linear time sense earth-air are younger elements. Acoustics is closer to the theory of everything is not only postulated by this book but also by the Sumerians who gave us fully formed astrology and our sexagesimal clock system. Earth 2023 historians argue mankind was the first evolved species on Earth, despite blatant evidence to the contrary. The Sumerians' theory of everything was based on sound. You are like a sound wave in that your expectations create a splash and a wave of something, and your wave projects what you then perceive as reality. There are so many levels to the nothingness we are that it will take a century of prophets and visionaries to relearn lost arts. This book gives the key to both high magic and successful graduation from this nursery realm. This is a science book that says expectation causes quantum collapse into our perceived past, and that is the mechanism for mind power and magic. This is the science of magic. This author is teaching this topic without the use of dogma, but many religions are close. Just some tweaking. So I cannot just say you are a wave of something. I must define the ether, matrix, spirit as anything. I might choose the term matrix because I have avoided using the word faith in place of expectation, as these words involve preconceived religious elements in my era. It is my view that the matrix is our ether, which is translated by abstract perceptions. If you drive a car or avatar in a computer game, then you are only using the controllers to move forward and backwards, left and right. You sense the controller. What if you are the binary computer coding and energy transfers in fields? And you just abstractly think you are using controls and playing on a computer. Instead of being only what you see, you are everything behind the scenes also. So your matrix monad pod self feels energy vibrations and translates that into your living experiences. Everything in spacetime is abstracts and delusions/illusions. The double-slit experiment and any shadow proves there is a wave of something, even if current science seems intentionally blind. Wave is a verb and not a noun for conventional English speech, and so no scientist should speak of light as a wave unless they can explain the medium also. Niels Bohr thought wave theory was how reality works, and he is in most ways correct, albeit that is simplified and ignores the holographic mechanisms we perceive and time. In acoustic science, a stadium may have louder and quieter sections due to wavelengths and sound reflection. Sound can cancel out other sounds when opposing sound waves connect, and it is a part of the natural interference patterns of sound. When you fully know how an interference pattern affects their counterparts, then we can use it for an analogy on the basis for our viewpoint as humans. Imagine that your thoughts were also a sound type wave and could cancel out opposing thoughts. If a child truly believes in a magical creature and a parent does not, who is correct if our world is imaginary? All thought forms have validity, and once personified long enough to reach the level of an I am awareness, they will be personified into a soul. Your main power is your laser expectations, if we used a hologram analogy for every possible viewpoint ever. If we use you as an example, then you are projecting your diffused laser expectations to everything you interact with or even think upon, and this is reflected back onto a possibility field that is you and everything. You only affect what you think about. Positivism is an art form, and it should be the goal of all. Worry is the only sin. Worry equals visualizing bad with emotion, which is powerful expectation or faith. If the world is indeed mental, then worry would be foolish indeed. Death. We may see a pet die, but that is only a change of expectations for them. The water-fire base polarity realm is more psychic, and the light of that realm is not of this earth-air. It is not the same as a campfire or the sun or a candle. These elements are also eternal and have many subcategories or souls. The moment you personify more than one star in the sky, you have created multiple thought forms of fire and ascribed to them personalities. Perhaps they will give birth to human-type civilizations or even planets for us to admire. Time is simultaneous, so you are eternal by default. However, memories seem like they can be overwritten in a sense, and so we could technically lose memory, just like a big rock would upset a wave experiment using 2 pebbles. Your wavelengths would get scattered. This is countered by simultaneous time having no big rocks for that scale of opposing expectations. Nobody will expect mankind to have never existed. We could say we have erased many lives of ancient people and can only guess at where and how they lived. Does this make them finally give up their ghost and cease to exist? Lemuria's mankind only knows the land was there because of varying species of lemurs, thus the name we have given them. Them Lemurians as a token name. Lemurians come back as Earth-Air humans if they must. Our history is limited, and all Akashic records on every planet is a moment occurring now and fully viewable or even experienced. You are a god. God is semantics, that means thought form, and that is simply what we all are. Do not forget, God is every pet we have ever had. Your pet has its own higher self watching you rub your pet's nose in something, so try a more compassionate approach. What can make your pet very happy? Do some of that. The matrix itself cannot be conscious, as it is the foundation for whatever it is we live inside. I also describe it as the all, or the universe. It can hold a holographic imprint and be overridden by opposing expectations that cannot happen on a larger scale. If you are a baby soul, nobody expects you to do anything, and you can be anonymous in your room and have sections collapse differently due to the focus of others. An older soul makes more associations, and at our human level you will exist forever, but reality is always like the thought experiment Wigner's friend, in the way overlapping expectations can make the situation collapse differently outside the room with the cat and the supervising scientist of Schrödinger cat in the box thought experiment. The bottom line is you are eternal in much the same way you are now. You will have a sense of hearing, touch, smell, taste, and sight after death, or while projecting astrally. The earth is itself filled with so many thought forms, all vying for gratitude. Pick me. Love me. I'll be your best friend. Bless them, but let's imagine every thought form as if it was a little person. Even if I was wrong about your toaster being conscious, I'm not. Thanking it for good toast would be a great way to stay in gratitude. You have a big lazy thought form that says to your mind, go sit on the couch. Another thought form is leaner and bigger and says no. Let's go to work. If you are a positive person and ambitious-minded, then you may find work has less pushback than normal. Imagine these are thought forms fed in size and bred by you. Some people breed animals and you breed thoughts. You are a farmer and breeder of thoughts. Cultivate and pull the weeds, or they will bind you. This cluster of lower astral thoughts feel real to the participants, and you could converse with any thought form. We are all. Do not expect grand conversations in the astral or with a Ouija board at every go. You would likely manifest an assortment of expected responses in many cases. I say every thought is by our definition God. So polytheism may be what many think is true, and it is valid because we all reach God levels of mental influences, which is a behind-the-scenes conscious effort to make the universe hospitable to life. Pantheism is the truer term because we are all part of the all in two ways. We are on our realm of the matrix in what we may deem a physical sense, and all of us will eventually have most of our associations coupled with the highest. You live forever, and even though everything you do may seem fun and new today, in a quadrillion years you may get bored of it and move on up metaphorically. Our perception is not light, it's holoflux as defined by Carl Pribram, but on a much larger scale than just our brain. We only perceive expected differences. Pribram and Bohm looked at the brain as if it were real. It is not. Earth air is clouded by thoughts. I am a psychic, but this also is an operation that has pushback. If a psychic predicted the outcome of an event, it may be a true outcome in some sense, but due to the nature of simultaneous time, history can revamp itself in such a way, like in the Wigner's friend scenario. We live in a Wigner's friend scenario that expands upon the Schrödinger cat in the box thought experiments. That thought experiment cat is in a room within a room within a room. If the scientist opens the random is expectation-based, outcome live or dead cat in the scenario and finds an alive cat, we would have live cat/happy scientist. However, Wigner's friend postulates that the scientist merely joined the cat inside the box and he wouldn't be truly collapsed as a particle into the final form until the door to the lab opens. If that scientist opens the door and the people in the next room are all pessimists and expect the cat to be dead, now we have one dead cat and a bunch of unhappy scientists. This can revamp history itself. The universe is Wigner's friend if you remove the word probabilities and replace it with the word expectations. Our mind causes quantum collapse in wave-particle duality, a philosophy unique to Wayne Hilborn in 2023. Happy visualizations make you more successful at anything. Fortunately, in this pretend scenario, the last door would open to a magician and we would only have live cat and happy scientists due to better trained expectations with practiced repetitive focus. Blessings to the fictitious cats in these fictitious thought experiments. Blessings to the fictitious us. This Wigner's friend scenario is ever expanding. Everyone has the same base laser expectation field matrix, and if we identified any species of pets as separate and unique egos, further personifying them, then we are somewhat mistaken. A ketchup bottle has a mass consciousness with very little personification but a taste of appreciation here and there. If I draw a mustache on that ketchup bottle and name it Steve, then I further personify that bottle and bring it closer to its individualization as its own I am awareness. Imagine you are playing a video game character or steering a robot assigned to your tasks, and then it suddenly develops an I am awareness and stops doing your laundry. If we write a fictional bad character, then that is still real on the level of thought forms, and we should try to avoid writing a bad, but movies need drama, do they not? Do they? Higher realms are not mischief-free or free of jealousy, as you need good to have bad. We need to learn the power of worry, and that daydreaming is always far wiser. If a loved one falls ill or is injured in any way, even past death, the correct response is always thank you. I have felt deeply in love and felt grief, but I knew that I made the choice to have my pets and that they are eternal. Every desire in deep love has real losses, and big things get orchestrated in well thought out ways. Grieve for yourself, but envision your loved ones expanding on up. Thoughts of them reach them and can confuse or discombobulate the astral if you have poor expectations. Imagine your pets becoming the highest of the highest. And let go. It is easier to let go when you are sure of an afterlife, but it does not negate the psychological loss we feel. That is part of the lesson. How you handle that grief. And if you handle it poorly, the universe will throw grief at you numerous times until you learn to react better. Lessons you help schedule for yourself behind the scenes. Our subconscious helpers are organizing what we will perceive next. When magic happens, it can be very profound. If I even use the Tooth Fairy in manifesting a ship rescue by altering the ship's heading 3 days earlier, then that is profound if you're the person praying. A Tooth Fairy religion does not need to actually exist in order for the beliefs of the person to manifest. Muggles also manifest their every thought. However, you will meet people in odd places or odd ways, and it was all planned by the universe in advance, because our psychic telepathic communication of daydreams and worries collectively form what we believe we see. The universe is a cosmic orchestra. A fun philosophy for Muggles new to magic. If we do reside in a giant imagination, then that reverses things a lot. Everything a Muggle once thought possible would now become probable. Take a moment to digest that sentence. This means aliens in 2023 are probable, not verified officially yet. All of this is real. Living inside a giant imagination means Star Trek scenarios with teleportation is probable. I know science shall teleport objects from planet to planet simply because we can imagine it so. Wormholes won our Nobel Prize in Physics this year. As I type this, it is December 2022. Quantum entanglement has provably been related to wormholes. The more we seek on any topic, the more we shall find. Did a vein even exist before a man lopped off his arm to look? We add the complications and additional thoughts forms to describe what we think must be common sense. Seek and ye shall find. Magicians can astral travel and add earth in methods defined by Franz Bardon, Initiation into Hermetics. I know Muggles are and will teleport objects from planet to planet simply because we can imagine it so. A magician can already teleport without machinery anywhere using astral travel and command of the elements. All the mechanisms you need to cross into another galaxy is contained within your bedroom closet. You need only your perceived mind and training. Everything occurs simply because we can collectively imagine it so. Can we collectively imagine a rhinoceros in your bathtub? What does the community think of an event, and is it nonsensical or worthy of possibilities? Will your town's expectations of a sports team make the team win or lose? Yes. You helped the batter strike out at bat. Not just him. You co-created that reality. You can sense the direction if the metaphorical wind if you pay attention to people, animals, signs. You can hear prophecy in everyday voices. A student can learn to have present alpha state mind and know what things are true. We are all psychic, but if you practice transcendental meditation, you are practicing being yourself. Thoughtless meditation does not mean asleep. You will be more aware than normal. Transcendent meditation, which I will define simply as thoughtlessness. Pestering thoughts should be written down or consciously dismissed if irrelevant. I not now thank you agreement. Fasting and thoughtless meditation are two disciplines required for the most successful afterlife in ego terms. If a person failed their own defined challenges in our perceived unique life, then they have to repeat their lives and undergo the same trials and tribulations. If you can reach a point of no nightmares or you seem to stop dreaming entirely, that is a sign you are better prepared for the afterlife. Dreams are distortions of the afterlife realm. This author suggests you will re-enter the afterlife as an older than the hills adult in an earth-air environment. You do not need to live your life as a baby in those places. Expectations are in place. However, immediately after you die, you are transitioning to another level of vibration based on your resonance at death. Try to die laughing and happy, but not imperative. This will remove you from earth air and expand you to water fire. Water fire is the do-it gap realm. You will take on an earth air form wherever your do-it resonance takes you. The process is instantaneous as time does not exist, but you may perceive afterlife trials or judgments or a Harry Potter style sorting hat. Are you going to move up to Gryffindor? You will go up in vibration or down in vibration. The Hindu dogma of lokas is my take on these realms, but semantics of heaven, hell, lokas, etc. all suggest allegiance to various flawed religions. I suggest all major religions of 2023 are flawed, and the worry-based religions are in desperate need of revamping. Tithe to this type of teaching. Do not tithe to a corporation or a Catholic church unless it is running a food bank or charity outreach programs. Teaching untruth is harmful to us. Teaching truth is harmful to us also. I am writing this book because I worry about the student. The conundrum of reality is we create bad with every desire and have no other choice. Afterlife realms have positive thinkers above and worry-based thinkers go below. This is not a hard rule because nobody fully knows the resonance of another and we should not be judging them anyways, lest we cause them harm and will be judged on that ourselves. The discipline of being able to keep thoughtless in our alpha state is more necessary inside more psychic realms. Our ability to meditate thoughtlessly and on top of that learn to meditate to both sense and outward focus is more important when you are in the gap realm between death and rebirth or ascension. If you get stuck in astral or in the gap realm or are simply in need, repeat, higher self now, thank you, or akin. In any language. If a person who has nightmares dies, they may not have the mental discipline to leave such an imaging if they mentally create it in upon their death. These people may be rescued if they cannot escape that panic-based horror, but it's akin to talking a suicidal jumper down from a ledge using psychology. Astral friends will find you and bring you home. To a home you've spent more time at than in any one human lifetime. Home. In astral travel, you do not need to get off the bus at every stop. The mapping of the astral has been attempted by many, but we need to fund research and studies and change our entire philosophy. Children should be encouraged to recall their past lifetimes and not judged if they cannot. The Hindu religion seems closest to the truth, but it fell into disrepair when its practitioners forgot the science behind lingams and their anion temples. Fasting, health and longevity. I currently enjoy perfect health and weight and have not been physically sick in over 20 years except some restaurant food has come up. I live mostly chemical-free. I try. Dry fasting is still not known as the best weight loss remedy in my era. Never water fast if you are overweight unless you are unfit for dry fasting. Note, what I am about to say is considered untrue according to our current medical science. Our bodies will seek water from our cells for the 7% water in a form of autophagy independent of caloric intake if we are thirsty enough. I did not discover autophagy, but mankind in 2023 still thinks exercise is an effective way to lose weight. It is not. I let myself indulge when young and my body ballooned to 136 kilograms and today I am 74 kilograms. I have lost 62 kilograms and I will tell you exactly what works and what doesn't work for health and for weight loss. I have lost a small person in weight without any extra skin or stretch marks. I'm super fit and healthy today. I am a fasting expert. I know how to avoid hunger to most extent. 1. Go easy on sugar the day before a fast and you will have much less hunger. Proteins are better on that day. 2. Dry fast for weight loss, water fast for stem cells. Dry fasting also has less hunger than water fasting. 3. Always remember our bodies still need salt even when fasting. Salt is part of hydration. I most often dry fast for 48 hours. Then I rehydrate for 1 day, including the necessary few grams of sodium. I then dry fast for 2 more days. This is my normal 5-day fast I did monthly for weight loss. I lost 7 kilograms every time I did this 5-day fast. You may look at that number and say, yes, that is a number. 7 kilograms in 5 days is very hard to do. In 5 days, dry fasting burns 38,500 calories worth of weight, 38,500, and water fasting the same 5 days would burn 17,500 calories, 17,500. Water fasting is nothing but calorie counting in terms of weight. It is only special for the stem cells and ketones. Never water fast or exercise for weight loss. Exercise is futile for weight loss. Aerobic exercise is the quickest type of running, and that will burn 600 calories, 500 per hour. A kilogram is considered roughly 7,700 calories. For 500 calorie per hour running, I would need to run for 107 hours to lose the same 7 kilograms. During that 7 days I A. Stayed in bed. B. Played video games. C. Watched television. D. Studied/meditated. You may meditate, but your eyes will burn like chlorine is in them if polluted, and headaches may come from the acidosis. Stop your fast with any illness and try again the next day. Your body is too polluted during the first week of a fast. I want you to think about what I just said, though, in case medical science hasn't caught up yet. You would need to run over 12 hours each and every day to equal the same weight loss. I need to be clear. You will lose more weight per day watching television than running 12 hours daily. I do not advise dry fasting for 7 days without experience and guidance, but a person could not run far enough fast enough in 7 days to equal the weight loss a person could gain from sleeping for a week. If you ran 24 hours daily for 7 days, 168 hours, at an aerobic pace of 500 calories per hour, 500 calories per hour, you would burn 84,000 calories. A kilogram is roughly 7,700 calories, 7,700 calories per kilogram. If you ran non-stop all week long, you would lose roughly 11 kilograms. You could easily surpass that weight loss by lying in bed binge-watching television. That would require 7 days of no food and water, but I have personally lost that much weight in a week from lying in bed. Pay attention to the mathematics. The proofs are already available. You would lose more weight sleeping all weekend than had you run marathons on both days. If I was fat again, I would rather watch television in bed all day than run for 12 hours each day. Nobody has time for that. And that is aerobic running. If daily marathons were even possible or healthy. In my 5-day fast, I go the maximum of 48 hours dry fasting. I know I could go longer, but I wanted to function without lethargy, and I also knew I would need to repeat the process. Dry fasting has more weight loss, so releases more toxins which need to get processed through liver and kidneys and our skin. Passing gas carries risks when fasting, so plan your outings accordingly. Spare underwear is advised. Day 5 of any fast will have your skin quite stinky if you are polluted. Fasting is also necessary for our afterlife. It is a measure in restraint and the middle way. Too much greed is giving in to our surrounding thought forms. Self-discipline is key to moving upwards in vibration, or we allow in too many undisciplined thought forms. Be happy. Eat, drink, be merry, own large businesses and reap successes. If you know how to say goodbye to it all. You may kiss the girls or boys based on your own desires and consenting others, but in the end it is best if we can distract ourselves into the next project. Lovers and pets must be returned to the universe like a library book. In the end, however, it is karma. Can you do all of the above without worrying? Without visualizing bad events with emotion? It is true to say that a jealous woman can help manifest her husband a pretty lover. Her worry magic calls and directs both the man and his mistress. During your fast, you should also remain abstinent if you are doing any form of energy work. My studies are in my own laboratory and books. Feel free to visualize a well-funded larger laboratory and ashram-style school for my varied research. This author has had a varied life and lives comfortably, but he is not currently rich or seeking riches. Manifesting a school or research opportunities would need to be a group effort. Teach this and tithe to teachers of this type of thinking. There are many good teachers, if not myself, albeit in 2023, I struggle to find many I approve of who are living. I see fraudulent activities among some of the most spiritual YouTubers. Teachers who make stuff up and preach as if they know. Anything in this book is the truth. The author does manifest and has analyzed the timelines and synchronicity. The past does change to fit the present expectations of all. I can say without question that this book is all true. If you understand and agree with what I say here, then realize we are very young in our understanding. I am presenting clear logic as to why you live forever and how to prove it, and the world needs to hear this message to curb violence and greed. And above all, worry, visualizing bad events with emotion. During your dry fast you may feel low blood sugar as weakness, and if unfamiliar with fasting you may feel ill. I lie down when this happens and it passes within a few minutes without technique. Earth 2023 says exercise is the only way to lose weight. That a calorie deficit is required. No. Water deficit is the secret to all weight loss. Think thirsty. Fasting for stem cells is also something we all need to do if we want good health. Dry fasting is easier than water fasting on the first day because we are not running through the kitchen to get water every hour, and it seems to have less hunger for me, but I'm practiced at it. 5 days is easy for me, and everyone should be able to go at least a week without food in my view. I think around day 15 of my early fasts was when I could first cook for others or walk past food without wanting some. After 3 days, we start producing stem cells in our brain and other organs. Intestinal stem cells start reproducing in less than a day, but we need this process everywhere. If a person were to eat half of the week and fast the other 3.5 days, I believe they would live an extra 100 years or more if they stay safe. This book has taught you how sleep is better than exercise for weight loss, unless this is far in the future when it is already known. 2023 mankind was slow. I showed how mixing water fasting and dry fasting is the best option for both. If you are going for stem cells, I suggest 2 days of dry fasting, and then when you hydrate on day 3 you will feel like you are cheating. Drinking water is like the failure in dry fasting as opposed to eating, and drinking on day 3 is a deserved reward. So if you fail a dry fast, it often means you only drank some water. Dry fasting is easy and free. My results are my own, but I know for certain the mainstream mathematics is wrong. I just want people to know and to do. I am publicly trying to get science to acknowledge this in my era. You do not need to believe anything say. I give instructions for learning all of my secrets in this book. Dry fasting is best done after some water fasting because initial cleansing can make our eyes burn and cause headaches. You're losing over 1 kilogram of fat per day. Your body would be working overdrive and needs a good clean liver to process it all. If you get the acidosis headaches, it means you are new to this and should eat and rest. The more often you fast, the less this cleansing will affect your body. Expect headaches if dry fasting. This is a sign weight is coming off fast. The muck in your fat is processing through your head and liver and kidneys and eyes and skin. I suggest this 5-day fast would need to be done every other month to compare to Egyptian lifestyles, but our foods are more artificial, processed, and chemicals now. I suggest we would need to add more time to our fasting process until our foods become more chemical-free. I suggest the ancients dry fasted every Sunday, day of rest for intestines, but with today's chemical food additives, we may want to add another dry fasting day. Fasting did not come natural or easy for me. I have saintly and good parents, but meals in my house growing were of meat, potatoes, and vegetables, or a meaty spaghetti. I could never imagine going a day without food. Now I can turn my appetite on or off without complaint. This is how we need to be. You must be able to say no to even the thought forms of food. If you have done many fasts, then you know of the days it feels like a self-imposed prison we can escape simply by opening the refrigerator, but we say no. How can you let your stomach grumble with a fridge full of delicious food? Potassium requires food for digestion and is not a necessary additive for a 2-week fast. Body chemistry is involved in longer fasting efforts. Never add potassium when fasting unless fasting beyond 2 weeks. Potassium is a chemical that can cause heart palpitations or worse if overused. If a person were fasting to heal a disease, then they should dry fast a few days and then switch to water fasting. If you are thin, then your body doesn't have fat stores and it could need nutrition. Monofruit fasting is a healthy way to add some energy. A grape is full of sugars and energy. On its own and eaten too much, it would cause fatness. If we use grapes as a sole source of energy on refeeding days, then we can prolong a fast if too thin. Choose any fruit, but grapes are popular due to the energy content of each. Just enough to remove the lethargy. The benefits of fasting can be harmed by inflammation because it eats our NAD+, etc. So earthing/grounding via wires is also necessary, in my view, for good health. Essentially, inflammation eats the stuff that keeps us looking good. Note, earthing/grounding is grounding your body to earth using wires or bare feet on the ground. It has been proven to reduce inflammation, which is the root of pain. Study earthing. There is no reason why you should not be grounded as you read this. It's free when you own the grounding mats or wires. Try fasting for a day and extending by 12 hours each time. If you get serious acidosis headaches, then stop your fast. Nobody should fast if they cannot walk and talk and function throughout unless medically supervised, like in an induced coma or something. Dry fasting loses more weight per day than 10 hours of fast running. Remember this. Teach this. How I choose to live moderately. I am currently a hermit. Hermetics often hermetically seal themselves off from others like hermits, I often say, and I do love wine, women, and song in moderation. I have mastered my thoughts through years of practice and understandings. My grandparents were Freemasons and my parents were loving and open-minded. You must begin by realizing that we are all essentially imaginary. You feel real, then will be real in your sense for eternity, but for our analogies we are thinking of ourselves in a dream state. We feel awake, so it is not like a nocturnal dream. Gratitude in all and avoid worry as best you can is as simple as it gets. Earth air may have you reacting with your reactive mind when you could accomplish all of your goals by doing nothing if given enough time. Energy follows all thoughts and no physical action is ever required for manifesting except as it applies to our expectations. Saying grace at a meal seemed silly to me as a youth. My parents were advanced in knowledge and kindness, but I was raised with typical Canadian foods and lifestyles. My household was agnostic and not very religious. I was never baptized nor did I attend any church. Churches and esoteric schools by any name are not necessary for you to astral travel and meditate. Baptism is still as silly as it always was, but saying grace at every meal is giving thanks. I believe in thanking my toaster. And the toast. And the earth, air, water, and fire that produced the toast. If you eat an egg, thank and bless the chicken. If you eat meat, bless that animal and its own lifetime of food. Health is from fasting more than what we eat. I eat many egg salad sandwiches, and so I bless the eggs, chicken, mayonnaise, eggs and oils, eggs and flour, wheat for the toast, and the onions. Then I go deeper and thank the soil, earth, the wind, air, the rain, water, and the sunlight, fire, that grew these things for us. The Hermetic Lifestyle. Thankfulness is the hack for love and by nature that will bring more of anything to you, but not in a greedy sense. Be genuinely happy. This book teaches advanced manifestation techniques later, but our nature is so contrary to the current thinking. The past changes and you are a forever thought form. That is pretty huge. Winning at all costs in a jungle competitiveness we see among many in 2023 is misguided. We should all dry fast for weight loss and water fast for stem cells. I have never consulted any doctors for any of my fasting, but because this is a book I shall tell you to have supervision or medical permission. Never force a fast. Sadly, I could not name a 2023 doctor that can grasp the weight loss of dry fasting. None of them own calculators. Fasting will bring much discipline. If you can fast 2 weeks, then that is enough to prove you can say no to food. I have fasted much longer but felt no differences in psychic activities. Eat lots. Indulge. Party. Have sex. Drink alcohol if you must. Have lots of fun. Be fun, wear costumes. Practical non-mean-spirited jokes are fine. Live and be merry. What we should also do is realize we all live forever, and if bad things have occurred to you, it was manifested by worries. Worry is a part of life. You cannot even exist without the negative, and this our current original sin myth. Jesus allegedly died on the cross for our sins, etc., which was a pollution of his message entirely. After you have read this book, you will be able to look at any biblical parables or religious teachings and analyze them for truth. Example: in Christianity we have the Lord's Prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our sins, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And bring us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Forever and ever, amen. I might say it as: Dear higher self, I love you, and we will evolve to your station, for as above, so below. We ask for abundance, and we forgive and love everyone with blessings. I forgive those who are steered by pushback to trespass against us. And guide us righteously forever due to simultaneous time. Please don't use this prayer. I'm only rewriting it to make a point. Example of the same prayer from the Quran. Islam and Christianity are every similar. In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful. All praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful, sovereign of the day of recompense. It is you alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those upon whom you have bestowed favor, not of those who have evoked your anger or of those who are astray. Quran. You may compare these or not. I offer the same translation. The popular religions in 2023 all seem to reference gratitude. The Quran translation seems to use the word mercy more. Is mercy the same as forgiveness? No religion of today should stand due to the pollution of their words. We must rebuild our knowledge base from the ground up. I must oppose the religion of science in 2023 also, but it will mix with science, and our science will be defined differently in the future. Can we build a new religion that is based on factual knowledge of our consciousness? I am revealing the secrets to many topics in this book, from the root of our core consciousness to how Egyptians manifested with technology, and the secret to weight loss is also something I hope many remember. I abhor quoting from fear-based religions because I oppose their misinterpretations. However, Jesus once said, 38 You have heard that it was said, eye for eye, and tooth for tooth. 39 But I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to them the other cheek also. 40 And if anyone wants to sue you and take your shirt, hand over your coat as well. Now if you understand my teachings correctly, then you would know that a victim helps manifest their own bully due to simultaneous time. The victim can affect their bully's upbringing and current circumstances. If you find yourself angry enough to hit someone, listen to your thoughts. That is motivated by their fear. The victim asks you to hit them telepathically. Be strong enough to mentally say no. I need to keep being clear that if a couple worries, they will get mugged. It will send out a conscious thought to mug the couple, and that seems logical if you think it all through. The mugger in this scenario does not know he is influenced by fear. The mugger thinks he thought of the idea to mug someone while sitting on his toilet. What thoughts are your own? And this is a big question. Before my books, nobody knew worry was bad, but visualizing bad stuff with emotion is common sense manifesting of bad stuff. In 2023, this author is the only one claiming worry is the absolute cause of all evil. A grandmother in my era will gladly visualize her grandchildren bleeding every time they are 10 minutes later for supper. No. Never worry about the children lying in a ditch bleeding, or you may manifest what? What if a loved one is in surgery? Should you worry then? Do you visualize them dead, or do you visualize them recovering? Worry is a thought energy must follow. You tell me. My answer is clear. You decide if worry magic is beneficial to you. The mugger thought he decided to mug people, and the couple have no idea their worry manifested the attack to them. It was just another day in the big city. They will blame the mugger and not themselves. Who do you blame when bad things happen to you? The other guy? How could this couple have avoided the attack? Did they need to worry magic this attack into being? Forget manifesting, avoid worry and your life will be blessing after blessing without any manifesting. Imagine being able to travel freely without being mugged in every big city. It would be so liberating. A victim may not want to hear that they manifested their own attack, but thought is what it is. You may think an ant has a bad deal in life. He has to live as an ant. All creatures have a group consciousness, as we might see in birds flocking together or a school of fish. Life is fair. Sadly, we can worry upon others. Worrying upon yourself is one thing. If you want to cause bad stuff for yourself, feel free, but worrying about another person is egregious harm they did not invite. Keep your worries to yourself. How? How can I stop worrying about a loved one in surgery? Distraction is key. Use timers or television to distract yourself from negative thoughts. If the person does not recover, then they still exist and they can still hear your voice. A person is present at their own funeral. You will continue to be. So death itself is not something we should worry upon. It should be celebrated, for it means they finished their life lesson tasks. Hopefully. Reincarnation stories need to be encouraged in youth. You should remember your past lives from lifetime to lifetime, and this may occur. As we grow into tomorrow, this will become more so. Can you meditate now and tell yourself in a future lifetime about you now? That would be bad if you didn't plan on returning, but if you think you're below ascended master material, then spend some time visualizing your remembrance of this lifetime in a future incarnation. Energy follows all thoughts. Worry is unavoidable, and I am not immune. I can feel a well of anger rise up in me sometimes, and I must quell it. You will feel the emotions. You must exert control over them. Owning 100 cars may be a fun hobby, but excess good causes excess bad, and moderation, where the middle way pathway is taught in the Buddhist traditions. I do not endorse Buddhism, as it is devolved Hinduism, which is a devolved Atlantean religion. Buddha never seemed to realize you need bad to have good, which seems so simple and obvious. The Buddhists have 4 noble truths, and they are the truth of suffering, the truth of the cause of suffering, the truth of the end of suffering, and the truth of the path that leads to the end of suffering. I suggest you would never want to end your suffering, for then there can never be joy. Polarity is required everywhere consciousness resides. Even the higher lokas, Hinduism dogma, would require bad to have good. If there could be a path to end all suffering, it would be silly to take it, for we would not exist. And non-existence is not part of our simultaneous time options. You will always exist. Hinduism is the main religion I'd attribute some validity to, albeit their caste system backfired when they tried to predict first-time humans based on their parents. Every parent wants their child to be more evolved. This is caused by expectations also. I am not a fan of prearranged marriages. If you want a baby and it's within your karma, then you could start by thinking of the type of child you would like. Energy follows all thoughts. Invite the child verbally or in writing. Think like God thinks. All religions teach worry is opposed to their thinking. Daydreaming works. I worry. We all worry. I live in Canada, which is an Earth location that can have freezing weather. Do I wear clothes? Is clothing a form of worry? Yes. Think everything through. Do not settle for just my words or the words of anyone. You must clearly understand that we should minimize worry. Minimize what you visualize as bad. Evil isn't stabbing someone. Evil is visualizing someone being stabbed due to worry. Unappreciation can also end the life of a pet. The main sin is worry. You are on earth to learn to control what you think of. If you get a lover, that is a positive polarity. If you grow bored with that lover, that is a negative polarity. We could remove some of the romance from our lifestyles if we realize that appreciation gives things a positive value in our life. People and pets can die if they reach too much of a negative polarity. Spend time appreciating your remaining pets mentally. The moment you let an item start collecting dust and neglecting it, it develops negative qualities. The universe is electric and dielectric. Consuming too much of anything slows the appreciation towards objects. We are a conglomerate of thoughts that is in a sense also our karma. Whatever you associate with is part of your identity. Those addicted to horror films or who have weapon collections are signing on for future incarnations involving horror or weapons. Theory of everything, repeating for clarity and rewording. You are a thought form. To understand what we perceive as reality, imagine a giant holographic imagination where we are all somewhat mind-controlled or partitioned by surrounding thoughts. Our religion of science has described matter in terms of quantum aspects, and I must also simplify our thinking process to better explain our nature. Expectation, faith, causes quantum collapse even into perceived past, and this is the mechanism behind all mind power and manifesting. Probabilities implies a randomness that cannot exist. Every thought is itself conscious. You may not think a spoon has a consciousness, but it has a less personified conscious and more of a group consciousness. It would also not be able to associate with all the thought forms connotant in this sentence. It's a simple spoon. All consciousness is the same in the end. No thought form is superior to another. You are equal to the spoon if you can shed enough thoughts. If you made a chart starting with concentric circles and had God consciousness in the middle, then the next outer ring would contain both your ascended highest self and also your pet's highest self. Simultaneous to right this instant. At this very moment, all your pets are God. Simultaneous to now. As you progress to the outer, more personified circles, you would find all manner of existences in varied stages of development. When you get to the outer rings, however, some of what we consider lower forms of consciousness are more telepathically in synchronization with others of their species. Everything is telepathy. You are not real. You are a dream character avatar due to wake up eventually. If you tear a sheet of paper in two pieces, do you create two thought forms? Technically, at that level, they have a group mentality, but yes. The moment you divide anything, you would personify them separately. Look how mankind can invent a gas engine with over 1,000 moving parts, but they are also slow to realize science is clearly a religion if we could be dreaming. It is easy logic that escapes most. The thoughts that essentially petition us based on their weight. Note, I use the term weight of thought to represent the intangible muscles of your thoughts. Energy follows all thoughts, so imagine your thoughts as powerful athletes. Use your powers for good. Many have used esoteric secrets for self-gain and fortune. I have used magic for self-gain. This is only okay if you are doing no harm to the best of your knowledge. You must create bad withal, so we must know this going into a project. The problem with using magic to control another intentionally or for desires that could harm others is we don't actually die, and sins are not what most people Earth 2023 know of. Worry is the original and only sin. Remember that Earth air is the Garden of Eden. All of it. If Earth is mental only, then it would become an instant utopia if everyone could lessen their worry. If mankind could collectively avoid heavy worry for a few months, the world would become utopian. Tibet would never have been attacked by China if they did not allow themselves the worry. All war and strife is all caused by the visualizations of impending doom or worry, as it is known to most. You have an hour of power. 30 minuters before bed and 30 minutes upon awakening are for positive thinking and self-talk only. This is a rule to me. Morning is especially intuitive as your mind has made telepathic orchestrations or arrangements in life while you slept. Nighttime is more conducive to your planning. Think of the questions you want to solve. My family taught me to thank all my body parts before getting out of bed in the morning. Thank your feet if you like walking. Thank your lungs if you enjoy breathing. Thank your heart, hands, head. Visualize yourself suspended in a large golden pyramid of light. You can also visualize with orbs, or in today's age of Valentine heart shape, could also be visualized over yourself or a loved one. Keep their polarity positive in your life. Energy follows all thoughts. You can bless anyone by visualizing them in an orb, heart shape, or pyramid of light. I can manifest answers I seek, and you can do the same. If you want to understand anyone or anything, then sit down with a notepad and write all their qualities and what you want to figure out. The more you discuss this topic with yourself, or better yet, with another person, the more that topic will be revealed to you. Nothing is hidden, but Earth Air has many thought forms petitioning us and clouding our more divine viewpoints. The more you seek, the more you will find. And not because it was there before we looked. Looking creates what we collectively see. This book contains unthought of ideas and unthought of solutions. I know my work is opposing the thoughts of many in my current era. This book must repeat some key aspects to slowly get the notions into others. Seek and ye shall find requires no previous knowledge. If you manifest knowledge, the books and videos will come to you. Go with the flow when you have reached expectations. Assume you will find the best teachers and already have the best guides. God remembers being you, but you have guides as Earth Air is regulated to avoid some chaos. As I have said, clothing is a form of worry, then isn't having guides a form of worry? If we must keep sending prophets into Earth Air, is that worry? This was a philosophical puzzle. Is Earth Air directly affected by thoughts and expectation from the gap realm where earthbound souls reside temporarily, or from higher realms? Mathematics can be applied to weight of thought in any sports match to determine the outcome in advance. Pushback is noticeable if you do anything counter to our combined expectations. If you are an architect designing a building that would affect thousands of visitors, then you will feel them when you are designing the building. The architect will feel a person in a hurry to use the bathroom they placed too far down the hall. I can feel some questioning my words here as I write. All procrastination is pushback. A writer with writer's block may have a family that expects that writer to be poor, or they themselves may add to their failure with pessimistic thinking. I know this book has valuable information and will teach many, but I want the knowledge to unfold naturally. Mankind lives so wrong. The rat race has no rats, and it's not a race. Wealthy does not mean good. Wealth may guarantee your rebirth here. There are better places than this Earth Air. We must try to live our lifetimes. No suicide is a good rule, or you may need to resuffer in a linear future lifetime to the same extents. This does not mean I oppose assisted suicides if a patient is suffering. I would prefer if we can reach a point where everyone recognizes their divine natures. I describe the afterlife as better, but we are also blessed in our ignorance. You may love a pet deeper if you think it gone forever when it passes. This is a learning realm. You are inside a school called Earth Air. I am one of the teachers, but teaching itself is a form of worry. Can you afford a bag of peanuts to feed the wild squirrels, or will the pessimist squirrels deter you from feeding them using my pushback philosophy? Animals worry also. Dog eat dog started with a worrying dog. If you had no fear from a lion, it would avoid you, have a full stomach already, or walk around you. If you have no fear, you will never even cross paths with that hungry lion. Fear is a very serious form of worry. Fear is truly the worst manifesting technique. Energy follows all thoughts. Ancient Egypt and Atlantis, I touched on this topic, but now for a deeper dive. Mankind has risen and fallen many times throughout the history of our Earth Air realm. When our true nature is understood as a whole, then it changes many of the ways we choose to live. The science they possessed is far beyond our current knowledge. We are thought forms, and inside our collective imagination everything possible becomes probable. Mankind did not acknowledge aliens or magic during my youth. Our science is starting to call itself fictional with the simulation hypothesis, etc. We are holographic in nature. Our matrix is holographic. So our planet has always been overseen by what we may deem aliens. Up until the invention of the internet, much of mainstream archaeology has ignored what is clearly advanced technology not only in ancient Egypt, but throughout the world. Electrical granite is composed of 20 to 60% quartz crystal, which is piezoelectric. A coin-sized quartz crystal, when struck with a hammer, produces a large enough electric spark to ignite a propane barbecue. The push-button starter on a propane barbecue pulls back a hammer that hits the crystal and creates the electricity we can measure. Granite can be composed of up to 60% quartz crystal. The Great Pyramid on the Giza Plateau is composed of over 6 million tons of granite. This pyramid also has brethren on the site itself and throughout the Nile. Technically, the Great Pyramid could be 50% quartz crystal if Aswan granite was high quality. Mankind has neglected our previous civilizations and felt they were primitive, and even as I type this, our highest schools teach the pyramids were built using copper tools. It is mankind's current understanding that is primitive. Chemical pressure. Inside the Serapeum beneath the Pyramid of Djoser are very huge carved boxes a person could stand inside. These boxes were highly machined and polished on the insides because they were built to contain chemical pressures that would escape at high velocity if too much pressure existed. They had to be perfectly smooth or the pressure would send residue that would sandblast its way under the lid, causing damage with every usage. So they were used repetitively, and the pressurized coffer explosions were accidental. I have pondered if an exploding coffer in the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid of Giza could send a plasma discharge, lightning bolt, strong enough to destroy an invading army. I suggest the Arks of the Covenant, plural, were also pressurized using yeast and bull fat to pressurize quartz crystals for their piezoelectricity. I suggest the pyramids gave off electric fields that aided the consciousnesses of all nearby, and that civilizations thrive better in anion-rich environments such as the flooded Nile. Hint for archaeologists: advanced ancient civilizations in coastal areas would often choose flat sea-level areas and dig out moat-like pools surrounding their businesses so they could use boats and rafts similar to how we use cars and trucks in modern infrastructures. Look for flat terrains of those eras. I suggest pressurized Arks of the Covenant were used as chemical bombs. I'll get to that soon. So these lids would be braced with logs from the ceilings or be very heavy. Some of the stone lids found inside of the Djoser Pyramid's Serapeum complex weigh as much as 30 tons. You cannot seal chemical pressure because if it explodes it can cause a lot of pressure cooker type damage. A kitchen pressure cooker has safety seals, but if a pressure cooker exploded it would destroy your kitchen. The Great Pyramid of Giza has a secret door. The coffer inside points to unexplored or acknowledged as of this 2023 publication. The Egyptologists of today will not even admit that it is a doorway as of this writing. I suggest that behind that doorway is a replacement route leading to the outside of the pyramid because the exploding coffers needed to be replaced quite often. Roughly 80% of all these stone boxes have damage to their corners due to escaping pressures. Many call the stone coffers of the Saqqara Serapeum sarcophagi. These boxes were never tombs except to the bulls being used for their fat lipids mixed with yeast and water to form chemical pressures. The Arks of the Covenant, Egypt had many pyramids that had chemical pressure boxes that created piezoelectricity. If a thumbnail-sized quartz crystal can create a spark large enough to light a household barbecue if struck with a hammer or pressure, then imagine if you filled a box with quartz crystals and chemical pressure. The sudden release of pressure could create a plasma discharge capable of killing people. If you drill or pressurize granite, you create a piezoelectric voltage. I suggest Egypt had many Arks of the Covenant and that Egyptian pharaohs devolved into grifters. A pharaoh could take his traveling electricity show on the road. For men could carry the Ark of the Covenant anywhere and create electricity for the pharaoh to shoot out of his staff like a bolt of lightning to smite an enemy. Was Thor a real man with a magnetized hammer only he could pick up when the magnets were turned off? I suggest the Arks of the Covenant were also bombs. The Egyptians had some very powerful yeast recipes for pressurizing their arks. The arks blew up the walls of Jericho when they exploded. Biblical accounts suggest trumpets were played for 7 days before the walls came down in what must have seemed like magic to most participants who had never heard of a bomb. If you were using chemical pressures to make bombs, that would explain the need for a full week of preparation. Much like how a home kitchen pressure cooker will whistle when they go over their limitations. Coordinated pressure cooker type blasts from these ancients may also have involved whistle type apparatus to mildly reduce pressures in the ones building pressures faster. The walls of Jericho came down due to an explosion louder than all the men shouting. Now reread this biblical passage with new eyes and do not forget the Hebrew religion was founded by Akhenaten, the Egyptian pharaoh. Moses was King Tut's father. The fall of Jericho, 21 paragraphs from the biblical account. Do you see a chemical bomb? 1. Now the gates of Jericho were tightly shut because the people were afraid of the Israelites. No one was allowed to go out or in. 2. But the Lord said to Joshua, I have given you Jericho, its king, and all its strong warriors. 3. You and your fighting men should march around the town once a day for 6 days. 4. 7 priests will walk ahead of the Arkansas, each carrying a ram's horn. On the 7th day you are to march around the town 7 times, with the priests blowing the horns. 5. When you hear the priests give one long blast on the ram's horns, have all the people shout as loud as they can. Then the walls of the town will collapse, and the people can charge straight into the town. 6. So Joshua called together the priests and said, "Take up the ark of the Lord's covenant, and assign 7 priests to walk in front of it, each carrying a ram's horn." 7. Then he gave orders to the people, "March around the town, and the armed men will lead the way in front of the ark of the Lord." 8. After Joshua spoke to the people, the 7 priests with the ram's horns started marching in the presence of the Lord, blowing the horns as they marched. And the ark of the Lord's covenant followed behind them. 9. Some of the armed men marched in front of the priests with the horns and some behind the ark, with the priests continually blowing the horns. 10. Do not shout, do not even talk, Joshua commanded. Not a single word from any of you until I tell you to shout. Then shout. 11. So the ark of the Lord was carried around the town once that day, and then everyone returned to spend the night in the camp. 12. Joshua got up early the next morning, and the priests again carried the ark of the Lord. 13. The 7 priests with the ram's horns marched in front of the ark of the Lord, blowing their horns. Again the armed men marched both in front of the priests with the horns and behind the ark of the Lord. All this time, the priests were blowing their horns. 14. On the 2nd day, they again marched around the town once and returned to the camp. They followed this pattern for 6 days. 15. On the 7th day, the Israelites got up at dawn and marched around the town as they had done before. But this time, they went around the town 7 times. 16. The 7th time around, as the priests sounded the long blast on their horns, Joshua commanded the people, "Shout! For the Lord has given you the town." 17. Jericho and everything in it must be completely destroyed. 6 to 17. The Hebrew term used here refers to the complete consecration of things or people to the Lord, either by destroying them or by giving them as an offering, similarly in 6:18-21. As an offering to the Lord. Only Rahab the prostitute and the others in her house will be spared, for she protected our spies. 18. Do not take any of the things set apart for destruction, or you yourselves will be completely destroyed, and you will bring trouble on the camp of Israel. 19. Everything made from silver, gold, bronze, or iron is sacred to the Lord and must be brought into his treasury. This was a robbery. 20. When the people heard the sound of the ram's horns, they shouted as loud as they could. Suddenly, the walls of Jericho collapsed, and the Israelites charged straight into the town and captured it. 21. They completely destroyed everything in it with their swords, men and women, young and old, cattle, sheep, goats, and donkeys. It sounds to me like Jericho was robbed using bombs. The priests handled the ark. The educated priests. Ancient magnetrons. This book you are reading is the very first to suggest the Egyptian-Osirian was a giant planar magnetron. The pyramids were static electricity devices. Cavity magnetrons are inside every microwave and the basis for our radar technology. Magnetron technology helped win World War II for the British. The Osirian has side rooms, cells, that are 2 meters in all 3 dimensions, 2m times 2m times 2m, with large gaps between the rooms. The flower of life is a series of overlapping circles first seen inside the Osirian, resembling a schematic of what I suggest here are pathways for the charges involved. Everything is fields, so I dislike the current terminology of electrons. Electricity does not move through wires, it moves in fields, which is counterintuitive to most people of today. Did you think electricity moves through wires? It doesn't. Everything is fields. Leyline theory: everything we see is a hologram. To create a hologram on a film plate, you must split a laser beam with a 50% reflective mirror and then create a diffused background with 1/2 and let the remaining half of the laser reflect off of the desired object and reflect back onto the same film plate. If you study the wave-particle duality of light, then you know that in the double-slit experiment a wave pattern consists of many lines. The hologram on a film plate also has an interference pattern in its creation. So every waveline of intensity on the back wall of a double-slit experiment would contain the original image if projected as a holographic laser. Depending on what thought forms are broadcasting our holographic reality and from where in our perceived 3 dimensions, there would be stronger and weaker areas of laser light interference patterns. Think of the interference patterns in the double-slit experiment as ley lines. I am using laser light to speak of our underlying matrix here, but the laser light we use in laboratories is a metaphor in this analogy. Mankind in 2023 does not acknowledge ley lines exist. I am only beginning to research ley lines, so I hope to learn how to detect and use them in a practical fashion. I suggest ley lines are interference patterns, but my research on this is young and without external finance. Visualize me having a giant laboratory filled with minons so I can bring many more answers. The Hindu temples have round pillars that monks would add static to using ropes and pulleys, just as you would add static by rubbing your socks against a carpet. Some statues surrounding the temples demonstrate that rope-type static addition. I suggest videos by Praveen Mohan if you wish to study ancient Hindu temples and lingams. A lingam is essentially a black polished rock that had water poured upon it to allow for quicker evaporation, often with a sun-facing exposure and a black coloring to help absorb the heat. One temple clearly has magic mushrooms carved on the wall behind the lingam. Some ancients used psychedelics. To learn of psychedelics in Mind Power, please study and read Baba Ram Das. Baba Ram Das was a Harvard professor who helped carve out the hippie movement with Timothy Leary. He later became an Indian guru. He was a Harvard professor, so is quite elegant with his words. Never before could mankind grasp simultaneous time, but now they can understand what is taught in this book. However, even today most grandmothers would look at you sideways if you said time does not exist or time is simultaneous. These things do not compute with ignorant minds. A student of this book should understand the basics of quantum mechanics, manifesting, and the absence of time. Or this book may be too advanced. Miracles Are Too Easy is a simple book on magic. Note, this author prefers to type magic with a K at the end instead of a C. This is to help differentiate stage magic from real magic in search engines. However, with today's editing software and spell checking, I'm sticking with magic as opposed to magic. Future edits of this book may alter that. I also suggest the ancients dry fasted. I suggest Sunday was meant for dry fasting. We are taught Sunday has a significance in spirituality, and I suggest our day of rest was always meant for dry fasting. Note, never water fast. It is not the same thing. Your body needs a water deficit to lose weight in muck. I have tried my best in my time to notify various medical facilities that dry fasting is the key to weight loss. Only time will tell if those ideas ceded or had pushback. I do not count day one of a fast because we still have food in our stomachs from the previous day. Direct sugar the previous day will cause too much dopamine addiction to fast easily on day one. If you have a heavy sugar dessert and then try to fast the next day, it will be painful, as the ghrelin hormone hunger pangs are sugar addiction withdrawal. Hunger can be akin to any addiction if you handle it poorly. Fasting is a part of our structure. Sigmund Freud noted that the man who wrote the Jewish Bible was likely a pharaoh named Akhenaten or his scribes, which seems a valid portrayal. Moses in ancient Egypt actually meant son of. So if a person was named Tutmosis, it would mean they were the son of Tut. Moses was likely a few different authors, but the boy smuggled out of the castle in a bed of reeds was Akhenaten because his royal bloodline endangered his life. If I say Moses was King Tut's father, that was a suggestion from Dr. Sigmund Freud. Their truer Egyptian Sabbath day was a day given off work for dry fasting if heavy or water fasting if thin. Fasting until we are in full ketosis takes approximately 4 days, and this length of fasting will also produce stem cells in many organs. Dry fasting is best for weight loss and water fasting is best for long-term or can be mixed with dry fasting. Salt is a necessary part of hydration for anyone water fasting, and fasting longer than a month may require doctor's supervision. Never fast if feeling ill, aside from low blood sugar feeling if not too severe. The ancient Egyptians would fast for 30 days of the year as the discipline is necessary. I suggest we should all have the ability to fast several weeks for the self-disciple. Ancient Egyptians all went 30 days every year without food. Could you imagine that occurring in our era? Not until everyone starts living for their death. Living for your death is a good thing. I suggest it is more important than anything we desire. Dying with a bad resonance would be less than helpful. Study the Tibetan Book of the Dead. As a human, it is better to assume we have lived many previous human lifetimes. Reincarnation dictates your soul can be far older than that of your parents or teacher. The strongest expectation could collapse the reality of many. A good student should put effort into the assumption that they were a being prior to coming to Earth, the planet, in a linear sense. Outside of Earth, air can be chaos for the youngest of souls. Chaos is another word for opportunity and is part of our substrate, which also means ourselves. If you laugh, the universe laughs, but some aspects of our universe do not even comprehend laughter. Your laugh is a teaser akin to a movie trailer. Does your toaster know to laugh? Our planet is an idea that needed to be grown into its current flow of expectations. When gods by our standards first started to play in Earth air, it was metaphorical and conceptual without the rules for eating and digestion that we think necessary at the beginning of this millennium. Over time, the ideas projected from mankind's farthest developments in our perceived future, coupled with our own civilizations today, projected into God's dream. It is better to say God's plural in a sense. They would include you after all. Someday simultaneous to his very second. Every university teaches time is simultaneous. Pantheism is true, not polytheism or monotheism. All you need is to manifest enough to see the past changes, as some things we manifest cannot make sense using linear time. It is the most worthwhile of all spiritual understandings, and you must see it for yourself. No matter your trust in the all, you may partake in enough manifesting to realize the truth of all truth. The past changes. Always. This does not mean we can always raise the dead, but if you find yourself worrying about a missing pet, start immediately repeating the mantra thank you in any language. It may sound silly to a muggle to give thanks for tragedy. This changes the worry to love by way of hacking semantics. Thank you is like saying, I love you, good stuff, give me more. In a polarity sense, you must give gratitude to everything in your life to keep its polarity positive. So if a pet falls ill, start chanting thank you and adding as much emergency love into your pet as possible. Think of the thank yous as a blood infusion, but of positive polarity. If you're having a heart attack, you can try to get aid, but chant thank you, thank you, thank you. Even if you die, that is the attitude to keep. Sometimes the pet may choose to die, but it is a choice the pet has made. Life seems random to muggles, but it is scripted by the group mind and projected in a way that makes us feel real. Imagine a paradise where everything you could possibly imagine was given to you. If you daydream for a hammock on a tropical island and a refreshing beverage, poof, that will manifest. That is where we live now. Inside a dream. A Star Trek holodeck type realm. We live there now. Today. The only reason you are not sitting on a tropical island is due to worry, and also you would not appreciate that hammock as much unless your life had some tiresome action, as you need bad to have good. A hammock is fun for an hour or two. You are an immortal and powerful creature. You are as powerful yourself as any god ever was. There is no slave master god. We are it. This does not mean we should aim for personification or greed. Gratitude is love. Thankfulness is not totally synonymous with love, but for our magical purpose we must see gratitude is a hack to love. Another way to express love. Learn to thank all elements of your meal. The plants, animals, eggs, or milk. Then when you think deeply about what created all the plants and animals, their very nature, you realize they are each composed of water, fire, earth, air. The elements themselves I thank at every meal. We were born to a mother's. We perceive of this experience as real and cute. Who can look at a puppy and say it is not cute? Youth is only to preserve the expectations of the masses who do not expect full-grown adults to just pop into existence and open a flying pig delivery service. If you wish to start a flying pig delivery service, you would first need to be born and raised, and then not only would you need to convince the pig itself it could fly, but also at least most of mankind. Doubt is a powerful belief and limitation inside a mental universe. You do not require a body, as bodies do not exist. You may go throughout time and space to anywhere in history. Please note, this book does not rely on any religious dogma to make these points. However, when we analyze the forever nature of our consciousness and the evolution of our linear absence of time-based memory, it is easy to see many analogies with some religions. We could save religions by modifying them with the truth in this book. There is no difference between science and magic except by the current definitions of science. Science must be expanded to include abstract analyses, and we must acknowledge that the scientific method is flawed if the past can change, and add the understanding that we do not possess all the tools to measure what we must instead analyze logically. The universe is logical. Science and magic are the same thing. A logical consciousness. Any explanations about the universe should be logical. Time is nothing more than our perception of change/motion. You only see changes. That is the next frame in your film if compared to a simultaneous movie. Simultaneous time should remove our ability to experience time. How can we experience motion or time inside a simultaneous event? To tackle this psychology of our all, think of any open-world computer game. In a single-player mode, you can often speed up the time to make your constructions build faster. Does time really exist for those objects to be built, or was it all encoded in their programming? The experience of time must be an illusion itself. Any explanations of our universal creation must be pre-brain. Our planet evolved before mankind was a twinkle in their parents' eyes. I ask the readers to consider that matter itself can sense its motion and change and is conscious. We have trained ourselves to think consciousness is something that resides inside our brain. We do not often encounter a wise tree that will tell us what to do, so we assume only communicative life forms have intelligence or sentience. The universe itself is a mind. There is only one. Logically, this mind, if true, must have the ability to sense change and motion, or it would be a mindless mind. Everything we are began with the birth of spacetime as an imaginary concept to that original mind. Imagine a mind birth because it cared enough to notice a flashing light of expectation based on your own thoughts of that flashing today. The universe is filled with every potentiality simultaneously. Your thinking at this moment helped birth our spacetime perceptions. Use logic and reasoning to trace a natural progression and growth of a single mind. Analogy of the birth of consciousness. Think of your own cosmic mind, not brain, as separate from the all. Imagine if you could go as you are to a new universe and start our universe over again from the beginning, but you also had to forget about all that you love, know to do so. You go to that universe with no knowledge or a single thought. The beginning of the universe in a linear time sense didn't know about earth, air. If your mind was alone and fairly dumb in comparison to the species you are today, what would you do? Hey! In the distance you notice a change, time is born. What is that flashing? You would need to care enough to notice time. Emotion was born, water. What you cared enough to notice immediately becomes personified as separate. Light was born, fire. Your one mind in your new universe is off to a great start. You have already birthed two elements. Congratulations! Your mind invented spacetime. Spacetime comes with new elements that develop as abstracts over time. You are the electricity running your video game type avatar/body. You only perceive yourself as the avatar itself through many lifetimes of trained abstractions. Your memory at that time would be without a human brain. Human brains did not exist when the universe was first born in a linear time sense. A chicken and the egg conundrum, which came first? You needed a planet you deemed physical to have a chicken and an egg. This does not make the planet an actuality. Everything we think of and view is always an expression of trained abstractions over many linear lifetimes. A flower cannot yet think like a man, hear like a man, or walk like a man. A flower must become a fish if it wants a beginner brain. You are a highly advanced avatar. Recognize your divinity. The universe, all, only had possibility waves, none collapsed into fruition. The matrix that we reside in were the endless possibilities. The absence of time leaves open for everything we are to have existed even in that birth of spacetime. You yourself, and all your belongings existed in that birth of spacetime as a possibility wave. Time is not a real thing. Your caring emotion, water, to notice the flashing light, fire, was aided by your thoughts of that moment now. Just by reading this sentence you help birth our entire universe, but you also do so with every thought. Each successive thought form is a form if we personify them as separate. Immediately upon the birth of Earth Air, spacetime, three unique personifications emerged: water, emotion; fire, light. And a combination of these two in what could be termed the first all/God. Remember, this was your unique universe. We are building a new universe from scratch in this truthful analogy. But now we have three dumb, so very dumb, entities: water, fire, and the all. The original trinity/triangle that is responsible for all. None of these existed prior to the other in a linear time sense. Was the emotion birthed first because it cared enough to notice the fire? Was fire sentient first because it flashed? In the end, only your understanding is important because the universe has progressed much since that time, simultaneous to now. Use logic, common sense, and reasoning here. Nothing I say cannot be reasoned out using logic and understanding. This book has no reliance upon religious dogma, albeit the Hindu lokas and even Christian notions of a heaven and hell are not entirely without merit. We can see this clearly after analyzing all of the logic presented in this Wayne Hilborn theory of everything. To expand upon that analogy, how does your own private universe continue to grow? When these three, Trinity, thought forms noticed each other, such fun. They began to exhaust all possibilities within their constraints, and who is pestering sixth them form outside? Us. Our thinking today is a catalyst for that birth of our universe. The chicken must come before egg. Your thinking of your day-to-day activities encourage the trinity of thoughts to expand into what we perceive as the third dimension, time-space/Earth Air. The universe was always quantum mechanical in nature, and the absence of time, simultaneous time, is the main key to consciousness. A brain is not required for consciousness. Only change/time. Every change is a unique thought form. Your first kiss is not just a scene. It is a monad personality of its own. Time and space are abstracts, but all thoughts are themselves conscious. Conscious does not mean your toaster is considering the politics of your nation. Your toaster is happy just being a toaster. A sit does not know of sorrow or pain or negative thought forms. How much water is in your toaster? Enough to give it a lot of emotion? Earth Air are secondary elements that both have water in them. They are created from water fire. This book is fairly deep, and a student should read it multiple times if not already taught the lessons within. None of the thoughts in your head or in this sentence reside in your head. You only notice changes/motion. Consciousness is the perceptions of changes/linear time. Our consciousness changes the past, though. And that may be hardest for many readers to grasp. I can say study John Archibald Wheeler, a pioneer in some of this type thinking also, and learn from his delayed choice quantum eraser that linear time is not a truth. However, the better and best way to realize truth is by manifesting things yourself. Easy small things. The Blue Feather Experiment. I read about a manifesting experiment online called the Blue Feather Experiment, in which the participants try to manifest something odd like a blue feather. This experiment is very famous in 2023, and any researcher can read on it. I thought I would give it a go, and when I looked up after giving that intention, I noticed my dream catcher had a blue feather. So the effect for me was instantaneous. But how? Was it confirmation bias that made me even latch onto that blue feather experiment, or did the past alter and make my girlfriend hang a dream catcher there so long ago? The past does change, because our expectations causes quantum collapse into what we perceive as the past, a previous monad sequence from our simultaneous film. In 2023, I am the only author that says expectations cause quantum collapse, and that is the mechanism behind all mind power and all. I've been saying this for many years, but muggles are sometimes slow due to pushback, counter expectations. Expectations also means faith, as much as I have begun to dislike the semantics of that word due to its associations with today's current fear-based religions. They often endorse a fear of hell, being turned into a pillar of salt, or a never-ending hell. However, it would be true to say the universe runs entirely on faith. The past changing is something that is counterintuitive. You need to have a mind sophisticated enough to grapple with the facts. This book is entirely logical. This book is a final philosophy of its own. However, it does seem to correspond to a Hermetic dogma. The mental universe being our primary theme. B. Hinduism dogma. The mental universe being its primary theme. C. Science. This book has explained our consciousness in ways that will be considered science to our future mankind. Science of 2023 does not yet recognize that consciousness may be related to perceived changes in a simultaneous time matrix. D. Other religions all contain elements of what this book describes. Please note, this is a scientific theory in this presentation, and so I phrase my arguments from the Muggle perspectives. This book relied on none of those religions to make the points given. This book only requires common sense and reasoning. Welcome to the final philosophy. Consciousness is solved. Reality is solved. You are an immortal changeling that must live forever and ever by default. So mote it be. That doesn't mean go and jump off a bridge. Nope. It means you should think long and hard about the future of your immortality. You came here for reasons including learning from this book if able. John Archibald Wheeler and analyzing our simple manifesting can teach us the past does not always make linear time sense. This may sound odd to Muggles who have never heard of or tried manifesting. Once again, repetition is the most obvious hack to focus an obscure topic on repeat for 10 minutes and turn on any random unseen film, and that topic will be profoundly embedded in that film. Then reason out how that can be possible using linear time constraints. If you spend a day at a conference, every sitcom you watch that evening will be related to the subject of that conference. How? Pay attention and notice your everyday life if you are too lazy to manifest enough to learn of your own divinity. So manifesting is the best method to see this aspect of time-space. You cannot watch a film that shows the past changing, except on Delayed Choice Quantum Eraser. This is a personal journey you must make on your own. I cannot make you learn your own divinity. I can only show you how to see it. Nothing is as important to your spiritual development as realizing time is simultaneous and the past can change. It adds many dimensions to your thinking. Just manifest many small things. A blue feather? I will repeat my Tooth Fairy story here once again. This has appeared on all my books multiple times. Imagine you are a Tooth Fairy. A man who devoutly worships his imaginary Lord and Savior. Lord Tooth Fairy. A skeptic Muggle drowning in the ocean would die. They have no reason to expect a rescue. Not true with the devout Tooth Fairy. The Tooth Fairy falls off his boat into the ocean, and instead of visualizing his demise with emotion, worry magic. He knows expectation/faith, his Lord Tooth Fairy would never let him drown. So the Tooth Fairy prays for a rescue with expectancy. Seek and ye shall find. Suddenly. 3 days ago, in the past. A cruise ship with 3,000 passengers, Schrodinger's cat in the box, gets a new weather report and alters course 3 degrees starboard. Now the cruise ship is on a direct path to rescue the Tooth Fairy 3 days into its future. This is how your reality works. On expectations, faith. You are not a real boy. You are an immortal changeling aspect of God. Technically, you yourself evolved into your version of God yesterday, simultaneously to yesterday, but with hindsight and perfect vision. Consciousness does not require a brain. A brain is an abstract illusion. Death simplified. You will pass through water fire on your way to another earth air. This will be akin to dreams. Could you imagine giving away everything you own, including all your family and friends, pets and pudding? This will occur when you die. Do you panic? Do you understand? Do you know how to react when that day comes? You will have better memory after you die because we are veiled by counter-expectations within earth air. I can pirate ancient Egypt and tell you some of its secrets in this book, but without intense focus I could not build or design such power plant on my own. Death is not to be feared. Even the lower lokas/hell are not permanent. Fearing death is worry magic. Now I can use terms like worry magic and daydreaming magic, but to a Muggle mind reading this book at the beginning, the notion of magic may not seem logical. Magic is logical, and it is today's current science that is clearly our most foolish of religions if we share a common dream. You will die with full personality. Learn to astral travel and try it out. You do not need eyes to see. Only perceptions of change. You do not need a worm food simulated brain. Consciousness and reality are solved. But we can go deeper into all subjects based on the teaching of this book. This is the final philosophy of the universe. You have no choice but to live forever and ever and ever and ever. And we need to take it as a blessing because worry doesn't do us any good at all. This is the final philosophy as stated by Wayne Hilborn. Special thanks to a UK colleague of mine who shall remain unnamed unless he chooses. Our discussions on Egypt allowed me some of that desired focus, and we have both had major insights to those static electricity devices and magnetrons. The Osirian was a planar magnetron. I, Wayne Hilborn, alone say this in 2023, albeit my colleague concurs and has done his own deeper studies worthy of financing. About the author, Wayne Hilborn is a normal person. I do not profess to be above or better than anyone except perhaps in linear time age of our souls. We are all. Wayne Hilborn is an esoteric researcher who learned his divinity when studying Harold Sherman How to Make ESP. Work for you book. In today's climate, I would recommend the Monroe Institute as the leader in astral travel training. Study them, fund them. Robert Monroe was a pioneer in astral travel techniques in the West. My laboratory. The author does not own a laboratory or have minions to compile and edit and proofread my books. I am a magician, not a writer. If you find spelling errors in these works, realize this is a best effort. The author already understands the universe. If I am meant to teach further in this incarnation, financing or schools will come. Even after my soul transitions from this body, this philosophy needs to be taught. Worry-based religions are fraught with peril, and we are clever enough now to know better. This author has opposed, to higher beings, the notion of a universal father as that implies a monotheistic God, and the answer the universe tells me is primitive mankind could not grasp what we are capable of understanding today. I tell you, I was maddened by the teachings of Christianity, even if some elements of it can be quantified. How can any religion allow its practitioners to worry magic? To say Earth is a mother or the universe is a father personifies them both in a tooth-fairying way and removes the responsibility each of you hold for your own admission of negative thoughts. You must learn to take responsibility for the thoughts you cultivate. None of the thoughts in this sentence are a part of me or you if we consider ourselves as all separate thought forms. Even though we are all, we can use the analogy of thoughts as separate from us to study the mechanisms of cosmic thought. Each and every thought is rooted in love. Even the bad stuff we experience has a polar opposite, and we need to be grateful for bad because without it we could never have good. You cannot enjoy the ice cream, metaphor for a good taste, as much without the broccoli, metaphor for a bad taste. If you prefer broccoli to ice cream, that is also fine. There is no correct way to live, albeit I do advocate against over-worry. Tied to this philosophy in whatever religion it takes future form. This book shall outlive this author and many students. So mote it be. If the author woke up with a laboratory and some minions, it would be pleasing and helpful. The author is comfortable as a quiet magician living in Toronto, Canada high-rise. Tell publishers of this book or this author if you want further books with less repetition and spelling errors. Or make do with my efforts. Be responsible for where your thoughts dwell, including your thoughts on religion and the ones you support. Will tithing to a fear-based religion aid you? This author is not asking for donations. But we do need to build something. Study new things. Do experiments with psychedelics, and some we consider lunatics are indeed prophets. This author does ask you to envision this book finding happy eager ears. Please repeat the following sentence out loud: energy follows all thoughts. I ask that these lessons find eager ears. Thank you if you do or do not. This book suggests aliens are probable in our mental world. They must also abide by this final philosophy. They are also existing within our fictitious space-time Earth Air. I tell you, the aliens are more afraid of our collective worry than anything else. If we make a horror film with enemy space aliens, we label them all enemies in some fashion. The truth is, advanced civilizations should embrace compassion and love. This does not mean aggressive alien races do not exist. War must exist even in the highest realms if we need bad to have good, polarity. The author looks around in 2023 shocked at how people think they think. Hermeticism and Hinduism are indeed closest, but both flawed. I do not endorse any Hermetic sections. The Golden Dawn uses fear-based invocations. Asking for help is fear. Jesus or anyone healing would be advanced to manifest with phrases such as "I am the light of God." Sadly, this made onlookers assume he was saying he is the light. Many assumed Jesus was claiming to be the light in such sayings. No. He was trying to embody that aspect of the all. You must become the experiences you wish to manifest if we dig deeper into magic, but that is not the purpose of this book. This book is on the theory of everything, and I've already gone into more talk of magic than many Muggle minds may handle. You are an aspect of the universal all, God. So mote it be. It is April.